7%. Chapter 41 to Jinan City, additional collection at the beginning of the month. Afternoon, the Han family caravan still didn't mean to stop. The caravan slowly entered the Dongling Mountains. The roadside beasts began to increase. At this time, the official road also became pitted, and everyone walked more slowly. Ns. At this time, everyone in Wahiapu got out of the carriage. They just followed the carriage to pay attention to the goods not being thrown off the carriage. However, the Wahiapu horses were still able to perform well and showed no signs of fatigue. Entering the Huchuo mountain area, everyone in the Wa family became very focused. At this time, Wei moved his head to Wa Kai's side. Don't worry about the Patriarch, the Huchuo mountain bandits rarely start when everyone enters the grassland. Moreover, this time it is the Han family leading the team. The Han family is not something Huchuo mountain dared to provoke easily. Wei comforted Wa Kai when he turned his head over. Wa Kai jumped out of the carriage. Even if the carriage had shock absorption, the mountain road was very bumpy. When he got off the carriage, everyone was walking and talking on the road. Wei Hong, you have worked in Wahiapu for more than 10 years. The caravan road is all up to you. What is this in your hand? Wa Kai saw Wei Hong holding a sheepskin in his hand. This is the path I have traveled in the past few years, and there are some news from other caravans. Patriarch, look, Wei Hong said and took the map in front of Huakai, on the sheepskin. Densely recorded dots of various colors, lines of different thicknesses represent this road, and the name of a place is also specially marked. This is the map north of the entire Central Plains. The red dots are the places where caravans have suffered. The green ones can be supplied. We have just entered Huchuo Mountain. There are 12 places that have been ambushed by bandits. This point is the most ambushes. Wei Hong introduced the meaning of each point on the map to Wa Kai one by one, and it was the first time that Wa Kai had such a direct understanding of the entire grassland. I go to the Linhu grassland a lot, and all tribes basically know that these tribes in the Huns are my records more than 10 years ago. I don't know if they're tribes or not. When we arrive at the Huhan tribe, if we send the goods directly selling to the main tribe, the profit is far from being transported to the depths of the grassland. However, the general caravan has a fixed tribal cooperation. We still have a lot to do for the first time in business. Wei turned his head to Huakai to analyze the Zongnu. Among the 10 tribes with a population of more than 100,000, the Huhan tribe is one of the 10 tribes and is the partner of the Han family. It is said that a good head is very important to the caravan. Huakai has seen it today. With this map, the caravan is not afraid of getting lost, and the risk of encountering on the road will be greatly reduced. Grandpa pays the highest price to Wei Hong to hire him every year. It's not without reason. A map with a head is the foundation of own, but Wei Hong didn't hide Wa Kai at all. He would explain everything Wa Kai couldn't understand, as if he was teaching his own students. When you reach the danger zone marked by Wei Hong, Wahiabao will remain vigilant and go deep into Huchuo Mountain, where the mountains are dangerous and the forests are intricate, and from time to time, wild animals rush out of the merchant group and slow down. After noon, the road became rugged. In many places, horse-drawn vehicles were required to pass the mountain stream slowly. It became difficult for horses to move on such roads. It took more than an hour for everyone in Wahiapu to pass the most dangerous place. At this time, the Han family caravan stopped and rested. Wahiapu found a flat place to camp and set up a camp, hurrying to replenish the horses' strength, and soon the food was ready. The most eaten on the caravan road is fried noodles, which can be drunk by boiling hot water. Meat is even better. Everyone will eat more meat to get more energy on the road. Because it was only 3 days away, there are still many brutal beasts brought by the caravan. Today, Huakai deliberately grilled more brutal beasts, so that everyone will have energy in the afternoon. Patriarch, now there is nothing to do with the barbecue, you can tell everyone about 3 kingdoms. Zhuang fed the horse and returned to the main account. The barbaric meat had not been roasted, so he shouted to listen to 3 kingdoms. Last night we talked about the 3 British battles with Liu Biyu, and also talked about Sun Jian and Yushi fleeing to his hometown. Everyone was thinking about it all day long. I think you are still not tired, can you rest well? Some of you suffered this afternoon. Wa Kai laughed and scolded. After only a few days out, he felt that the group of people was more closely related, and he talked more casually with everyone. Patriarch, don't worry, we haven't been in business. I have walked this road for more than 10 years. This year is the easiest. This year it's not too easy for this carriage to go up the mountain road. I remember many times before. They all unloaded the goods and carried them. An old handle said from the side. That's right, Patriarch, let's just talk about it. It makes us all irritated. We can only get on our way in the afternoon after you talked about it. Everyone said, right. Wei turned his head and started to roar at this time. Since everyone said they want to tell, then I will talk about one more chapter at noon today, and 2 chapters if there is nothing wrong with the horses in the evening. If a horse is lying down, you don't want to hear the story. Wakai began to enter the state of storytelling when he finished speaking. His basic copywriting skills started to work on its own. A personal story was told from Wakai's mouth, and everyone was fascinated by it. Wakai thought that when he said that Sun Jian was badly injured by Lu Biao, everyone would be happy to see it. Unexpectedly, many people would shed tears for Sun Jian's exit. For Sun Jian's Huang Gai, Cheng Pu, Han Dang, and Zhu Beio's loyalty and bravery, everyone likes it the most. Huakai understands that this is the difference between the thinking of people in the world and the previous world. When Wakai talked about 9-year-old Sun Quan, everyone's eyes on Wakai became fierce. Everyone was silently assessing that Sun Quan was more talented than his own patron who fell to the ground. After half an hour of telling the story, the meat was almost grilled. Huakai gained nearly 10 points of luck. The loyalty of all the accompanying people has risen rapidly these days. Everyone's ascension has reached over 90. I believe it will not be long. Everyone can be listed in the family secret realm space. In the morning, the Guangxian business group walked more than 60 miles, and in the afternoon, they continued to set off until the sun set. Everyone only walked more than 120 miles. There are still more than 10 miles away from the Jinan National Checkpoint, and everyone in the Wahia caravan is too tired. The horses have been changed several times on the road. Even the 5 uncles who were about to break through the BMW-level horses were put on the shafts of the carts, but the Han family caravan still didn't intend to stop. Hua Xing came back riding a blaze of flames, and arrived at the checkpoint merchant group to be considered safe. No thieves dared to attack the caravan near the checkpoint. The checkpoints designed by various countries are not only to collect checkpoint fees, but also to protect the safety of the people in their own territories. Everyone hold on again. Everyone can have a good rest at the checkpoint. Now we are probably in the 3rd position of all the trade groups, and our life will be easier after today. Hua Xing rode back to encourage everyone and said. Seeing that a steed horse was a little unable to move, he put the flames on the cowl, took off his armor and put the weapons in the carriage, and went to the carriage behind the carriage. There is only a crescent moon on the 5th day of March, and when it shines on the earth, everyone can only blur the road ahead. The Wahia caravan was slowly moving forward on the mountain road holding a torch. The Jia caravan in front was getting slower and slower, and the caravan behind was no longer visible. Finally everyone saw the lights in the distance, everyone's spirits were shaken, and the Jinan State Barrier finally arrived. When the Wahia caravan arrived at the Jinan National Checkpoint, they saw that the city gate was closed, and there was no intention to open the gate at all. Now that the door opening time has passed, the guards will not let them go until tomorrow when the guards have checked all the caravan's cargo in the way. Huakai saw that the Han team had occupied the best position outside the city gate, but they had not set up a tent for a long time. The team members were all tired and lay on the ground and did not move far, even some horses fell on the ground. Reluctant to get up. Everyone in the Hua family took care of their horses for a rest after dinner, and came to the door of the main tent on time. No matter how tired they seemed, they couldn't let go of the 3 kingdoms story in their hearts. The other caravans in Guangxian only slowly arrived at this time. Although this game is tired, you can probably see the strength of each family. The Guangxian business group came together again, and other caravans began to change their attitudes towards the Hua family members. They began to take the initiative to talk to the Hua family members when they went out. The prestige and relationship of a family was accumulated bit by bit. In the early morning of the next day, Wakai walked out of the big tent and saw that behind him was crowded with caravans. Some caravans had obviously just arrived at the checkpoint, and the whole checkpoint became very noisy. At this time the city gate finally opened wide. With the banner of the Han family held high, the first one came to the gate of the city under the gaze of countless caravans behind him. A group of guards went out to check their cargo. After more than 10 minutes, the Han family caravan slowly passed the checkpoint. When the Wahia caravan, a man with the appearance of a captain came to Wakai, first he looked at his guide, and then every carriage was carefully checked, and even the coarse salt and brown sugar were not spared. If you find that the extra thing you bring is inconsistent with the lead goods, you will have to pay a large toll. After passing the checkpoint, it is quite prosperous. Jinan is a capital of 12 counties. Even Lingguan is a county with a population of less than 5,000. It is not a bit worse than Guangxian. In fact, Jinan City, the largest city in Jinan, has a population of more than 50,000. It is close to the Dongling Mountains and its life environment is much worse than Guangxian. Most of Jinan's income is passing by the caravan. Quite big. The caravans that go around are posing. Some Jinan families come here to buy goods. Huakai finds the flag of the Korean caravan. They are replacing their own horses here, paying some money to sell some tired horses, and then adding some physical strength. The business trip has just begun. Many caravans are going all the way to change horses. If they have no money, they can sell some goods. Wakai asked his grandfather to go to the Han's house to ask when he was on his way today, but the Han's family said that they would let everyone move freely and gather abroad at noon tomorrow. Some of the wine they brought this time will be sent to Jinan City. Jinan is only more than 30 miles away from Yuling Pass. At Yuling Pass, Huakai saw 4 strong horses that were about to break through. After spending less than 7 gold, they bought them and sold 2 caravan horses with poor physique. In this way, the caravan horses became 28, and the 2 horses were sold for 36 gold. The price of Jinan horses was much lower than that of Guangxian. The caravan stopped in Lingguan. From time to time, people came to ask if the Wahia caravan had any goods to sell. Huakai found that the price of Jinan's fine wine was pretty good. 4 silver per caddy was twice that of Guangxian. Huakai wondered if it was right. Go to Jinan City to get a few cylinders of fine wine, which is too difficult to transport. Huchuo Mountain is like a thorn in Huakai's heart. After Jinan is the Huchuo Mountain area, Wahia didn't plan to earn much from fine wines, so Huakai decided to go to Jinan City at noon to sell a batch of fine wines to learn about Jinan. Condition. After lunch at an inn in Lingguan at noon, the Wahia caravan began to drive towards Jinan City. The closer you are to Jinan City, the more caravans come and go on the road. When you get outside Jinan, Huakai sees it as a big market. Hundreds of caravans stretch for more than 10 miles and stop outside Jinan. Some people are holding cooked food. Selling around, Huakai unloaded all the horses from the carriage. When I was about to upgrade the newly purchased strong horse, I saw a large group of people approaching them. You don't sell wine in caravans. My dad wants to drink and let me go out of the city. A child who looked only about 10 years old dared to go out of the city to buy wine by himself, which shows how strong the business atmosphere is here. This is Guangxian fine wine. It costs 6 silver per caddy. You can sell some for you. Wakai glanced at the young man and said. Jinan City usually has dozens of bone coins for wine. Huakai said that own wine requires 6 silver. The young man has no doubt. He took out 10 taels of silver and stared at the wine tank excitedly. The more expensive the wine, the more delicious it is. If you are shoddy, you may not be able to go into business after being caught. Huakai opened the stopper of the wine jar, and the strong aroma of wine wafted away. The boy licked his lips happily and handed it to Huakai a wine jug. The others around him approached with the aroma of wine. A jar of more than 250 kilograms of wine was split within half an hour. At this time, one person came up and asked. He wanted to buy a whole jar. A whole cylinder of more than 250 jin will count as 15 gold, and the cylinder will also be given to you. It is not easy for us to ship the wine from Guangxian. Guangxian also spread the wine a few years ago. Huakai estimates that the price of this wine will drop soon. Come down. That's okay. Don't you collect the elixir? I have a night spiritual herbs here. What price can you give? This person said and took a stone box. Huakai knows that night spiritual herbs, many medicine pills in family secret realm space can use night spiritual herbs. In Lindsay City, night spiritual herbs are also relatively rare spiritual herbs. The price of a plant is around 180 gold. Wakai opened the stone box, and he used True Eye to check. Dog's tail grass upgraded ordinary weeds, which are great for feeding horses. This guy dared to lie. Huakai slowly closed the stone box and returned it to the other party. You should pay for the gold. If there is no gold, then forget it. When everyone in Wahiapu saw this, they knew that this man was a liar, and they surrounded him quietly. The caravan is not that easy to fool. If you dare to deceive people with fake drugs, even if you are killed, no one will say anything. If you don't accept it, I'll pay out the gold. This is 15 gold. You can verify it. The man saw that the owner's conspiracy was revealed, and hurriedly took out a gold bar and 5 gold coins. The jar of fine wine was put on the own carriage and left soon. All other caravans in Guangxian County did not come to Jinan City one afternoon. They may still be in Lingguan for repairs. Wahia's fine wines were sold out of Jinan City very quickly. 4 tanks were sold in the afternoon. Huakai had plenty of hands. After earning 62 gold, he went to Jinan City Horse Market to buy 5 more upgradable horses, so Wahiabao has 35 horses, and then he can easily change the cart. 7%. Chapter 42. In the afternoon, Huakai upgraded a strong horse. The newly upgraded horse was very weak, but it should still be okay to rest for a night and only use it for driving tomorrow. After upgrading the horses, Huakai has nothing to do and enters the state of Big Dream View and sleeps for another 2 hours. After mental energy recovers, he brings a strong horse to upgrade. He estimates that he can upgrade 4 horses if he rushes to sleep at night. After Jinan, the next stop may be Zhongshan, and that will be 5 days later. In the evening, Huakai was busy upgrading the horses. Everyone in Wahiapu went to rest early when they saw this place. They did not follow him to tell stories. The next day Huakai was awakened by the noise outside the tent. He walked out of the tent and the whole Jinan. The outside of the city is surrounded by countless caravans. Grandpa bought breakfast from the results and distributed it to everyone. When the caravan's life conditions outside the city are much better, you can see business stalls everywhere outside the city. These Jinan cities, the common people may only be able to experience such a grand occasion for a few days a year, but these few days are enough for them to make a lot of money. Wahia's wine business is still very good. After selling 2 large tanks in the morning, the caravan will vacate 3 carriages. All the goods from other horses are placed on these 3 carriages. The carriage has become more relaxed. The 6 large cylinders of fine wine sold for more than 90 gold, and the cost of going out and the profit of the road guidance fee can make more than 20 gold. This seems to be a lot. After all, it is difficult for many families to earn 20 gold a year. The logistics of this world is a risky life. As long as you can return home smoothly, you can make money you can't even think of. You must know that a family member in Wahiapu can only earn more than 10 taels a year. The salary is more than $2, which is enough for a family to maintain a life for 20 years. If the division of labor is added, it will be even more. Of course, no family can spend 2 gold for 20 years. They will try their best to use resources for their own strength ascension or the cultivation of offspring, so that the family can continue to grow and earn more money. Wakai looked at the 4 horses upgraded yesterday. Although the legs were still a bit soft, it was still possible to walk slowly with the caravan after filling up the fine materials. There were not many people buying wine in the morning, and Wakai left Jinan City with the caravan early, waiting for the Han family to arrive by the official road. From morning to noon, there were caravans heading west on the official road. Wakai saw that the Tianjia caravan in Lindsay City walked on the official road, and no other caravan dared to approach him. I heard that the Lord of Qi is nearly 500 years old. As the oldest monarch in the Central Plains, his time limit is approaching. But now, there is no one in the Qi family who can take the position of the monarch of Qi. The Tian family will manage it. The Tian family is one of the oldest families in Qi. There are several thousands of diners in the Shantian realm. Their strength has been vaguely on par with the Qi family, and the monarch of Qi state has not dared to offend the Tian family at this time. For a time, the Tian family is in the whole Qingzhou is majestic and majestic. Wakai didn't dare to visit the Shantian level leader of the Tian family. The Shantian realm could dominate in one county. The strength of this Tian family leader is not much different from that of the Jinan monarch. A small country is equivalent to a county. After lunch, the Han family caravan finally appeared on the official road. The Hua family caravan followed in the footsteps of the Han family. The 4 newly upgraded horses can now walk normally after a morning rest. The Han family walked very smoothly this time. The team walked slowly on the official road. Everyone got on the horse-drawn carriage and chatted. One afternoon, the Guangxian business group walked for more than 40 miles and then stopped. The day was still bright when the Chinese caravan set up camp. After everything is cleaned up in the afternoon, everyone is ready to continue listening to Huakai's 3 Kingdoms. Today, some team members quarreled because of the discussion of the 3 Kingdoms. Finally, they went to Huakai to comment. Huakai knew that the 3 Kingdoms should be written. In the past few days, He changed the romance of the three kingdoms in his mind to a story that fits the aesthetic concept of home country in this world. It seems that everyone likes it very much. After the influence of Three Kingdoms, the Wahiapu team members became more family conscious, which gave Huakai, who was originally just for fun, the idea of writing Three Kingdoms into a book. It's just that you can't worry about it. Next time you encounter sheepskins that sell well in Dachang, there is no paper in this world. Books are written on sheepskins, bamboo slips, and wooden slips. Especially sheepskins are often visited by mice, so most books are recorded on bamboo slips and wooden slips. It's just that the Three Kingdoms has to be written more than 600,000 words, more than all the words in the 4 books and 5 classics combined. How many bamboo slips do I have to write to complete the Three Kingdoms? Huakai couldn't help thinking of papermaking when he thought of this. He knew the oldest there is no problem with writing on paper made from waste fabrics. Let's first use parchment paper to sort out the plot of the story. When I return to Wahiapu, Three Kingdoms will probably be finished, and it won't be too late to write a book by myself. Hua Xing saw everyone panicking, so they took up their weapons and practiced martial skills and arrays. They couldn't pull off the business martial arts. The Hua family also took the lead to join the training team. For a while, the sound of the Hua family caravan's training was heard. In other caravans, everyone admired the energy of the Chinese caravan. After a comfortable day, they couldn't bear it, and they started to toss again. After the drill, Huakai started speaking on the small podium. Today, Three Kingdoms talked about LVBU cast Wang Yun to kill Dong Zhou, and the huge city of Chang'an with millions of people was destroyed by fire. Everyone seemed to feel very stressed when they heard that the city of Chang'an was burnt down. This means that the Han family is coming to an end. What will the next families do with so many heroic missions? After Hua Kai finished speaking, everyone was reluctant to leave and discuss with each other in the main account. Everyone hoped that Liu Bei could carry on the inheritance of the Han family and take up the entire Han family. But some people have said that although the 3 brothers Liu Bei are powerful, their influence is not as good as that of the average family. How to take on such a heavy responsibility? Seeing everyone reluctant to leave late, Hua Xing made a sound and drove everyone out. In the evening, Hua Kai entered the big dream view ideas in his sleep. He recalled the story told today, because he had already decided to write a book. At the beginning of the Three Kingdoms, he tried hard to modify some unreasonable plots. When he woke up the next day, Hua Kai suddenly found that he had made a breakthrough. Run a large universe before going to bed every day, so that when you enter your sleep, your whole body will still be in the process of true chi operation. Meditation formula. Compared with other mental methods, there is no special advantage, but fortunately, true chi runs the most stable and safe. The meditation tactics breakthrough to completion. Huakai's vigor value increased by 2 points, physical fitness increased a bit, realm breakthrough to the 6th floor of body tempering. They obviously felt that their strength had increased a lot. For the next 3 days, the caravans have adapted to the rhythm of business. Every day at 4:50 and 30 in the afternoon, Huakai will talk about 2 chapters of Three Kingdoms at noon and evening. Everyone is attracted to the story of the Three Kingdoms and cannot extricate themselves. Yu Jun. In the past few days, On has stopped writing. After listening to Hua Kai's Three Kingdoms, he feels too low level about own novels. He has decided to revise his novel outline and create a world-renowned classic. After 7 days away from home, Huakai found that the family luck value had reached 148 points, enough to refine a Mingmoon spear, but if the family luck value was used up, it would inevitably be a big ordeal, so Huakai still you have to wait until the chi luck value is close to 200 before you can use it. Now the family battle is almost out, and the 4th uncle may be difficult to cope with the crisis. Family Secret Realm Space. The 100th loyalty point in the list has reached 93 points. Many unfamiliar names have appeared to let Huakai know that Wahiabao is developing well now. Only 19 of the 52 caravans have not yet entered the family list, and Yujun's loyalty value inexplicably reached 93 points in the past few days, and he came to the 99th place in the family list. He might not be able to leave Wahiapu in his loyalty in this life. On this day, the Guangxian commercial group came to Jinan Guoli City, which is the 2nd largest city in Jinan, with a population of over 20,000. The Wahia caravan sold 2 cylinders of fine wine here, and the horse market added 3 horses and is about to upgrade. Huakai has always wanted to buy a horse that is about to be upgraded like a flame, so that upgrading to a BMW Huakai can earn hundreds of gold at one time. It's a pity that horses with more than 60% experience are very difficult to meet, and you can only wait until the grassland to see if you can meet them. Other caravans in Guangxian noticed that the Wahia caravan had to buy horses wherever it went. The explanation given by the Wahia was just in case on the road. There were more horses in rotation and the carts were on the way quickly, because it was the first time that the Wahia went so far. No one cares about the long way. In Licheng, according to the arrangement, another day can be rested. Huakai breaks through 4 strong horses. In this way, the Wahia caravan has 1 BMW, 31 steed horses and 4 strong horses. Every heavenly horse can almost be rotated to pull the cart. That night, Huakai told everyone about the 3 kingdoms. Yu Jun stayed as usual and did not leave. He needed to ask Huakai about some story settings that he couldn't understand. As a novelist, Yu Jun listened to novels not just for the sake of being cool, he was always there. Learn the core things and expression skills in the novel with your heart. Grandpa, I will move to Yujun's small tent these days. The 2 of us need to discuss novels. I moved to the small tent and will be back in about 3 days. Huakai said to the grandfather outside the tent. Let Yu Jun come to our main tent. If you need a few of us, you can avoid it. Hua Xing knew that Huakai might want to let Yu Jun enter the secret realm, which shows that Yu Jun's loyalty has been recognized by Huakai. I can't view the family secret realm space family directory, nor can I directly view a person's loyalty, but I can feel that Yu Jun has been completely sent to the Chinese family. That's okay. Huakai thinks about it. Grandpa, Wu Shu, Wu Fu butler and father and son have all entered the secret realm space, and there is no need to hide from them anymore. When Yu Jun heard this, he seemed to feel that Huakai might have to tell him some secrets. He was always wondering why there were so many stories in Huakai's mind. This time, he was wrong. In the evening, Yu Jun came out of the physical training secret realm. His physique has reached 46 points. Realm has risen to level 3 of the Qi training realm. He has become one of the strongest masters in the Hua family like Hua Xing. Yu Jun came out of the secret realm and is loyal and faithful. Raised 2 o'clock to 96 o'clock, this is basically a lifelong loyalty to the Hua family. After Yu Jun tried all the secret realms in the following days, his attributes changed drastically. Yu Jun, level 7 of Qi practicing realm. Qualification, A. Physique, 46. Strength, 49. Will, 57. Novelist, student. Mind method, introduction to basic copywriting skills Tien level low level mind method. Marksmanship, sword technique, Xuanya intermediate marksmanship, Xiaocheng. Loyalty, 97. The strength of Yu Jun, who entered the late stage of Qi training realm, has undergone earth-shaking changes, especially his will reach 57 points, which allows him to understand his martial skill, and the writing of the novel has gained a great ascension. The Guangxian commercial group entered the territory of Zhongshan country after passing through Licheng. Zhongshan is a medium-sized country. Although it is not a powerful country, it has independent sovereignty and is not ruled by Qi like Jinan. After Huakai entered Zhongshan state, he saw that the terrain and environment here were quite different from those of Qi state. It belonged to Jizhou, and the mountains became the main body here. The Wahia caravan followed the Han family into Zhongshan state after rigorous scrutiny. The road into Zhongshan country began to become rugged. Many official roads were only 1 car wide. The official roads were overgrown with weeds, but they were all scattered stones. Horse-drawn carriages had to be careful to pass safely. Business started to become difficult. The route of the business group started to go north. To cross the Dongling Mountains, the Zhongshan country is the best way. Huakai couldn't stand the bumps while sitting in a carriage equipped with shock absorbers. He would often get out of the carriage with his team members. Walk, but cannot leave the caravan area. Grandpa has gotten busier these days. Many times he has to ride out the flames after eating at noon. You can see all kinds of wild beasts everywhere. The roadblocks also had to be cleared in advance. No, the caravan ahead stopped again. Patriarch, the Han family caravan was passing by the mountain road ahead, and a carriage accidentally fell down the ravine. The Han family is organizing personnel to go down the ditch to carry the fallen goods. Zhuang went to the front to find out why the Han family stopped and came back. Head to Huakai later. We are close to some and don't be too far away. Wu Shu, I saw a lynx there just now and kept looking at us. You take someone to drive it away. Huakai said to Wu Shu next to him, stopping for a long time. The beasts would gather, and the lynx seemed to be a savage beast, so Huakai asked Wu Shu to take action. Uncle Wu took a few people out and came back soon, holding a few barren beast corpses in his hands. The lynx had been driven away, and everyone stopped to rest. A carriage of the Han family fell into a ravine and was smashed. The 2 cylinders of wine were gone and only some silk and fine cloth were rescued. Several stones of fine salt were not found. This loss is normal for every caravan. Grandpa returned to the caravan and said that it would be very difficult for the carriage to go through when the road collapsed. This wild ravine is everywhere in danger. Huakai sent 10 team members to Wufu to lead the team to help. Wu Shu led people to sort out the rocks and weeds on the side of the road. Today, he will set up camp here. Yu Jun himself asked to go around. Everyone must check the surrounding environment if they want to stay here for one day. Huakai brought a strong horse into the main tent of On before lunchtime, and he planned to upgrade the horses. Wahia caravan still has 4 strong horses to be upgraded. Today's stop for a day is just an opportunity. Huakai intends to upgrade all the strong horses. Hearing that, Wei Dadu said that after Zhongshan State, all the horses will become grasslands. When the time comes, the Wahia horses will be much better able to deal with accidents. 7%. Chapter 43. The business groups that have passed Jinan are different depending on where they go. Most of them don't take the same road, but when everyone enters Linhu country, they will gather in Shengle City, which represents the country. There is a trivial zone between Shengle City and Linhu State, where the mountain roads are vertically and horizontally complex and are called Panlong 18 Bend. Many ordinary people gather here, making it the northernmost humanized area of the Central Plains. After being blocked by the mountain ditch for one day, the Guangxian commercial group forcibly reinforced more than 200 meters of mountain roads, which allowed the commercial group to pass safely. In the past few days, Wakai has also sent his loyal ascension to 93 and can enter the family list one by one in the family secret realm space trial. His family luck value has been hovering at around 150, and he can't give it to Grandpa. Refining Ming Moon Spear. By the time Jinzhou City of Zhongshan Kingdom, it was March 17th. Zhongshan country is much stronger than the small countries to which Qi country belongs. Their capital, Jinzhou City, is a great city with a population of more than 200,000. It is already considered a big city in this world. Because Zhongshan is mountainous, the people here like to raise sheep, so there are stalls selling mutton everywhere in and outside Jinzhou City. The Wahia caravan has no goods to sell in Zhongshan. Now it has almost passed the Dongling Mountains. Huakai's remaining fine wines don't want to sell. It's not far from Linhu after entering the country. The caravan now doesn't need to be reduced. It's heavy. Because it's not far from the grassland, the horse market in Jinzhou City is also very large. Huakai went around the horse market to buy 6 strong horses. If it weren't for the 5th uncle, he might buy more. The horses are upgraded so that the Hua family has 39 horses. It seems that the 52 people of the Huns will not be able to ride horses together. It was the first time for Huakai to see this big city in the world when it was in Jinzhou City, because he had seen too many modern big cities in his previous life, which didn't feel much to him. I was full of interest. I saw a medicinal material shop and planned to enter to see what kind of elixir can be bought, but I saw that I had 146 taels of gold left in my own space. Starting from Jinzhou City in Zhongshan country and continuing north, the road gradually becomes smoother. The original distance of more than 40 miles a day can easily walk more than 70 miles every day. In addition to telling stories to everyone, Huakai enters people with needs every day. Family secret realm space in the trial. There are more and more late-stage personnel in the Wahia Kaiyuan realm, and everyone sees Huakai more and more respect. From Jinzhou City to Guangling City in the northernmost part of Zhongshan Kingdom, the Guangxian business group walked for 9 days. After Guangling City, it began to enter Daguo. Daguo is a sovereign country like Zhongshan, but it has a small area and a small population. It is less than 100,000, which is weaker than the Jinan state to which Qi state belongs. The land here is gentle and there are dense forests and vast grasslands everywhere. People farm and graze here. This is a society between fixed farming and nomadism. The folk customs are relatively aggressive. Huakai saw that many ordinary people here have the strength of body tempering, can be much stronger than Zongyuan. Even so, they became very enthusiastic when they saw the caravan coming. Although they also farmed their own land, the food production could not be compared with the Central Plains due to the weather. Many times they needed to buy food and necessary supplies from the southern caravan. Life supplies. Huakai passed several villages and sold some common supplies. Along the way, Huakai has seen many different folk cultures in many places. Because Daguo is located in the north of the Dongling Mountains, there are much fewer wild animals than Zhongshan country. The villages outside the city are denser and they will hide in the city temporarily during the winter. Therefore, they are good at martial arts, and the construction of villages outside the city is very simple. Huakai discovered the profession of serf here. Daily country belongs to the Jin country. For nearly 100 years, the Jin country has not had the power to be competent as a monarch. The countries to which it belongs have begun to self-control. This generation country is one of them. The raids of the grassland tribes such as Mongolia and Mongolia gradually turned into a semi-nomadic manner. These serfs were captured by defeating the invaders. Of course, Lin Huguo would have captured more captives on behalf of the country. The countries of the grasslands and the central plains, for so many years the battle has never stopped. When you reach the grassland, you will find what is called the weak or prey to the strong. Wei turned his head and saw the Hua family carefully watching the serfs in the distance, and explained to him. Huakai also knew that the countries of the central plains including Qin, Wei, Yan, and Zhao often fought against the grassland countries, but no one told him where the ordinary people who were captured ended up going. From the southern border of the Dai Kingdom to Shengle City in the northwest, Wei Beidu has been telling the Hua family about the situation in the grassland countries. After Huakai heard that dealing with many tribes requires a battle against each other, he finally learned that the northern nomads, the fierceness of the tribe, because they have no place to settle, they have to protect the tribe's livestock in order to survive. They cannot do without strong strength. The battle between the Central Plains countries and the grassland tribes is mainly to defend the city. It is basically possible to defend the city with 3 times the defending army, and 10 times the force to dare to fight against each other in the field. This is the reason why the grassland lacks precious wood weapons. Therefore, it is necessary to communicate with the grassland tribes. If you don't sell their things, they can only come to grab them. If you don't leave Wahiapu, you don't know how prosperous the city is, and if you don't leave Qi, you don't know how vast the world is. In this world, why do many princes from aristocratic families travel to various countries? Why do you seldom stay in one place for a long time? If you don't travel to many countries, you will not be able to ascension. If you lead a large family to go further. The closer to Daguo Shengle City, the more caravans on the road. Shengle City is not very big, but seeing the countless business groups stationed outside the city, you know how important this city is. Daguo stationed more than half of the country's troops here, and the city wall of Shengle was as high as 10 meters, which was not much worse than the average capital. As the last city to enter the grassland, there is a big market outside Shengle City, where all kinds of goods are piled together. Huakai also saw some caravans dressed as Linhu people come here to buy things, but the price of the goods is already here. 3 times more than the city of Guangxian. Huakai also saw that there are many elixir and strange stones peddled here, but many of them are genuine and very rare. Inquired about the prices of a few treasures, none of which Huakai could buy. He decided that if he made money in the Zongnu country this time, he must purchase something here. The grassland is vast and sparsely populated, and elixir and all kinds of strange stones are more common than those in Central Plains. Huakai saw in the market people from the Lindsay City business group asking for prices at the strange stones and elixir stalls. These things are generally not used by ordinary families. Most of the funds for the family to maintain their own prosperity are used here. After staying in Shengle City for a day, Huakai just bought 2 strong horses. 1 strong horse only needs 80 silver, which is not too cheap. In addition, the remaining 2 strong horses of the caravan are all upgraded in one day, so that the caravan has 43 horses. With 1 BMW, enough for a family trip to the grassland. Seeing that the caravan's fodder was insufficient, Huakai went to the grain market to buy some fodder, and bought some meat and ate it in the last few days. He followed the Korean caravan to continue on the road. Now Huaz is in the 3rd position of the caravan. The first is the 7th grade Han family, and the second is the 9th grade Jia family. The 3rd place has been out for so long. The Hua family has never been out of the team for so long. In addition, Hua Xing rides a BMW several times to help. The business group resolves the potential crisis, which puts the Han family in 3rd place. Although the other families of the business group are envious, they have no opinion. Out of Shengle City, cultivation is close to the legendary Panlong 18 Bend area. Many caravans came here to become thieves, so entering Panlong 18th Bend was the first test. The Guangxian business group deliberately narrowed the distance between the caravans. Hua Xing asked Yu Jun to stay by Huakai's side to protect his safety. Who knew where an arrow would fly out and suddenly solved Huakai of life. Panlong 18 bends, Panlong 18 mountains. The roads entering Panlong Mountain are all only a carriage wide. The caravan circling along the mountain road, Huakai almost turned dizzy. Wei took out the own map to look at each place where he went. At this time, he played the role of the head and the handle. It's time. Huakai's first business trip is still in the learning stage. Wei Hong on different mountain roads will tell the Hua family about the arrangement of team personnel, how to deploy personnel, and everyone can quickly get together in danger, how to allocate high battles to deal with possible arrivals of various sneak attacks. On the first day, Panlong 18 Bend Guangxian commercial group only walked for 30 miles. When the sun set, they stopped in a small village on the roadside. It is also rare that there can be a small village here. Huakai has never showed up but Wufu, the housekeeper, negotiated with the village. They paid 20 silver to get a yard, where 18 carriages can be put down, and everyone doesn't have to live in a tent tonight. Huakai saw that there were not many old people and women in this village, and none of the children. The villagers were very strong. Huakai used true eye to see that there was no one below body tempering. There were 2 villagers. It even reaches the pneumatic environment. In the evening, Hua Xing came back and arranged half of the staff to watch the night. He, Yu Jun, Wu Shu, and Wufu Butler all needed 2 people to rotate. After entering the village, the night watch was more vigilant than camping and patrolling in the wild. Patriarch, you don't know what kind of good people can be here in Ankyun. They now look like docile people. They suddenly become bandits when they pick up weapons if they can't tell. How can ordinary people be in Panlong 18th Bend? Life goes on. Not only will there be a large number of wild beasts here, but also beware of people with different minds. Wei Hong explained to him that Wakai was puzzled. Then why do we have to spend money to live here? Can we just camp out and live? Wakai asked. The people who live here must be guarded against in this village. I don't know what they are resisting when they leave the village. There are barren beasts everywhere in the 18th Bend of the Dragon. At least it is safer near the village. The leader of the village has already seen my strength today. I believe you won't take it easy on us. Patriarch, you can take a good rest in the evening. Hua Fu said. Hua Kai needs more sleep than an adult at the age of 13, and his physical strength is worse than that of an adult. Therefore, the family has been taking care of Huakai, but they didn't know that Huakai had a special mentality of the god level, and he would be energetic by sleeping 2 hours a day. Nothing happened in the night. The next day Huakai heard that the Guangxian family caravan was patronized by a strongman last night. 1 person died in the caravan and 2 little cargo was lost. Finally, he left because he asked the Han family for help. Robbers also look at their targets. Without strong strength, it is like last year's Wahiapu only had 2 aerodynamics. Passing Panlong 18th Bend is like walking on thin ice. The 52 people accompanying the Wahia caravan this year are basically Kaiyuan or above. Moreover, there are only 18 vehicles, which is not what the robbers are looking for. Following the Han family caravan, the Hua family's troubles were indeed reduced a lot. In the following days, we often heard the news that the caravan was attacked. The Tai family in Guangxian County was robbed of most of the goods. The accompanying Pneumatic Realm family owners almost died and entered. At Panlong 18th Bend, some caravan leaders found the Hua family, hoping to be sheltered by the Hua family at night. In the end, Hua Kai discussed with his grandfather and agreed that the 4 caravans including Tai's family would camp and stay closer to him at night, so that Hua's family would be rescued when they were in danger. And this is what the Han family hopes. Although the Han family does not know that the Hua family also has 2 aerodynamics masters, the aerodynamics of Hua Xing can deter most thieves. The 12 caravans in Guangxian are close to possessing aerodynamics. The 4 caravans of the realm masters were stationed, so that by the 4th day, the situation could finally be better. The caravan from Guangxian County continued to set off early in the morning on the 5th day. It has been a month since everyone left home, and the 18th Bend in Panlong is the grassland. According to Wei Beidu's estimation, it will take about 3 days to leave the 18th Bend in Panlong. Han Jiasheng, the team's footsteps were also very fast today. They walked 40 miles of mountain road in the morning, and only rested for 3 hours at noon and then walked 20 miles in the afternoon. In the evening, everyone came to a place called Azure Dragon Village. Listening to the name, you know that this village is not a good crop. The village wall is 6 meters high with an area of more than 200 acres. Huakai entered Azure Dragon Village and found that the population here has reached more than 500 people. This place belongs to Panlong 18. In the most dangerous area at the center of Bend, there are more than 500 people who can't farm and graze here. Just thinking about it with their heels, they know what life they rely on. Huakai entered the village to look at the fierce-faced villagers, and after investigating their attributes, he discovered several pneumatic masters. Perhaps the entire Guangxian business group is not an opponent of Azure Dragon Village. The Wahia caravan entered Azure Dragon Village and paid 50 silver. The price was enough for the caravan to live in an ordinary place for a week. After entering the Azure Dragon Village, Wahia was assigned to a broken wooden house. Obviously there was no one in this wooden house for a long time. Living. The Tai family and other 4 families also live near the Hua family. They came to Huakai's main account as soon as it was dark to discuss the night patrol. The Hua family divided the 5 owners into 2 groups. One group was led by grandfather Hua Xing and 5th uncle Hua Zichen, and the other group was led by Yu Jun and housekeeper Hua Fu. Not many, they all traveled to the Zongnu country or even farther away. Most of the valuables they brought were salt, silk, tea and other valuables. Everyone had to be very careful. 8%. Chapter 44. Everyone in the Hua family put their weapons next to their pillows at night. Apart from sending half of them to patrol, someone in the house had to be awake and guarded, so that they would sneak into the house at night when they encountered each other. It is rare for Huakai to have no cultivation Big Dream View Idi's mental technique tonight, and Big Dream View Idi's cultivation will automatically enter deep sleep. If you can't wake up in danger, it will be a big trouble. In the first half of the night, grandfather Hua Xing led a team to patrol. The caravan's rest yard was quiet and silent. In the second half of the night, Hua Kai was cultivating Jingxinju, and he heard Yu Jun shouting, "There are thieves," outside the house. Everyone in the Hua family hurriedly got out of the bed, picked up the weapons around them and ran outside the house. As soon as Hua Kai got up, he heard a sound of killing outside the house. "Second Zhuang, you stay to protect Kair, and others will support me." Hua Xing went out with weapons after speaking. Hua Kai knew that this was not a time to be aggressive, and he quietly waited for the result of the diplomatic war in the house. Holding a weapon with a nervous face and guarding Hua Kai's side. After a few minutes, Hua Kai heard the sound of killing shouts getting louder and louder outside the house. He lay on the crack in the wooden wall and looked out. He saw that Yu Jun was fighting with a master of aura, who had reached the 8th floor of the cultivation base. But the dangers of being crushed are all around. The Baijia of Zuzi has a super strong will to learn. Compared with the same rank, it is not a star or a half. Seeing that the enemy is about to fail, a long spear pierced the thief in the blink of an eye. In the chest, Hua Zichen looked at the thieves who had fallen to the ground, turned his head and killed the other thieves beside him. The enemy had no idea that the Hua family caravan would be so powerful. Wu Shu and Grandpa killed another Qi training bandit. At this time, the master of the Han family had already arrived. At this time, the bandit quickly evacuated when the situation was gone. The Han family saw that there was no further chase here, and the crisis was lifted in this way. Surprisingly, the Hua's house was attacked. Azure Dragon Village and other caravans lived in quiet areas, and no one came to support them. After Hua Xing, Yu Jun, Hua Zichen returned to the room, Tais and other 4 houses the owner of the house also walked in. "Grandpa, the enemy has retreated." Hua Kai asked. "It's all gone. There are 4 Qi training realms here tonight and let us kill 3. I believe the other party also knows how powerful we are, and I dare not think about us anymore." Hua Xing's clothes were stained with blood. Red, these bandits are extremely fierce. He killed more than 10 tonight. I saw someone from the Han family just now came to support. Why did we leave so quickly? How about our casualties? Hua Kai asked. This is Panlong 18th Bend. We shall assume that this has not happened tonight. When the Han family sees that our crisis has been resolved, we will leave. Only a few of our families were injured and none were killed, but all 4 of them have casualties. This time, your 5th uncle killed 3 masters of the other aura in a row, which made us lose so little. Hua Xing couldn't help but look at the youngest son behind him. He used to compete with Hua Zichen in the martial arts field, but Hua Zichen was suppressed. He didn't expect him to be so powerful when he was actually fighting. Yu Jun also looked at Hua Zichen with a cautious expression. As the tallest in Wahiapu realm, he failed to kill the opponent's Qi training stage tonight. All enemy masters died under Hua Zichen's gun. It gave him a new understanding of Hua Zichen. The opponent seemed to have released a shadow when they were fighting just now, which confuses the bandit. He didn't see clearly just now when it was dark, but Yu Jun knew if he met Hua Zichen. Probably not the opponent. Hua Zichen stood beside Hua Kai without any blood on his body. Hua Kai saw that his righteous aura had dropped by more than 30 points. Just now, he used his righteous aura and supernatural powers to quickly kill 3 masters in the aura. This state cannot be sustained. The Han family just told me to deal with the corpse quickly. We will go on a normal trip tomorrow. I will quickly drop the corpse with Wafu Butler. Chenner, you go to settle the wounded, and Yu Jun, you are here to protect Kyer from leaving the room. Hua Xing left with Wafu and Tai's 4 family members, and after a while Wu Shu came back to report the results of the statistics tonight. 5 people in Wahiapu were injured, one of them was seriously injured, more than 30 people were injured in the other 4 caravans, and 6 people died. This is not a small loss for them. In addition, 26 bandits were killed, of which 3 were in the Qi training realm and 4 were in the Qi training realm. This shows that the opponent is not weak. However, the collection of spoils was very pitiful. Except for more than 30 weapons, there was nothing else. Grandpa returned after processing the corpse in the middle of the night, but the Azure Dragon village didn't even bother. Huakai couldn't understand how the Azure Dragon village fell to the ground. On the next day, everything went as usual as if nothing happened. After leaving the Azure Dragon village business group, the injured people in the Wahia caravan were arranged to stay on the carriage without any work for a few days. After the dressing last night, they were all fine, except for the seriously injured, they had to lie down on the carriage. For some time, other people can be alive and kicking again within a few days. The other 4 are not so easy. They have Tilly cremated the deceased in the family. After taking some ashes back home, they must be given to the family of the deceased. Those who are seriously injured must occupy a carriage position, and those who are slightly injured cannot get out of the cart. They are 4 caravans. The goods can only be stacked on a few carriages, but this is very dangerous at Panlong 18th Bend. After walking for more than an hour in the morning, Huakai saw that the 4 caravans were a little unable to move. In order to leave the Azure Dragon village quickly, the Han family walked a little faster in the morning. At this time, the butler Wafu came to Huakai. What happened to Grandpa Fu? I was a little unhappy to see that Grandpa came back just now. When Huakai saw his grandpa and the first emergency team passing by the Wahia caravan just now, he whispered something to the Wafu butler. Well, in the morning, the 4 caravans including Tai's family found the master and said that we hope we can help them take care of some of the wounded. Our carriage is stable and suitable for the wounded. The master did not agree. Hua Fu said. The Chinese caravan has already sold 8 large tanks of fine wine, and it is very easy to vacate 4 carriages. It is reasonable to say that it is nothing to help them, but in this environment, it becomes difficult for everyone to protect themselves. Who wants to take a few serious injuries? Patient. Sitting on the carriage, Wakai still thought about the 4 caravans wounded by the Tai family behind him. Judging from the bumps in their carriage in this mountain, if the carriage goes down like this, those who are seriously injured are likely to be even Panlong 18. He couldn't pass the bend. At this time, Wakai stopped him when he saw his grandfather walking on his horse. What's the matter with Kyer? Hua Xing spent decades in Guangxian County. After all, the 4 wounded had fought with the Hua family. Now Wakai ignores him and feels some guilt. After all, life is a serious matter. Grandpa, I just thought about it. The 4 caravans including the Tai family asked us to help transport the wounded. I think I can help. Hua Kai said. Grandpa knows that you are soft-hearted, but it's not good to be soft-hearted when doing business abroad. If we don't have a bottom line to help others, others will not appreciate us, but may think that our family is easy to talk. This has become our weakness. Hua Xing teaching Hua Kai said. We can put forward our conditions. For example, when our family needs it, they send a family expert to help us once, as long as it is within their ability. Hua Kai said softly. Hua Xing knew what Hua Kai was going to do at once. He thought for a while and nodded lightly. Grandpa knows that you are not a reckless person, but the bandits in Huchuo Mountain are far more complicated than you think. Even if we can find where their lair is, as long as they feel invincible and fled into the mountains, we won't take them. Hua Xing reminded his grandson. Grandpa, I know, tell each of the 4 families that we can help them take care of the 2 seriously injured, but the people who take care of the wounded have to be sent by them. I can provide meals for the wounded, and they must go back when the seriously injured can go to the ground and follow the team. Hua Kai said to Grandpa. Grandpa personally brought the words to the 4 caravans behind him. The Hua family helped them take care of the wounded. It was equivalent to saving the 2 main members of their family. Hearing Hua Xing's request, the 4 families fully agreed, saying that as long as their family has the ability, the Hua family will send family pneumatic masters to help when needed. The Hua family stopped and vacated 4 carriages to wait for the arrival of the wounded from the 4 caravans. Hua Kai ordered Wei to turn his head to make people fire. He planned to cook some spiritual rice porridge for several seriously injured people. There is no special cure for Hua Kai. They died when they first came, so they would do bad things with their kindness. The last time I bought a few kilograms of Lingmi Hua Kai from the Jiguo market, I have been carrying it with me. The spiritual qi is sufficient for the wounded to absorb. In addition to his own severely injured person, Hua Kai gave it to 9 severely injured people. Wei took the first 40 grains of ling rice. About 4 grains of ling rice were just 1 or 2. These 40 grains were worth 1 catty. As the porridge was being cooked, the fragrance of lingmi floated into the air, and everyone in the Hua family couldn't help taking a few deep breaths. The value of this ling rice in Guangxian County is equal to that of gold, and it is even more scarce here. Although everyone doesn't know what is being cooked, they leaned in enthusiastically. What are you doing? Go aside. This is a life-saving thing for the seriously injured. Hua Kai said as he took out a few kilos of brutal beast meat from behind him. It was the brutal beast meat that he didn't have much space, and it was fresh after taking it out. It was also chopped into pieces with a knife and put into the pot. When the smell of ling rice and wild beast meat was the most fragrant, the Tai family caravan finally came. They thanked again and again for leaving the 2 most injured wounded, and then everyone was reluctant to give up in the rich smell of meat and rice. Left. The Hua family stopped in order to wait for the injury and cook ling rice for the seriously injured to save their lives. They will soon be able to catch up with their footsteps, but the Tai family dare not rest. They may be caught if they can't keep up with the Han family's footsteps. Disuse. When the last wounded arrived, Hua Kai saw that one of the wounded was about to die. He hurriedly had the wounded put on the ground and ordered the butler to squeeze out a few drops of blood. Although the blood of the Wafu butler did not have the effect of quickly recovering from the injury, but at least it can save lives at the most critical moment, with a weak recovery effect. After eating lingmi for 9 seriously injured people, the eyebrows of those who were frowning with pain seemed to stretch a lot. The remaining lingmi porridge Hua Kai was given to the 4 lightly injured family members, which was conducive to their recovery. Seeing that the 8 newly arrived seriously injured people were in a stable condition, and they could still accept the caravan walking on the carriage, Hua Kai ordered the caravan to hurry. The addition of 8 injured people did not have much impact on the pace of the Wahia caravan. When it was time to rest at noon, Hua Kai surpassed the caravan that walked in front of him in the morning and returned to the 3rd position of the caravan. In the next few days, the Guangxian commercial group did not encounter any more problems. The several wounded in the care of the Hua family were slowly out of danger. Hua Kai gave all the seriously wounded 1 tael of ling rice and 1 tael of wild animal meat every day. Let all the severely wounded recover their injuries every day. By the time everyone walks out of Panlong Mountain on April 10th, there are already 4 wounded who can get out of the car and walk on their own, so they must return to their caravan. Seeing the unwilling look in the eyes of the wounded when they left, Hua Zichen had no idea that his nephew was too kind. Thinking carefully about the matter of coming to Hua Kai to eat lingmi savage beasts for other caravan team members, the Hua family only paid 10 gold less than lingmi and savage beasts, and these seriously injured players returned to their team. What would they say to the Hua family? How dare the 4 families ignore the Hua family? After returning to Guangxian, Hua Zichen believes that it won't take long for this incident to spread to all parts of Guangxian. In the future, the Hua family will not only need to be recommended and evaluated by the Han family, but also need the approval of most families and families in Guangxian. This move is indeed high. Hua Zichen is not the only member of the Wahia caravanserai with this kind of thinking. With the improvement of the injuries of the patients in the Wahia caravan, their attitude towards Wahiapu has changed. The internal martial arts family also respected this. After nearly 10 days of Panlong's 18th bend, when everyone found out that they had come out, they all shouted happily. In front of them was an endless prairie. In the distance of the prairie were rows of gray yurts. I saw soldiers on horseback everywhere. Seeing the arrival of the merchant group, a pair of hundreds of cavalry regiments came to the Guangxian merchant group. They checked the identity of the Han family, and then looked at the guides of the other 11 companies that were accompanying them, and checked all the goods. They let it go. When entering the grassland, the field of vision became endless, the roads were all flat, the carriages ran up and down the avenue very briskly. Huakai heard the warm cheers of everyone. Wei took his head and found Huakai again at this time. He told Huakai that Linhu was actually not a country. It was composed of 4 large tribes. The Aohan tribe that Hua had visited before was one of the 4 Linhu tribes and belonged here. The nearest large tribe, they are still about 400 miles away from the Aohan tribe, which means that they only walked 1,600 miles for a total of 5,000 miles. To Wakai's comfort, the speed of the carriage in the prairie ascension has more than doubled, and the Wahia caravan can rotate with 2 horses to pull the cart. The caravan runs fast, and the distance of 1 hour and 30 miles is not a problem. And on the grassland, you don't have to worry about being ambushed by bandits. If there is a horse thief, you will be fine as long as you run fast and not be overtaken. If you are caught up, you can hold your position and not be attacked by the opponent. So everyone feels relieved here. The caravan moved quickly on the grassland. 8%. Chapter 45. The Linhu grassland is completely different from the grassland of Daguo. The sky and blue here can see either the sky or the grassland. Here you are like a deep and boundless ocean submerged by clean sea water. The mood of the whole person is very different. Become incredibly invigorating. After walking in Linhu grassland for more than 60 miles, the horses were all sweating. The Han family banner in front of them stopped. The caravans behind Huakai are no longer visible, but everyone is not afraid of what will happen to them. Son, because this is one of the main trade routes of the Aohan tribe, there can be no big horse thieves nearby. Wahiabao also followed the Han family to find a piece of grass to camp. He was surrounded by the tents of the Han and Jia caravans. It was an honor for the Hua family to be alone with them. Without waiting for the caravan to arrive, Wakai saw the leader of the Jia family approaching. The Jia family usually has nothing to do with the Hua family. Their leader, Wakai, was seen last time. He is a master of Qi training in the 4th level. I heard from my grandfather that he seems to be the little brother of the head of the Jia family, one of the core figures of the Jia family. I have seen the Jia family leader. Wakai responded to the family with the courtesy he should have. Haha, the host of the Hua family is not more polite. This year the business group has the Hua family and everyone has a lot of fun. After the 18th bend of the Panlong, it is difficult to encounter any danger in the Linhu grassland. If there is anything to do business with the Huns, no, the Hua family can come to our caravan to inquire at any time. We should support each other when we go out. The Jia family leader gets along with the Hua family on an equal basis. This is very rare. Perhaps the reason why the business group was shocked by the strength of the Hua family in Azure Dragon Jia a few days ago. Today they took the initiative to visit the Hua family caravan. Everyone in the Chinese family is very proud to see this place. This is a visit from the family, which means that the Chinese family has the strength to get along with the family on an equal footing. Does this mean that the Chinese family is very likely to become a family? It is difficult for ordinary families in this world to become an aristocratic family, but that is the most important part of moving from the bottom of society to the top. In the past, any subordinate of the Shen family could come to the Hua family to have fun, but Wakai did not dare to complain. It was very difficult for them to meet important figures in the family. Thank you, team leader Jia. The Hua family didn't understand everything about the Huns when they went to the Hun for the first time. It is infinitely grateful to have the Jia family help the Hua family. Wakai thanked him. The Jia family leader then told Huakai about the geographic location and power distribution of the 10 major tribes of the Huns, and then told him about the annual activities of the Xiaoguang County Commercial Group. These Huakai have a basic understanding of them, but they nodded their heads to express their gratitude. Afterwards, the Jia's team leader also talked about the situation and local customs of the middle tribes under the Huhan tribe. These are very important. If the caravan sends the goods to the tribes and does not understand the local customs and habits, it may suffer a lot of unnecessary trouble. Most of the goods of Jia's family are delivered to the Urad tribe 360 miles north of the Huhan tribe. The Urad tribe has a population of more than 30,000 and belongs to one of the medium tribes under the Huhan tribe. Many medium tribes around the Huhan tribe have already there is a long-term cooperative relationship with various families in the Qi country. You can only try your luck with a few small tribes with thousands of people. Most of them will not do business with you when you go to a middle-level tribe. The Jia family leader kindly explained to the Hua family. Huakai doesn't know that there is such a relationship. If they directly hand over the goods to the Huhan tribe, then the profit will be reduced by a half. If they go to the small and medium tribes under the Huhan tribe, most of them exchange their own tribal goods with you, so that the profit of the caravan can be much larger. The Jia family knows if we are going to find a middle-level tribe to trade. How do we know if these tribes have a fixed trade partner? Huakai took the opportunity to ask. These things are generally the secrets of the caravans, not the most. A good relationship will not be revealed by the other party. Medium tribes are not absent. There is a medium tribe 200 miles north of the Urad tribe, and most caravans can't go there. I think the Chinese caravans are on a good footing. There are many troubles in business. The Jia family leader carefully explained to Huakai how to establish a trade relationship with a tribe. If the caravan who does not understand hastily enters the unfamiliar tribe, they may be attacked by the other party. Huakai's portable space also carries a lot of refined salt, brocade, sugar, and refined tea. It will definitely be discovered by the Han family if you shoot in the Huhan tribe. The Huhan tribe is the partner of the Han family. The Wahia caravan is best able to go farther away, so that the secret of the caravan's own goods will not be discovered. At lunchtime, a group of cavalry from the Huhan tribe passed by the Wahia caravan. From now on, a large number of caravans will come to Linhu grassland. The Huhan tribe will have a cavalry squad patrol along the official road every day to ensure smooth and safe passage of caravans. When the Han, Jia, and Hua caravans had all finished their lunch and settled down and rested, the other caravans of the Guangxian commercial group rushed over. The merchants on the grassland have higher requirements for horses. Although the distance here is a flat grassland, the speed of horses will be very slow if their feet are not strong, so all caravans will be repaired in the Aohan tribe after Panlong 18th Bend. Today at noon, Huakai's Three Kingdoms has been talked about for more than a month. It has been said that Zhuge Liang outwitted Hanzhong and Cao A hides his troops from the valley. Everyone already fully understands why Huakai's story is called Three Kingdoms. The monarchs of these three countries do things. The styles are different, but they are all ambitious and talented. As Huakai was talking, he felt that the content of today's story was particularly profound in his heart. In many places, he added some small plots to the original story, which seemed more in line with the world. Suddenly he heard the long-lost system prompt sound. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the basic copywriting skills and achieving a realm. Physical fitness +2, vigor +2, and artistic conception +2. Huakai was talking and couldn't help. It's been a long time since he received the system prompt. He felt that his whole body suddenly warmed. The basic copywriting skills worked on its own, and the whole person was sublimated all at once. The common mental method is different, just getting started with all attributes +2, and check the own attribute panel. Huakai. Body tempering on the 8th floor. Qualification. D. Physique. 18. Strength. 20. Will. 25. Novelist. Student. Mind method novelist basic copywriting skill TN level low level mind method Xiaocheng. Mind method. Meditation Ju yellow order advanced mind method consummation. Marksmanship. Split air spear yellow level advanced marksmanship Dacheng. Special mind method. Introduction to the idea of big dream view God level. Special skill. Real eye cannot be upgraded. In just over a month, I have practiced the Tianxian mind method basic copywriting skills to a small level. In fact, Huakai usually does not deliberately cultivation basic copywriting skills, just conceive it every time I need to tell a story. At night big dream view thinking carefully about the setting of the whole novel, this mentality has become so small. A 13-year-old student said that most people may not believe that Huakai's will has reached 25 points. Without considering the fact that his body has not grown, Huakai will have the power to fight against ordinary early-stage masters in the Kaiyuan realm. K. What's wrong with you? Rest for a while when you're tired. Hua Xing asked when he saw his grandson stop not to speak. Grandpa, I'm fine. Let's keep talking. Yu Jun and Hua Zichen clearly saw the changes in Huakai, which are the traces of the breakthrough of the mind. Looking at the breadth of Huakai, it is clear that the students have already made a breakthrough realm. Yu Jun couldn't hide his joy, but Hua Zichen showed the expression of seeing a ghost. Since Huakai didn't say it, of course the two of them wouldn't mention it. After the story is finished, everyone left. Huakai began to feel the difference after breakthrough in basic copywriting skills. He felt that a new story was formed in his mind. Naturally, they can feel the degree of fit between the storyline and the main line, so that they can quickly arrange the most suitable mainline plot for their own novels. This heavenly mental method is obviously born for writing books, and as long as his novels can, there is a deep meaning to show, and he can feel the slight increase of own true chi. After resting for 4 hours in the afternoon, the Han family only started to hit the road when the sun was slanting west. The time has entered mid-April. The noon sun in the Linhu grassland is already very harsh. Because the grassland is not blocked by mountains and forests, the temperature difference between morning and evening is relatively large. In the following few days, the Guangxian business group will drive in the morning and evening, and stop to rest at noon when the sun is shining. At noon 4 days later, Huakai finally saw the Aohen tribe. The Aohen tribe is the nearest large tribe in the Linhu grassland to the Central Plains. The tribe has a population of more than 100,000 and has more than 30,000 combatable soldiers. It has hundreds of small and medium tribes and is one of the 4 major tribes in the Linhu grassland. Huakai once imagined how powerful the grassland tribe was, but when he saw the Aohen tribe from a long distance, he was still shocked. The Aohen tribe stretches for dozens of miles and they are all specially made tents in the Linhu grassland. These tents are made of coarse cloth and decorated with brocades on the outside. They look very beautiful from a distance. Not far away, neat rows of cavalry horses passed by the Guangxian Commercial Corps. The number was roughly 3,000. Huakai found that their lowest strength was the body tempering late stage, and the Kaiyuan state accounted for more than half. Approaching the Aohen tribe, a small group of cavalry led the Han family in front of the Guangxian merchant group. The Chinese caravan followed the Han family's banner and slowly entered the tribe. The herdsmen here smiled at them when they saw a caravan coming. Huakai followed the caravan through hundreds of yurts, only then came to a huge market. The Wahia caravan in this market is no stranger. In previous years, the Wahia always delivered goods here even if it reached the target. Therefore, after separating from the Guangxian business group, the Wahia became more familiar than other caravans. The Han family will stay here for 3 days. They will definitely go to the horse market to buy horses. Go to the Zongnu, all rely on horsepower. If the caravan cannot walk 100 miles in a day, it will be very difficult to reach the Zongnu. Hua Xing introduced to Huakai what the caravan needs to know, and at the same time took everyone to set up a tent in the exclusive area of the caravan. In this area, hundreds of acres of grassland were used by the Aohen tribe to rest and trade for the caravan. Our horses should be enough, but we can't be idle for 3 days. We will buy a few horses later. These days I have been idle just to break through, but I don't know if we can drive the horses out of the tribe. Let go, Huakai said to Grandpa. The Aohen tribe has an exclusive grazing area set aside for the caravan. You can graze as long as you spend a few taels of silver. If you come here, you have to go around and take a look. As long as you have the ability, there are a lot of opportunities to pick up and miss. Can't let it go. Hua Xing comes here every year, so he is very familiar with it, and he introduces Huakai to various situations in the market. After the caravan set up the tent, Huakai and his grandfather waited for more than a dozen people from the Hua family to go to the market. Their first stop was the horse market. The horse market of the Aohen tribe occupies half of the central market. Those herders have dozens of horses tied outside the tents. Huakai took a rough look at this kind of horse-selling tents. There are at least 1,000 tents. There are tens of thousands of horses. To see the horses, our horses are carefully selected and the prices are not expensive. We have great horses here, would you like to take a look at the guest officer? The horse owner just came over and shouted from the side. At this time, Chi and other caravans that came to the Aohen tribe have not yet arrived. Nowadays, most of the people who come to the Aohen tribe are going to the Huns, Dayu, Xiaoyu, Mongolia, the Cheng people or even big eaters. Knowing that these caravans are buying good horses, they shouted from afar. Huakai came to the tent where he said he had a good horse. The owner of the horse saw Huakai walk over happily. Look, guest officer, I have all the best horses here. These are all carefully selected strong horses. They are all raised by our ranch. The owner happily introduced the own horses to Huakai. The horses are boasting. East Huma. Tier 3 28%. Physique. 22. Speed. 24. Spirituality. 25. This is the best horse among the 20 horses sold by the other side. In addition to this horse, the other 2 horses have just reached the 3rd rank, and half of the horses in it are stray horses. This horse seller is too capable of blowing. How do you sell this horse? Huakai pointed to the best horse. This horse is just 3 years old. Look at the mouth, look at the head and long legs. It is definitely a rare top-grade horse. If you want it, you will be sold for 15 gold. The owner gritted his teeth as if he was at a loss. Arrive. If this horse is placed in Guangxian County, not to mention 15 gold, even if it is 30 pounds, some people will ask for it. But this is the Linhu grassland Aohan tribe, and this horse is worth 10 gold at most. Huakai asked about the price of the other 2 horses and one that can be upgraded to a strong horse. The price of a horse is about the same, and a strong horse costs 1 gold. Huakai did not buy this strong horse that was about to be upgraded. The horse market here is so big that there are so many horses to choose from. Suddenly, he is not so caring about these strong horses with few attributes upgrades. I've seen a few tents. Actually, the most horses here are stray horses and strong horses. It is not easy for ordinary herders to breed horses. Those who can choose to set up stalls and buy horses here are small tribal herders without caravans. There are many good horses and even BMWs in large and medium-sized tribes, but they rarely sell horses here. After turning for half an hour, Huakai finally saw a horse that barely met his requirements. East Huma. Level 3 76%. Physique. 27. Speed. 29. Spirituality. 28. The lowest physique attribute of this horse has reached 27 points. After Huakai takes it to the 3 secret realms to test at the same time, he is likely to become a BMW. The horse's main price is 45 gold, and Huakai negotiated with it for a long time to reduce the price to 38 gold. This horse can sell for more than 70 gold even if it is not upgraded by Huakai and brought back to Guangxian. 8%. Chapter 46 The Slave Market. After buying this horse with 76% experience, Huakai seemed to be lucky. A third-order 12% steed horse only needs 1 gold and 20 silver for a horse owner, but he accepts it without saying a word. Before he walked out of the stall, he saw a strong horse that was almost upgraded. The owner only needed 90 silver, and the Hua family was in the bag again. It only took 2 hours. When Huakai saw a strong horse he wanted to win again, his grandfather Hua Xing had to remind him that 14 horses had already been sold. Among the 14 horses, the best one is the third order 93%. It costs 55 gold to become a BMW with only speed. Huakai only needs to spend 1 family luck to upgrade it. The other 2 horses' experience are 76% and 74% of Tier 3 respectively. They use 38 gold and 33 gold respectively. To upgrade, you need at least 3 trials of Family Secret Realm space. In addition, the average purchase cost of 7 horses was only 1.1 gold, and the 4 strong horses were almost physique upgraded, and their speed and spirituality were very good. A total of 139 gold was spent, and Huakai had only 8 gold left on his body. No matter how much they spent, they might not be able to go to the Zongnu country. Bring the horses back to the caravan, there is still some time before dark. Huakai breaks through the horses with 93% experience of the horses he just bought, so that after he upgrades the 4 strong horses, the Wahia caravan will have 2 BMWs and 56 horses, which is enough for 3 horses to rotate. Pull a carriage. On the second day, Huakai got up early in the morning to upgrade the last strong horse. Thinking that there are so many horses on the market waiting for him to choose, Huakai feels irritated, but now he only has 8 gold left and the entire caravan is left for emergency. If he wants to buy more horses, he can only sell goods. The quality of the Zongnu horses is much better than that of Linhu, and the price is much cheaper. As long as 52 of us can get 1 horse per capita, it is enough. Hua Xing persuaded him to see that Huakai's desire to buy horses was not dead. Huakai accepted his grandfather's suggestion and decided not to go to the horse market anymore. At this time, it's better not to do anything out of the ordinary. Some people in the province noticed it and provoke hatred to the Hua family. If you don't buy a horse, you don't always stay in a tent. The next day Huakai went to the grain, cloth, tea, and salt market with his grandfather, 5th uncle, and Yu Jun to check prices. The price of ordinary goods here is about 3 times that of Guangxian City. Around, Huakai also saw that there are many elixir and strange stones for sale here. I only hate the cysts and shyness, but Huakai's jealous look is no way. When he returns home from the Zongnu country, the Guangxian business group still has to leave the Aohan tribe. Huakai only hopes that these strange stones and elixir will be returned when they come back. It rained heavily in the sky in the afternoon, and the rain was heavy, but in the afternoon the sun came out again. Wakai got out of the tent and breathed the fresh air of the grassland. Grandpa would take him to the slave market in the afternoon. The slave trade in the steppe countries is legal. The slaves of the Aohan tribe are all prisoners of war captured in tribal battles. The major tribes of the same line who country usually fight constantly. If the tribe is destroyed, all the women and children of the tribe will become the victors. Captives, even the children they gave birth. Of course, here are at most ordinary people captured by the Aohan tribe from the Central Plains. The Aohan tribe is adjacent to Wei. They often go to the border of Wei to capture the artisans and farmers of the Central Plains and come back to graze them. The people of the Central Plains are mild and rarely resist. This made the Central Plains slaves very popular in the grasslands. When he came to the slave market, Huakai was very resistant. He saw a group of thin-clothed people squatting around the tent with eyesight. The slave owner saw Huakai and others coming over and happily gave them a brief description of how good the slave was. The slave market is very large, and it is not much worse than Mashi. Huakai roughly estimated that there are more than 20,000 slaves here. Among them, most of the slaves who choose to buy slaves are from the grassland tribes. When asked about the price of slaves, ordinary Aura slaves you can buy it for only 5 taels of silver, which is not as valuable as a small calf. Arriving outside a tent, Wakai saw that the slaves here were taller, and many of them were above the body tempering level. Boss, where did your slave come from? It looks very good. Huakai took the initiative to talk to the slave owner for the first time when he went to the slave market, because he discovered that there was a young man in the group of slaves who was always I'm 15 or 6 years old, although my clothes are torn and my eyes are still a bit bright. The guest officer has good eyesight. We belong to the Kuyan tribe of the Xiaoyu state. These slaves are all captured from the Qin state. After at least 2 years of training, grazing and farming, there is no problem. If you give them weapons and let them fight for you, no problem. The slave owner happily introduced Wakai and others. How do you buy this boy? Wakai asked, pointing to the A-qualified boy. The guest officer has good eyesight. This boy is now just 16 years old and is already a body tempering 3 cultivation base. It is possible to cultivate the future to enter the pneumatic realm. If you sincerely want it, 30 gold will be given to you. The slave owner said. The 16-year-old body tempering 3 cultivation base 30 is not gold at all. Wakai looked at the young man and he did not cultivate any mental skills or martial skills. Without martial skill in mind, it doesn't mean that you can't cultivation. In this world, spiritual chi is sufficient. Even if you don't do anything at ordinary times, your strength will be slow. This price is too expensive. How about those? Wakai pointed to the stronger slaves around the boy. They are all of body tempering strength, and vaguely protected the boy in the most central position. These body tempering middle stage 15 gold, body tempering early stage 10 gold. If you really want the price, we can talk about it, but his minimum 30 gold can't be less. The slave owner pointed to the boy and said. Even if Wakai didn't want this boy, in a few days when more caravans arrived, there would be a family to buy this boy, because this kind of genius slave did not like the family. After a big circle in the slave market, Huakai found 4 slaves with qualification A and above. The main price of the slaves was probably more than 30 gold. Only an 8-year-old with a qualification was only at the 4th level, and the seller asked for it, 5 gold. Returning to the tent at night, Wakai has been unable to let go of the slaves in the market. As long as he spends dozens of gold to sell these slaves, the Wa family will have a group of pneumatic masters in a few years. If he trains carefully, he will become a Qi trainer. Both the Shantian and Shantian realms are possible. Although Qi state says that no slaves are allowed, there are caravans buying slaves to return home every year. This kind of slaves has been cultivated to be much easier to use than ordinary households. Lying in bed, Wakai kept thinking about how to prepare some money. After tomorrow, when he returned from the Zongnu country, these slaves were probably bought by other tribes or caravans. After seeing that his family luck value had risen to 197 points, Wakai remembered the elixir he saw in the medicinal material market today, and maybe he could refine some medicine pill tomorrow, so that the funds he was worried about would not be lacking. Thinking of this, Huakai decided to do it. As long as it is a little concealed, there is no problem in making a fortune in this market. In the early morning of the next day, Wakai only took Yujun to wander around the medicinal materials and strange stone markets. He quietly wrote down all the elixir, and then returned to the tent to carefully compare with the prescriptions in the family secret realm space. He found that there are as many as 6 medicine pills that can be refined with these elixir, the easiest of which is to refine. Pei Yuan Dan. Second rank Fan Dan. Refining materials required. 1 plant of 100-year-old licorice, 15 grams of blood red flower, 5 grams of auxiliary medicine velvet antler, 5 grams of chimay flower. Efficacy. To replenish the deficiency and consolidate the essence, to nourish the physical fitness of Meridian's ascension. It has the effect of ascension physical fitness and strength. It is invalid if taken above Shantian level. The family luck required for refining is worth 2 points. This Pei Yuan pill also increases physical energy. It has a great effect on both the elderly and the young. The 2-flavored elixir used by the Pei Yuan pill is relatively common in the market, and the price is low. It's less than 100 gold, and the prescription is easy to find. Huakai asked the butler to push the 2 carriages out of his tent, which meant that there was something for sale here, and soon someone would come up to ask the price of the wine. Guangxian wine in the Aohen tribe has to sell at least 6 silver per gold to be reasonable. After a while, a large jar of wine sold for more than half. At this time, a person in charge led a team of people over, and he directly asked for all the wine in the Hua family. Hua Kai knows that this is a member of the Aohen tribe. Of course, he will not sell all the wine to them. The 6-cylinder wine is sold to the other party, plus half of the cylinder that was just sold. The Wahia caravan now only has 8 cylinders of wine. Now, there is 110 gold in his hand. Let Grandpa go to the elixir market to buy all the medicinal materials needed for Pei Yuan Dan. It cost a total of 93 gold. The elixir on the grassland is much cheaper than Guangxian. If it is in Guangxian, this Pei Yuan Dan requires medicinal materials. A minimum of 300 gold is required for the collection. After getting the medicinal materials, Huakai went back to the tent and entered the family secret realm space. Pill refining room only took a few minutes, and a furnace of Pei Yuan Dan was successfully refined. This furnace Pei Yuan Dan refined 6 medicine pills, and each medicine pill has a smooth and full surface, and smells a strong medicine scent. Hua Kai called Wushu Hua Zichin and asked him to take a medicine pill to look for a buyer in the depths of the Aohen tribe. The Aohen tribe is also made up of many families. It is impossible for everyone to have a close relationship with the Han family. Because the grassland is scarce in practicing qi and mind, martial skill and mind passage are not as valued as the central plains. Therefore, Shantian masters here are particularly rare. There is no pill refining division. Therefore, medicine pill is very rare for people on the prairie. Even in large tribes, people often take elixir directly. In this way, the absorption of the medicine is low and the body often has some side effects. Hua Zichin went out and came back when it was getting dark. Medicine pill, I found a big family of Aohen tribe as you said. The other party saw that medicine pill had to try the effect before paying. Hua Zichin said and took out 200 gold. This price is the price that Huakai has carefully considered. Since leaving the family secret realm space, it has also studied medicine pill. Pei Yuandan is the most common medicine pill in the mainland. It is about 150 gold in Lindsay City. Around, the quality of Huakai's medicine pill is definitely better than ordinary medicine pill, and it's not expensive for 200 gold. There are 5 medicine pills left. Uncle Wu will take one later. In the future, the family will rely more on Wushu's combat power. You have taken Pei Yuan pill to enter the Qi training middle stage early. That's right, Hua Zichin went from the 2nd floor of the Qi practicing realm to the 3rd floor of the Qi cultivating realm in a month, and the A+ level talent was so terrifying. No, it's better to sell it to me now. With the money, we can go to the market and buy spirit pills. Then you can refine medicine pill and then give it to me. Hua Zichin has never taken medicine before. Medicine pill's legendary heaven-defying effect. He also wanted to feel it, but he thought about it and talked about it. The 5th uncle, be careful. We will take out all medicine pill today and we will leave tomorrow. I believe that even if the Han family finds anything, we will not believe that this medicine pill was refined by ourselves. Hua Kai thought about it and said. The pill refining teacher must at least practice the strength above the Qi level. If the Han family knows that the Hua family sells medicine pill, they will only think that the Hua family is working for a pill refining master, and they dare not embarrass the Hua family. Huakai handed all 5 medicine pills to Uncle Wu. He brought the gold and grandpa given by Uncle Wu to the slave market. He sold all the slaves with A or higher qualifications that he was optimistic about, and then bought 16 more B for young and strong slaves with qualifications above level. If they cultivate the mind and martial skills in the Chinese family, their combat power will quickly rise. The 200 Vajra was spent when he got it, and the fifth uncle returned to the caravan tent. K. The Niud family may suspect that we have a relationship with the pill refining division. 5 medicine pills gave 1100 gold. They also asked me if I have a medicine pill for healing. They will trade with us with horses. Hua Zichen said he took out 11 gold bricks. This 1100 gold is 110 kilograms of gold. He picked it up easily. Tomorrow is the day to leave. With 1100 Jin Huakai in his arms, he feels unbearable. He asks Yu Jun to take the gold to the elixir and Kistler market. Fortunately, everyone here lives in the market and can trade as usual at night. The most expensive medicine that Huakai asked Yu Jun to buy was called Ice Fire Dragon Scale Fruit, which is a third-rank spirit fruit. Only some special luck land Ice Fire Dragon Scale trees can grow under the cultivation of demonic beasts, so every Ice and Fire Dragon Scale fruit acquisition requires great luck. This Ice and Fire Dragon Scale fruit asks for 800 gold, which happens to be in the pill refining room, showing that the market's elixir can refine the most advanced medicine pill. Blood Dragon Pill. 7-rank Van Pill. Refining materials required. 1 main medicine Ice Fire Dragon Scale Fruit, 3 blood red flowers, 10 grams of Buddha Flame Root, 2 grams of Sand Mandala. The auxiliary medicine Beishuwu 20 grams, the Wolf Mushroom Grass 10 grams. Efficacy. Blood Qi boils throughout the body after taking it, and the physical fitness increases by 2 to 4 points within a month. Ascension is somewhat related to personal qualifications, age, and cultivation. Use caution for the infirm. The family luck required for refining is worth 7 points. This blood dragon pill refining requires 4 kinds of elixir, and there are as many as 31 kinds of side medicines. Huakai does not know whether 1100 gold can buy the herbs needed to refine the blood dragon pill. If this medicine pill can, if the refining is successful, the family's high combat strength will be able to ascension a lot, and the strength of grandfather, fifth uncle, and Yu Jun are all stuck in physique. Without asking Hua Kai to wait for a long time, Yu Jun dared to come back at noon before dinner. The value of this elixir is actually unknown to the seller. After discussing with him, Yu Jun not only sold back the medicinal materials needed for Blood Dragon Pill, but also bought 3 pairs of medicinal materials for refining Peiyuan Pill. 8%. Chapter 47. In the evening, Huakai synthesized all the medicinal materials he purchased into medicine pill, and made only 2 pieces of the blood dragon pill, which made Huakai somewhat unacceptable. Peiyuan pill produced 17 pills in total from the 3 furnaces. After thinking about the distribution of medicine pill, Huakai thought about it again. This dragon blood pill is worth thousands of gold. Grandpa's strength has reached the limit of his qualifications. It is indeed a waste to use it. Yu Jun can only be regarded as a diner of the Chinese family now. Although his loyalty has been 98 points, his realm is already Wahiabao is the strongest, and now is not the time to give him dragon blood pill. After much deliberation, only Wushu and 1 person would take blood dragon pill, and Huakai decided to take it by himself in the end. Early the next morning, the Han family came to find the Hua family caravan. Yesterday many business groups had finished repairing in the Aohan tribe and started to set off in the direction of the Zhongnu nation, and the Guangxian business group will also start on their way today. The Chinese team members had a nice breakfast at the market. After today, they had a good meal and night out. The 16 newly bought slaves have put on clean clothes today, and Huakai has not forgotten to buy a copy for the slaves for breakfast. From today on, these slaves are members of the Hua family. Hua Kai had some brilliance from the eyes of these slaves at noon, but it would be impossible for those who had been slaves for several years to return to normal without 2 years. The Wahia caravan is already dismantling the outer tents. Wei Beidu has already gone to the market to buy the concentrate for the horses for a period of time in the future. It is impossible for the horses to go to the Zhongnu country to eat grass. This medicine pill is called Pei Yuan Dan. After taking it, it can nourish the deficiency and consolidate the foundation. Ascension, physique and strength. Everyone can be divided into 1 by 1. Hua Kai looked at all the backbones of the Hua family in front of him in the main account. They include grandfather Hua Xing, butler Hua Fu, Zhuang, Wei Beidu, Yu Jun, Wushu and other 4 Chinese leaders. A total of 10 people. Huakai gave 9 medicine pills. Patriarch, the blood qi of medicine pill taken by the old slave is not stable yet. This old slave of medicine pill doesn't need it. The housekeeper Hua Fu saw that Hua Kai divided medicine pill for everyone, and said, "It's because I didn't think about it well. Grandpa Fu is different from ordinary people now. You can't keep up with blood qi, even a young guy." Hua Kai finished the account and everyone laughed. "Grandson, Grandpa won't waste medicine pill when he is old, you should give it to young people," Hua Xing said after thinking about it. "Except for the housekeeper, everyone else must take medicine pill today, except for these 9 medicine pills. I still have them here," Hua Kai said, taking back the medicine pill from Wafu housekeeper. After hearing what Hua Kai said, they happily took the Peiyuan pill, looked at it carefully in front of them, and slowly sent it to the entrance. Only Hua Zichen didn't have the Peiyuan Dan. It seemed that Hua Kai couldn't see it. After taking the medicine, it is the same as before. You are not allowed to mention everything here when you go out. Uncle Wu, wait a moment. Everyone nodded to express their understanding that all of them had a loyalty value of 98 or more, and Hua Kai was not worried that they would leak family secrets. Hua Zichen stood by and he didn't believe that Hua Kai had only forgotten himself in the end. "Uncle Wu, this medicine pill is called Blood Dragon Pill. It is more expensive than all the medicine pill you have just taken. After you take it, your body may have some side effects, but you must exercise more within this month to absorb the medicine. If you feel something abnormal in your body, try not to leave the caravan recently." Hua Zichen knew what his nephew meant, so he nodded to express understanding. After taking the blood dragon pill, Hua Zichen could feel the explosive energy in it. He gently felt the effect of medicine pill while taking the oral cavity. At this time, a burst of energy was slowly injected into his body, and he quickly ran true qi to calm and guide him. This energy is not controlled by anyone at all, it has spread to his body to refine his body. Hua Zichen's body is like a flame burning. This energy is not very strong. Hua Zichen can completely suppress it. He can feel that his body seems to be gradually strengthened. The effect of medicine pill is indeed amazing. Hua Kai also took the blood dragon pill after Wu Shu left, and it is no surprise that he will be promoted to the Kaiyuan realm within a month. Cultivation begins in the Kaiyuan realm of the general family, and the whole body's internal organs are tempered. True qi can be used at will, and the combat power will be greatly ascension. Even if Huakai's aptitude in this life is only to D no longer ascension, he will have a better understanding of the role of true qi when he enters the Kaiyuan realm a day earlier, and his strength in adulthood can be much stronger than that of the same realm. Sitting on the carriage, Huakai looked back at the market and felt a little bit dissatisfied. The little slave who paid 3 gold is now sitting next to Hua Kai, smiling at Hua Kai's mouth from time to time. "What do you think I am laughing at, little guy?" Hua Kai smiled at the little guy beside him. "Master. Master." The minion didn't laugh at the master. The little guy looked at Hua Kai and said with some fear, "Don't be afraid. What is your name and how old are you? Do you remember where your home is?" Hua Kai said in a kind tone as much as possible. Back to the master. "My name is Manu and I am 11 years old. I only remember that my tribe was called the Hulunbir Erit tribe. My father died, and my mother didn't know where I went. I went to the tribe suddenly." Speaking of, Hua Kai thought that the other party was 8 or 9 years old, but he couldn't find him 11 years old. He said that the own tribe does not have any affection with his parents. Obviously, those memories have become weak in his mind. "You are too skinny, you have to eat more in the future. Have you ever wanted to go home?" Hua Kai continued to ask. "The tribe is gone. After the master buys me, I will listen to the master's words, and the master will give the manslave a good meal, and the manslave will protect the master in the future." The child has a very bright mind. When he saw that Hua Kai was the person in charge of the caravan, he recognized him. It may be the reason why he spoke too little in the past, and he spoke a bit uncomfortably. "Haha, you don't have to call me the master in the future, you should call the family master. I'll give you a new name. You will be called Hua Zan from now on. You will definitely be very energetic when you grow up, and you will follow me in the future." Hua Kai looked at Hua Zan and said. Hua Zan's small eyes moved. He knew that giving himself a surname meant that he was accepted. In the future, he could proudly tell others that he is a family member. Hua Zan was excited and didn't know how to answer. "Hua Zan, these masters.no, thank you Patriarch. Hua Zan will definitely be obedient, take care of the Patriarch and protect Patriarch." Hua Zan looked at Hua Kai and said, "How could an A-level genius be stupid? His honesty and honesty are all appearances, a disguise for self-protection." It is not so easy for an 11-year-old child without parents to live in a slave group. Huakai view the properties of Washuan. Washuan. Level 4 of Yunchi Realm. Qualification. A. Physique. 8. Strength. 4. Will. 11. Loyalty. 43. Very simple attributes. Clean like a piece of white paper. Only half a day's loyalty has risen to 43 points. This kind of slave loyalty ascension is the easiest. As long as they feel that the master is worth all of them, they will be loyal for the rest of their lives. Main house. Huakai asked Erzhuang to teach the family mentality meditation art, and at the same time, he found him a 7-foot-long spear from the weapon compartment. Washuan only took a day to get started with the mentality, which makes everyone sigh. Huakai knows people accurately. From the Aohan tribe, the Han family caravan went northwest. It is still more than 2,600 miles from the Huhan tribe of the Huns. The total distance is only halfway through. It will take about 50 days for everyone to reach Huhan tribe. Because all the caravans of the Guangxian business group have supplemented the horses, all caravans are basically a cart with 2 horses, so if you encounter horse thieves on the road, the team can organize a horse team to deal with it. The war on the grassland is different from the Central Plains. Huakai sat in the carriage and watched Zan carefully gesturing with the splitting gun that Erzhuang handed over to him. He grew up as a slave and was malnourished. His body was very thin. 1 tablet of Pei Yuan Dan can reduce his recovery time by half a year. Huakai gave Zan Pei Yuan Dan. Zan didn't even want to take a bite. How did he know medicine pill is a slave, but Huakai let him eat him. After eating Pei Yuan Dan, Zan's energy is indeed much better than before. Before, I was tired after a few minutes of practice. Now I can continue to practice split air gun for more than 10 minutes, which makes other slaves in the same industry very envious. You work hard with the caravan. Whoever performs well, I will let them learn the family mentality and martial skill. If the performance is particularly outstanding, he may also be given the Hua surname. Huakai said to the slaves on the side. The slaves also had to work when they arrived in the caravan, because in the vast grasslands, they basically just rested on the carriage. When the caravan parked and repaired, they had to help feed the horses and arrange the caravan neatly. Since Huakai gave a heart to learn FA and martial skills promise, these slaves obviously showed a lot immediately at noon. And Huakai also found that their loyalty value ascension is also much faster. So you can't be kind to people blindly, you still need some skills. If Huakai orders them to learn the mind and martial skill, they might resist instead. Turning to the other side, since Hua Hiabao and Hua Xing left, the entire family has been in charge of the 3 brothers Hua Zizhu, Hua Ziji, and Hua Zawan. This is actually no different from previous years, but this year Wahia Fort K is much more lively than last year. Hua Ziji looked at the newly built outer wall of Hua's family with a smile on his face. This outer wall is more than 6 meters high and more than 2 meters wide. There are towers and turrets on the city wall. It looks very majestic. Now which village outside the city does not envy Hua Jiabao? It was said that the Hua family had left to build a city on their own. This is a bit exaggerated, and it is completely different when it reaches some people's ears. This will not happen soon. Shido, why are you back? Where's my second brother? Hua Ziji was happy at the gate building when he saw Shower Shido, a shop in Guangxian weapon shop, walking back from the county with a group of villagers. San Yi, our weapon shop was taken away by the Shen family. They occupied our shop and drove us out of the weapon shop. Shido said with a frustrated face. In normal times, if Hua Zili was not in the weapon shop, the stone was in charge. Hua Ziji couldn't help but feel angry when he heard that the Shen family dared to do this kind of bullying. Where is my second brother? Where are the others? Hua Ziji hurriedly asked. In the Hua family, the second master Hua Zi builds the store in the county town. In the past, the weapon shop was the lifeblood of the Hua family. Sanyi Hua Ziji is responsible for the management of all affairs in the village, while fourth Yi Hua Zawan is responsible for the defense of the home. When the beasts around the village attack him, he must take people to rescue as soon as possible. Oh, the second master went to the Shen family to find the second wife. This time it was the second wife who secretly gave the title of the county house to the Shen family, so that the Shen family could drive us away in front of the city guards. Stone said. Could not help shook his head. Hua Ziji went to Hua Zawan to discuss countermeasures. The family is generally the leader of the army. Huakai let his fourth uncle Hua Zawan take charge of the family village guard team and all the family guards, so he must first tell Hua about such a big thing. Zawan. In the courtyard of Shenjiapian in Guangxian County, Hua Zili was arguing with his wife, Shen Yueru. How did the land deed of the Hua family get to the Shen family? Don't tell me you don't know. Today, the Shen family took the land deed and drove out our Hua family people. My Hua family's store in Guangxian is gone. You shouldn't explain it to me. Hua Zili looked at his wife in front of him, and his anger hit his whole brain. He didn't expect his wife to do such a thing. What are you in a hurry? Can I not be in a hurry? That weapon shop is the only stable business of the Hua family. You stole the land deed and gave it to the Shen family, right? Hua Zili called out loudly before Shen Yueru finished speaking. I took it, but I did it all for you and Moer, for our family. Shen Yueru admitted that the land deed was stolen by herself. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? If Kyer and Daddy come back, how do you deal with it? Do you think this shop will be named Shen with the title deed to the Hua family? Hua Zili wanted to catch his wife. He tidied up severely, but he didn't dare. This was the Shen mansion of the 9th rank family. Don't mention your dear nephew. Even the Hua family is going to the Zongnu for business. I have already inquired that there are tens of thousands of horse bandits between Linhu and the Zongnu this year. Even the Han family may be damaged on the road. I think it is a question whether Dad and your nephew can come back. What's wrong with me? Isn't that correct? Even if they escaped by chance, do you know how much the Hua family owes the Han family, the Wang family, and the Zhou family? It is 563 taels of gold, not silver but gold, even if the Wahiabao I can't afford to sell it. Shen Yueru looked at Hua Zili and said. This is the reason for betraying the Hua family. Hua Zili suddenly felt less angry, and he quietly looked into his wife's eyes. I can't say it's a betrayal. I just put the title deed to my mother first. When the Chinese family bankrupts and can't afford the money, don't we still have a shop? I didn't do this for you and more. Shen Yueru looking at her husband's indifferent eyes, he cried and said. I don't need you for my own good, nor do my son. These things you do are just your personal behavior, or are influenced and instructed by your Shen family. Do you think you can sit back on Wuyu with the land deed? Hua Zili said. We don't need to leave the Shen family. As long as the caravan comes back this year, the Han family will definitely let the Hua family pay back. You also know the dangers of the grassland. Can home work? Also, think about your nephew. When he left, all the money for the expansion of the family was handed over to the 3rd child, and the entire Wahiapu was in charge of the 3rd child. The entire village guard team and the Jading Guard Hospital are in charge of the 4th child. What have you left behind? All the money earned by guarding the weapon shop is given to the family every month. Shen Yueru shouted unwillingly to Hua Ziji. 8%. Chapter 48 The Wisdom of Hua Zawan. Hua Zili and his wife, Shen Yueru, broke up in an unhappy relationship. From the beginning to the end, no one in Shenjiado came forward to explain. Hua Zili didn't know if his brother-in-law Chen Bao was making trouble, or whether it was the Shen family's long-planned revenge. He came out of the Shen's house and came to the weapon shop. He saw that all the weapons were scattered outside the door, and his brother-in-law, Chen Bao, was taking a few celebrities in the shop. Shen Bao, you really dare to occupy my Wahia store. Have you ever thought about the consequences? Your big sis stole the Wahia house deed and said it was placed in your house first. You are not afraid that the county magistrate will punish you. Time to see if the Shen family will protect you. Hua Zili said angrily when she saw Chen Bao. My good brother-in-law. You really take the Hua family seriously. Go to the county office and try what the magistrate will say. The land deeds of this shop are now in my hands. You said it was my big sis. The Hua family stole it. You let my sister come out to testify. I'm afraid you don't have this ability. Shen Bao was not afraid at all. It was unreasonable for the aristocratic family to bully the ordinary family. Moreover, the land deed was already in his own hands, and the Hua family dared not go to Shen Mansion to testify. Shen Bao, this weapon shop has been the business of the Hua family for 100 years. Your Shen family does not do weapons business. As the 8 families outside the city, the Hua family is the only property of the Hua family in the county town. Be careful, although the Hua family has no way to take the Shen family, it is still more than enough to deal with you. As long as the Shen family does not have concrete evidence, he dare not take the Hua family anymore. You can think about it yourself. Hua Zili said that Shen Bao panicked. This weapon shop was the only business of the Hua family in the city of Guangxian. If he robbed the other side's weapon shop, he would never die with the Hua family. Even if the Hua family didn't dare to do anything to the Shen family, it's okay to pack a little self. But then when he thought about that person's request, Shen Bao felt resentful in his heart. It's a big deal that I won't be out of Guangxian for half a year. After the business group comes back this year, this shop will not belong to me. Shen Bao thought. Ha ha, frighten me, right, I'm from the Shen family, will be afraid of you as an ordinary family. Come on if you have the ability. I will follow Chen Baochuan. I won't let the weapon shop see what you can do with me. Shen Bao said he wanted to see his body. By the side, Shen Jiajiating looked at his admiration eyes with immense pride in his heart. Okay, let's just wait and see. I hope the Shen family can shelter you. Hua Zili turned his head after speaking, and now he went back to the village to talk anyway. He lost the only shop in the family. Hua Zili was afraid to face the two little brothers, and he couldn't face his nephew Hua Kai and his father who went to the Hanu country. But at this point, these are not important anymore. Why? Solving the problem of shops is the key. Returning to Wahiapu, Hua Zili told Hua Ziji and the Wazawan brothers all about the weapon shop in Guangxian. Everyone thought that Wazawan would go to the Shen family to make trouble, but he did not expect him to be better than Wazawan. Also be quiet. Second brother, Shen Bao may have the support of the Shen family behind him. Even if we go to the Shen family, there will be no results. If Kyer is at home, he will definitely not directly confront the Shen family. The Han family will face us, but we will never let the Shen family return the store to us. After all, the aristocratic family is an interest group, and now the best way is to wait. Wazawan said calmly. Wait, fourth brother, if our weapon shop doesn't open, everyone in Guangxian County will go there to buy weapons. How will we take responsibility when the Han family blames it? Hua Ziji reminded. Responsible. Weapons shop is not ours, what else can we do? The Shen family is responsible for the responsibility. We are not no longer selling weapons. Tomorrow we will open our own weapons shop in Wahiapu. We will be in need of weapons in the city. You can come to Wahiapu for purchase. Our village now has a population of more than 600 people. Haven't all our newly opened stores been good? Wazawan said with a smile here. Indeed, since the expansion of Wahiabao, the newly opened food shops, grocery shops, furniture shops and other businesses have been very good, with a monthly income of more than 10 gold, which is more than the income of the county weapon shop. Huakai handed it to Wazi Huan. 60 gold is not only useless, but more and more. Since Kyer said that you should let the fourth brother be your own house, then everything will be done as you said, but this Chen Bao must not be let go. This time the store accident is my responsibility, and I will definitely not let Shen Yuiru's family feel better. Wazi gritted his teeth. Second brother, don't need to blame yourself too much. From now on, the second brother should stop dealing with the Shen family. Everything in the family depends on strength. We will wait until the patriarch and daddy come back. After Wazawan finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but nodded. As long as the family can return from the business trip, all problems such as shops will be trivial matters. If the Hua family suffered heavy losses this time, it would be impossible to keep the Shen family against Wahiapu. Wahiapu abandoned the county's shops. All families in Guangxian knew that the Shen family had invaded the Hua family's way of making a living. Everyone was dissatisfied with the Shen family's hegemony. After the Wahia business, the entire Guangxian county can only go to Wahiapu to buy weapons. After the Wahiabao city wall was completed, houses in the village began to expand rapidly, some workshops and martial arts grounds were moved outside the inner wall, and the entire Wahiabao house began to be replanned and constructed. All the villagers who joined Wahiapu this year moved into new houses. Here, the previous main courtyard has been renovated and expanded a lot. Hua Zichen's courtyard was built on the edge of the main courtyard. The two courtyards have open doors to pass by. The entire Wahiapu has become extremely prosperous in more than a month. Let's talk about the Chinese caravan. It has been more than 10 days since I left the Aohan tribe. The Guangxian business group has walked 1,000 miles westward, and now it has just left the boundary of the Aohan tribe. The grassland is no more than the central plains. There are fewer people here. Since meeting a small tribe of hundreds of people 5 days ago, the Guangxian business group has never seen one person all the way. Many people in the Chinese family have become extremely energetic after taking medicine pill. In the past few days, many caravans in the business group have seen them line up on the road to train their riding skills. Hua Xing knows cavalry training very well. He has been recruited to join the army many times in his life. He has been the captain of the cavalry in the army. Nowadays, as long as the Wahia caravan is on the way, everyone will take turns to practice and fight immediately. The grassland is the world of cavalry. Wa Kai and Wushu Wa Zichin were more energetic because of taking blood dragon pill. In the past few days, he has been practicing marksmanship with his grandfather and learning the formation of the horse team from his grandfather. Today, each of the Wahia horses has one remaining horse. Everyone can ride and ride at will. The carriage has newly bought slaves rushing to walk. In this case, the Wahia there has never been. Wa Kai is learning to sprint along with the Wa family members on horseback. His body is like being burned by fire. More than 10 days have passed. Wa Kai has been ascensioned by the dragon blood pill for 2 points. The medicine is still half of the time. He must work hard to squeeze his own physical strength to absorb more medicine, and now his attributes have become Huakai, Kaiyuan Realm First Floor. Qualification D. Physique 20. Strength 20. Will 25. Novelist. Student. Mind Method Novelist Basic Copywriting Skill Tien Level Low Level Mind Method Xiaocheng. Mind Method Meditation Ju Yellow Order Advanced Mind Method Consummation. Marksmanship Split Air Spear Yellow Level Advanced Marksmanship Dacheng. Special Mind Method Introduction to the Idea of Big Dream View God Level. Special Skill Real Eye Cannot Be Upgraded. Huakai Breakthrough entered the Kaiyuan realm. At his 13-year-old age, even in Lindsay City, he can be regarded as a genius-level figure. Is his limit. In the past few days, Wa Zichin has trained for more than 8 hours a day. His horse has no physical strength, so he uses Huakai's newly promoted BMW to exhaust himself every day. In this way, his attributes have become Wa Zichin, Level 6 of Qi Practicing Realm. Qualification A+. Physique 46. Strength 47. Will 59. Confucianism. Scholars. Taoism. Student. Supernatural powers. Shadow change. Mind method. Meditation Ju Yellow Level Advanced Mind Method Zochen. Marksmanship. Split Air Spear Yellow Level Advanced Marksmanship to complete. Confucian Mind Method. Righteous Qi Ju Tien Level Elementary Mind Method Xiao Cheng. Confucian Sword Technique. Yongwu Sword Technique District Intermediate Sword Technique Xiaocheng. Taoist Mind. Introduction to Tao Te Ching Tien Level Advanced Mind. Taoist Fist Technique. Introduction to 8 Trigrams Palm. Taoist Formation. Hexagram Formation and 2 Dynasties Formation Beginner 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams Formation Beginner Sui Sword Formation Before Entrance 12 Capital Tianmen Formation Before Entrance. Righteousness Value 141,165. Loyalty Value 100. Wushu, Wa Zichin, went from the first level of the aerodynamic level to the 6th level of the aura in less than half a year. He is now more confident. If he uses his righteousness with all his strength, Yu Jun is not the enemy of his 3 tricks, even if not using his own righteousness, his martial skill is also much higher than Yu Jun. Therefore, if the former Wa Zichin belonged to a general genius, his cultivation Zheng Qiju was a Confucian student, and Qi first level strength should belong to the same level of genius as Yu Jun of Qi 9 level. Now Wa Zichin has comprehended the Confucianism and Taoism at the age of 25, and his will is far beyond his own realm, and he has his own magical powers. This kind of genius is already a top genius, and perhaps only those arrogances of the same age can overwhelm him. Wa Kai was riding on a horse listening to his grandfather's instructions. He sat firmly on the horse, lowered his center of gravity, and let the horse run up to find his own balance, and then encountered the enemy quickly out of the target in the spear thrust, and the whole movement was smooth and flowing. At this time, Jia Yixin's middle-aged fully armed horse came out of his caravan. He was followed by more than 30 members of the Jia caravan riding horses. It seemed that he was going to train and fight immediately like the Wa family. The middle-aged Jia family stared at Wa Zichin when he came out of his caravan. Wa Zichin also seemed to feel the difficulty of the other party, and nodded to him far away. The Wahia caravan recently heard Huakai talk about 3 kingdoms, and liked the fighting scenes inside. They all started to booze and let the two compete. Generally, it is normal for the 2 caravan leaders to be friendly and fighting. The members of the Jia caravan also followed up. When they got here, both of them were interested. The middle-aged horse pulled over and waited for Wa Zichin to come over. What about the Wa family? How about a competition? The weapon does not have a spearhead, and the one who falls is the loser. The middle-aged name is Jia Zan, the 7th level cultivation base of the Qi realm, is the strongest combat power of the Jia family. Guangxian City can outperform him. Okay, just do what you said. Hua Zichen took off his own spearhead and wrapped it in a piece of cotton cloth. He was afraid that the opponent might be seriously injured even without the spearhead. When the entire Jia family saw that Jia Zan was about to fight with others, they stopped the team and stopped by the roadside. It was difficult to encounter activities that could be entertained during the business trip. Everyone thought that Jia Zan valued Hua Zichen and wanted to give him some guidance. Jia Zan, please enlighten me from Guangfeng Halberd. Jia Zan and Hua Zichen came to a clearing and bowed their heads to make a salute. Under the leadership of Huakai, the Wahia caravan also stopped to watch their competition. Both players chanted the names of their supporters outside the field, and Huakai checked the attributes of Jia Zan. Jia Zan, 7th floor of Qi realm. Qualification: A. Physique: 51. Strength: 47. Will: 49. Mind: Crazy Demon Mind, Intermediate Mystic Mind, Shaocheng. Halberd: Great Wind Halberd, Zan level Low level Halberd, Dacheng. The difference between this attribute and Wushu is not a star and a half, but the two immediately competed for victory and defeat, and there was suspense. Although Wushu has been practicing equestrianism recently, it is not too far behind Jia Zan. Hua Zichen, splitting gun, please enlighten me. Hua Zichen also slapped his hand in reply. Under the gaze of hundreds of spectators, Jia Zan and Hua Zichen drove 100 meters away. Both of them attacked each other while grabbing the sky. Hua Zichen sitting on the steed horse is obviously better than Jia Zan. He is so fast that he approaches his opponent with only 3 breaths. Split air spear burst spike takes the opponent's chest directly, and all moves are very fast in practicing aura. The two players who watched were shocked. Jia Zan has been in the Qi training state for more than 40 years. Now he is over 70 and only looks like his 40s because he is in the Qi training state. His grasp of the Qi training state true Qi is not comparable to ordinary people. I saw that a true Qi armor suddenly appeared around the end of the gun that was about to poke Jia Zan's chest. Hua Zichen felt that the spear was slightly blocked. When he realized that Jia Zan's body was slightly inclined, true Qi escaped it easily. Martial skill attack. But Hua Zichen had anticipated all this. When he missed his gun, a true Qi flew towards Jia Zan. This was the biggest killer of this move. Feeling the danger coming, Jia Zan roared true Qi all over his chest, and the spear in his hand pierced Hua Zichen's head with all his strength. The body of the gun was filled with true Qi. This was when he was defending and he did not forget to attack. The audiences all around saw their eyes widened, and it was not easy to see the duel of aura. Hua Zichen saw a slight smile on the opponent's offensive mouth. He ignored the cracking sound of the opponent's offensive gun head. Jia Zan was frightened and could only give up the offense. He didn't expect the opponent's marksmanship to be so exquisite. This is his first round. Lost. The two immediately separated after only one contact. Among the thrilling moves, 1 or 2 of them can only be seen clearly above the pneumatic level. Many people in the Jia family can't help but frown. This Hua Ziji's move is so exquisite. Jia Zan's first round all suffered. 8%. Chapter 49. Jia Zan suffered a loss in the first round. If he was fighting with a real gun head in peacetime, he would have been injured now. At the end of the first round, the two men returned to attack the opponent again. The first round was a temptation, and Jia Zan couldn't help but use all his strength in the second round. His Hurricane Halberd pays attention to wide opening and closing, focusing on offense. Hua Zichen has always been defensive but still able to do well. Hua Zichen's marksmanship is stronger than the opponent, and his will is much stronger than the opponent, which makes all the opponent's moves simple in his eyes. After more than 30 moves, Jia Zan feels more uncomfortable the more he fights. All his offensive moves Hua Zichen can easily resolve, and Hua Zichen's occasional killer moves require him to spend too much true Qi and energy to resolve. His true Qi has been used almost, but Hua Zichen true Qi only used more than 30%. Don't fight. I didn't expect the Hua family to have a genius like you. As long as there is no accident, the Hua family will be promoted to become a family in 10 years. Jia Zan said this is tantamount to surrender. Of course, Hua Zichen will not be reluctant. If he is really on the killing field, he can cause the opponent to be seriously injured in the first round, and the three converge to end the battle. Everyone in the Wahia caravan had heard what Jia Zan said. The Jia family all said that it is inevitable that the Hua family will become a family in the future. The Jia family will naturally get along with the Hua family on an equal footing in the future. The rise of Wahiabao has become inevitable. The audience below Jia's pneumatic stage thought that the two had a tie, but above the pneumatic stage, it was clear that Jia Zan lost, and was suppressed from the very beginning. At Hua Zichen's age, he can now win the battle against Jia, and at the worst in the future, he will be able to achieve great perfection in the Qi training realm. Even if he enters the Shantian realm, it is not impossible. This shows that the Chinese family will be in a period of prosperity in the next 100 years. At the end of the competition, the Jia family became more enthusiastic about the Hua family. They completely put themselves on an equal footing with the Wahiapu people. This made the Hua family proud. A person who was rarely seen in Guangxian before is now a brother to himself. This let them deeply feel the importance of family strength. During the lunch break, Hua Kai asked Zhuang to return the last severely wounded man back to the own caravan. When the wounded first entered the Wahia caravan, he was already in a state of dying. Now, after more than 20 days of training, he is not only out of danger but also able to walk on his own. When he left, he looked at the Wahia caravan. In the Wahia caravan, he felt a totally different atmosphere from his own family. The Hua family caravan's atmosphere is active and everyone is full of vigor. Sometimes everyone jokes with the family owner and Hua Kai faces it with a smile. If this is put on the owner of the family, it's strange if you don't beat you half to death. Hua Kai checked that the loyalty of the departed team member had reached more than 40 dim sums. He couldn't help being amused. If he stayed in the Chinese caravan for a few more days, he might become a member of the Chinese family. Today, Three Kingdoms talked about the Battle of Chibi. Hua Kai made major changes to the original plot. He described each major force in detail. This made the entire Three Kingdoms story a three-dimensional struggle between families, which seemed more in line with everyone's appetite. The plot has been enriched, and Hua Kai estimates that Three Kingdoms can expand him to more than 1.4 million words. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei and other Three Kingdoms first-class warfare generals realm have all been described by him as Shantian. Guan Yu is even more powerful than Liu Biyu at the beginning. He has reached the pinnacle of Shantian, with the divine armament Azure Dragon Yanyu knife in his hand. There is no rival in the world for Qitu Shenju. Because everyone likes to listen to stories about duels, and the people who love Guan Yu the most, Hua Kai writes Guan Yu even more powerfully. Now he wants to wait until he talks about Guan Yu losing Jingzhou and being killed by Lu Meng. Expression. After lunch at noon, the sun-hot people on the grassland did not dare to leave the tent. At the end of April, the temperature difference between day and night in the Linhu grassland is very large, so the Guangxian business group only walks 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the afternoon, so that the horses can walk more than 120 miles a day, and at other times they can eat on the grassland to replenish their physical strength. All caravans have more free time every day, and Han's family no longer stops and waits every time they are on their way. If they are slow to hurry, the distance between the caravans in Guangxian is very wide, and sometimes it exceeds more than 10 miles away. In the afternoon, the Hua family was invited by the Jia family to practice the rush of horses together. Hua Kai was very happy to practice with the Jia family. The Hua family had too little experience in fighting immediately. As a family, the Jia family followed Qi to participate in the national war many times. They caravan many people have been trained as regular cavalry. After training in the afternoon, the Hua family began to realize the inadequacy of own. In the past, there were very few strong horses in the family, not to mention the steeds. Now that there are enough war horses in the Hua family, it is time to add immediate combat training, so that it is important to deal with prairie horse bandits and to perform military service in the future. When it was getting dark, the Hua family caravan slaves were setting up tents. Hua Kai took Hua Zan to give him a brief description of the splitting gun. Hua Zan appeared to be very serious. Hua Xuan, 6th floor of Yunqi realm. Qualification: A. Physique 9. Strength 6. Will 12. Mind method. Introduction to meditation technique Wangji advanced mind method. Marksmanship. Split air spear yellow level advanced marksmanship not getting started. Loyalty 79. After half a month, Hua Zan's complexion became ruddy and he became more confident after taking Pei Yuan Dan. He has already understood the meditation tactic, but it is not that easy to learn the split air spear. Someone must concentrate on preaching. This is how the general family inheritance has come down. Hua Zan is very satisfied with his current life. He no longer has to worry about someone hitting him, and he doesn't have to worry about being hungry. He can do whatever he wants to do, such as practicing martial arts, as long as he finishes the tasks that the head of the family has given him. Strength changes destiny, the basic rule of survival in this world. Hua Zan remembered that in the past few days, not only had he learned the Hua family mind method, but the patriarch himself taught him the martial skill of the family, which made him deeply realize that his destiny was completely different from before. You still have to practice more basic marksmanship. Your marksmanship is too bad. You still have to take 500 straight shots a day. If you are tired, you can rest more and don't have to follow me all the time. Hua Kai looked at Hua Zan's swollen arm, and he couldn't help but love his talents. Hua Zan's loyalty increase was around 5 o'clock every day. It has only slowed down after reaching 70 o'clock in the last few days. It is totally worthy of the family's efforts. Nourish. I explained to Hua Zan the main points of the splitting gun. At this time, the Hua family who had gone to train with the Jia family had not returned yet, and Hua Kai directed them to start making dinner. The carriage carrying food was at the forefront of the team. Hua Kai quietly took out 30 kilograms of wild animal meat and put it into the carriage. Wei took the meat out of his head and saw that the meat was extremely fresh, and did not ask where the meat came from. Every few days in the Hua family, there will be some unexplained savage beast meat to eat, and it is fresh savage beast meat, which is why everyone in the Hua family can continue to train at such high intensity. Hua Zan followed Hua Kai in command of the slaves in front of him. These slaves did not even resist his command at all, but were extremely respectful. In their opinion, they would be able to get the master's patience, and that would be a prominence. These slaves have stayed with the Hua family for a long time and become more spiritual. As long as they can complete the few tasks in a day on time, no one asks them too much. Looking at the Hua family riding in the distance to practice martial skill. My son, there was hope in their eyes. When dinner was almost done, everyone in the Hua family rode back one by one. Seeing their happy appearance, they must have gained a lot today. Thanks to Wu Yi who suppressed the two of them, Yu Shusheng broke through the opponent's horse formation, a Hua family member said loudly and happily. That's, how can our fifth master be blocked by them? This is still the old man who didn't appear, or the Jia who is sure to kill will be pissed. This Hua clan player has a blue nose and a swollen face. It is obvious that he was injured in the training just now. You still have the face to say. Kaiyuan Realm 7th floor was defeated by Jia Kaiyuan 2nd floor, and your body is as stiff as wood. Just now the Jia family broke through from you. If it wasn't for Yu Shusheng to remedy it in time, he said it's not certain which one of us will lose and who will win. Zhuang's face was also blue, and he pointed to the dissatisfied player just now and said. Today, the Jia family and the Hua family each had 40 players to compete. The Jia family only had 2 Qi training realms, but they were defeated by Hua Zichen and Yu Jun. High-end combat power can play a key role in a team. Don't say anything, eat quickly. After the meal, we have a meeting to summarize the problems we have in today's training. Everyone must summarize their own problems, otherwise they don't want to listen to Kair's lecture. Hua Xing saw everyone making a fuss and stepped forward. Arrive. In today's competition against the Jia Ma formation, Hua Xing gave the opportunity to Yu Jun, which made the Hua family a little better, but after all, everyone in the Hua family had too little combat experience immediately, and most of them were unable to play half of their strength after they were launched. This is what the Chinese family needs ascension next. By the next morning, the Hua family was still training its own equestrianism. In the afternoon, several other companies in the business group had to enter the dual training lineup. Everyone in the Hua family was dejected when they returned home in the evening. It turned out that the Renjia caravan team added a Qi training to Jia's team today, so that Jia's lineup will have 3 Qi training masters. Hua Xing still did not make a shot this time. Hua Zichen and Yu Jun jointly suppressed the opponent. The 3 practitioners were unable to raise their heads, but the other members of the Hua family were defeated by contact with each other. How miserable the Hua family bullied the Jia family in the past, and today they are bullied by the Jia family and the Ren family together. In the next few days, the Guangxian business group left the Linhu grassland area. The Tai family and other caravans joined the Hua family and Jia family's lineup. Everyone, I will win you tomorrow, Haotian will lose. And Huakai, everyone's equestrian skills are getting better and better. Huakai also occasionally joins the lineup for training, but as long as Huakai joins the Hua family every time he loses more and loses less, he has become a major weakness in the team. In May, the grassland rain began to increase. Every morning, the rain stopped at 10 o'clock in the morning, and the caravans began to change their work and rest habits. They all set off after 1 noon, and walked until after 6 p.m. This is the grassland in May. The rhythm of quotient. On May 10th, it had rained for 2 consecutive days. Everyone hid in the tent and did not come out. Even the horses began to irritately plan the grass beside the tent. Hua Kai took a large sheepskin and wrote carefully. 3 kingdoms, he has written more than 300,000 words on such sheepskins, and each of more than 40 sheepskins has 8,000 on them. When he returns to Wahiapu, he needs to copy all the sheepskins again. Grandpa, why did you come back so early? Hua Kai asked in surprise when he saw the grandpa on duty returning home at this time. Just now, the Han family saw a horse team in the west. It may be that we have been here for a long time and were spotted by the horse bandits. The Han family will send in first emergency team to check it out. Uncle or Yu Shusheng go to one person. Hua Xing said. Grandpa, go with Yu Jun. Send the news back as soon as possible when you are in danger, don't be entangled by the horse bandits. Hua Kai exhorted. Yu Jun and Hua Xing left, and all the caravans began to rumors that there was a brigade of horse bandits ahead. The caravans couldn't help but began to move closer together. They waited until the evening when Hua Xing and Yu Jun came back. They told Hua Kai that they had seen 2 business groups in Lindsay City at 40 miles to the west. They have now gone to a Gobi desert for repairs. There are more than 1,000 horse bandits walking around them, a little bit of their energy. The Lindsay merchant group has the Shantian realm to lead the team, but it is not enough to solve a large number of horse bandits. The 2 merchant groups in Lindsay City have about 3,000 people, but they have less than 2,000 soldiers. To drive away the opponent, they must have an overwhelming force, but as long as they send a large number of troops, the other party will directly choose to flee. They will wait for the main caravan to leave, will divide the troops to look for opportunities to raid the merchant group's goods. This made the 2 major merchant groups in Lindsay City very uncomfortable. Today I saw that the Guangxian merchant group was not far away from them, so I planned to fight the horse bandit together with Guangxian, or wait for the caravan to come back from the Zhongnu and bring things. More is more dangerous. The Han family means that all the caravans in Guangxian County will gather together and put all the main forces on solving the road ahead. We only need to leave some people here to ensure that they will not be quickly attacked by the horse bandits. Hua Xing told Hua Kai Han's family nowadays, it is necessary to formulate a charter. If it is best to give these horse bandits some colors, they will have to weigh them if they want to use the Guangxian business group in the future. Hua Kai agreed with the Han family's opinion, but in fact, it doesn't work if you don't agree. The Han family's inquiry is just a gesture. Without absolute strength, no one dares to keep the Han family's orders. Hua Kai stayed in the caravan with his 5th uncle, Hua Zichen, and his grandfather took 36 people including Yu Jun, Fu Steward, Zhuang and the Han family to support the Lindsay City merchant group. The 12 caravans of the Guangxian Commercial Corps are now all gathered together. All the carriages form a circle with a large area of 1 acre. Only more than 300 people remain in it and stare at the west vigilantly. Everyone is waiting for the result of the battle. From the morning to the afternoon and the evening, the rain began to lighten, and the news of the support team of the Guangxian business group had not yet been heard from the west, and everyone began to panic. Hua Kai feels at ease his own writing, and recently he has become more fond of writing. In the past, the true Qi ascension, which could only run for 2 hours a day, was as slow as a snail. Now the 2 meditations a day are 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours later. They are mainly based on the cultivation of the basic skills of copywriting, which makes Hua Kai true Qi ascension speed. It's nearly 10 times faster. After dinner, Wu Shu told Hua Kai that there were horse bandits around the merchant group. Some people realized whether the merchant group was defeated, and these horse bandits had to attack themselves again, and many people began to feel terrified. Hua Kai himself is not worried. As long as the Shantian is in the Tian family, the horse bandit cannot win, unless the horse bandit desperately fights with the merchant group, but the merchant group is the main defensive side, and there are many powerful horse bandits, so Hua Kai believes that there is basically no possibility of a decisive battle. Until the evening, in the anxious waiting of all caravans in Guangxian, Guangxian's support team finally came back. 9%. Chapter 50. When the Guangxian support team went home, everyone was relieved. When grandfather Hua Xing returned to the Hua family caravan, Hua Kai saw that only a few members of the family were slightly injured. One time the Lindsay City commercial group was mainly responsible for rushing the horse bandits to the reserved position. Our Guangxian commercial group carried out a halfway raid and killed more than 200 horse bandits. However, the horse bandits were very cunning. They ran away, and we couldn't chase them either by themselves or by horses. Hua Xing frowned and said. This time, the three major merchant groups only caused 200 casualties to the horse bandits with more than 1,000 people. There must be some casualties in the merchant groups, but they are much less compared with the horse bandits. The general strength of the caravan is better than that. The ordinary army is not bad at all, otherwise it is impossible to travel thousands of miles with so many valuables. Don't worry, after listening to the rain in the afternoon, the Han family has already come, and we will leave at dawn tomorrow. From now on, we will keep closer to the Han family and don't rush forward. By the way, Grandpa, how come back with so many horses tonight? Hua Kai gang, I came to see Grandpa brought back many horses. Most of these horses were Mongolian horses, each of which was short but with good endurance. A total of 9 horses, 5 steed horses, and 4 strong horses. Today's battle is divided into the number of kills and the spoils are distributed. We counted as the most. Hua Xing said that he couldn't help but feel a little proud. Many families in Lindsay City have no credit today. Great. He talked to many Lindsay City families today, and then he will be in contact with them again when he goes to Lindsay City. The Huakai caravan's horses continue to increase, which will only make it easier for the entire caravan to rush. As soon as the sun showed his head in the early morning of the next day, Huakai saw a horse team observing the Guangxian merchant group in the distance. There were about 20 people in the horse team. The clothes all over the body were mainly gray and black. In order to block the wind and sand, this is the standard configuration of the horse bandit. The Han family seemed to expect that the horse bandits would not dare to come up. He set up a carriage for his horses and drove freely to the west. The other business groups in Guangxian followed the same way as the Han family. The team started slowly, seemingly not taking these horse bandits seriously. These horse bandits are all the horse bandits who harassed the Lindsay City merchant group yesterday. They seem to be considering whether to attack the Guangxian merchant group. It is much easier to deal with than yesterday's Lindsay City business group. Patriarch, those horse bandits dare not take action. Are they stronger? Hua Zan sat next to Hua Kai, looking at the horse bandits in the distance. He had recently taught by Hua Kai himself that he already knew a lot of things. Anxious Shang Hua Kai asked. Hua Kai smiled slightly, disapproving of those horse bandits. If it was yesterday that the Guangxian business group directly encountered the horse bandits, then they might still be in danger, but the horse bandits chose the wrong way. The Ma bandit thought that it would not be a problem to win all the business groups behind the strongest Lindsay City business group. After all, 2 days of heavy rain blocked the possibility of Lindsay City business group seeking help. But who knows that the Guangxian commercial group is so close to the Lindsay City commercial group? They helped make the Lindsay City commercial group win in this contest. Now that the weather is clear, it has become easier to drive on the roads. If they go to Guangxian today when the merchant group launches an offensive, it must consider a greater loss than yesterday. Haha, they look like about 500 people today. Our entire Guangxian business group is worse than them, but it's not that easy for them to break our defense. Hua Kai explained to Hua Zan. If they come to attack, our 12 caravans will definitely help each other. They have little chance to win us. And yesterday we rescued the Linzicheng merchants in the rain. How can they not save us today? Hua Kai looked at Hua Zan, guided him step by step. To become the pillar of the family, not only must he have a strong combat power, but he can't be without intelligence. So if they dare to come, as long as we bite them and don't let them escape easily, will they be defeated in the end? Hua Zan asked, raising his head. Yes, you know these horse thieves, they may be from a certain tribe of the Huns or Linhu. They came here to take advantage and grab some supplies. If too many people are damaged, it will not be worth it. If Gaozan, if they lose too much, their tribe's ability to compete in the grassland will decline, and they will be occupied and conquered by other tribes. Hua Kai said that Hua Zan understood everything. The horse bandit came here today to behave prestigiously, and he did not dare to contact the caravan easily. Of course, if the Guangxian commercial group became messed up, it would be another matter. The Wahia caravan has kept a distance of 10 meters behind Jia's house. This distance can ensure that the two emergency formations are not affected, and it is the easiest to support each other. At this time, everyone is not allowed to be sloppy. One morning, I came to the place where the Lindsay City business group was staying yesterday. It has already entered the Gobi with chaotic rocks. There are often piles of rocks on the road. The speed of the caravans has become faster and slower. The distance between many caravans has started to be tight and loose. Everyone's physical exertion is much greater than usual. At noon, the Guangxian business group came to a gobi with chaotic rocks. The Han family stopped when they saw a flat stone pit the size of 2 or 3 acres. The shadow of horse bandits can often be seen here. The business group was too far away, and they didn't dare to let the caravan behind him be too far away. Now is the time to test the ability of a business group leader. After lunch at noon, the Han family did not rush to the road. Until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon they saw the shadow of the business group behind them, and the Han family began to set out. One of the most dangerous places of the journey. After understanding the origin of these horse bandits, Huakai no longer fears these horse bandits. In the final analysis, they are only seeking money and cannot fight desperately with the business group unless they are very sure. And the trade groups are not good to bully. Some trade groups go to the grassland to burn, kill, and rob. If you want to use force, then rely on your strength. Therefore, the horse bandits are mainly based on illegally collecting toll protection fees. It is a bit cheaper to make some money. As long as they are not greedy, the general caravans are unwilling to conflict with them. In the afternoon, the Guangxian business group walked out of the Gobi Desert for 3 hours. They set up camp on a vast grassland before dark. The view here is wide and surrounded by rocks. It is impossible for horse bandits to make a surprise attack. Everyone at night stayed here and camped overnight. In the following 2 days, the Guangxian merchant group walked more than 200 miles of the Gobi Desert under the supervision of various horse bandits. Dozens of different horse teams passed by their merchant group on the road, just like the wildebeest group following the Great Migration. The lions are like beasts. As long as they show a little flaw, they may be bitten on the first floor. On May 15th, the grassland was already full of greenery. After passing the Gobi Desert, the Guangxian commercial group saw that the Lindsay City commercial group was confronting a group of horse bandits at the entrance of a valley in front. Seeing that the number of horse bandits on the other side actually exceeded 5,000. This is also very tricky for the Lindsay City merchant group, which is led by Shantian Realm. The Guangxian business group also stopped next to the 2 major business groups in Lindsay City. At this time, the representative of the Han family came to the Hua family caravan tent and said that the Tian family wanted to give these horse bandits some good looks, and the Guangxian business group was also ready to participate. The 5,000-person horse bandit is not a small number. It is made up of dozens of horse bandits of various sizes. The number has reached 5,000. This is obviously intended to give the Qi State business group a color to see whether this involves the country. Hua Kai does not know the level of will, but the Tian family, as the largest caravan in this trade group, their orders must be obeyed by the Han family, and the Hua family is of course no exception. The 2 Lindsay business groups and the Guangxian business group have only 3,000 people. Because they are blocked in Taniguchi, it is good for the defense. The Tian family hopes that each caravan will send all the main forces to break through the horse bandit group, and the Hua family will directly send 50 people. The team members, only Hua Kai and Wei left their heads with all the slaves in the valley, and the others have to prepare for a decisive battle with the horse bandits tomorrow. That night, Hua Kai did not talk about 3 kingdoms again. Unknowingly, the family luck value had reached 290 points, and it was increasing at a rate of 2 to 3 points every day. Hua Kai opened the family attribute panel. Wahiapu. No entry. Prosperity. 118. Power. 196. Agriculture. 82. Animal husbandry. 44. Commercial. 71. Culture. 36. Comprehensive strength. 447. Ali. Jaw. Capital. 8 taels of gold, 4 taels of silver, 109 bone coins. Hostile forces. Hutuition, Shenjia in Guangxian County, 9th product. Luck value. 290. Hua Kai has a general guess that the family luck value should be related to the family's comprehensive strength. Every time someone breaks through the caravan, the luck value will increase. The closer the value of the family strength is, the family luck will increase slightly. Slowly, when the family luck value is less than half of the family's comprehensive strength, the increase should be the fastest. 290 points of family luck can be used to refine a goose-ling spear, but tomorrow is the time of the war. Hua Kai is afraid that bad luck will happen if the family luck is too low, so he decided not to hurry. Make Yanling spear, we will talk about everything until the end of the war. Before it was lighted the next day, the caravan of Guangxian caravan had already started cooking. Hua Kai put all the remaining wild animal meat into the pot. Today may be the biggest challenge for the Wahia caravan this year. After having breakfast, Hua Xing brought everyone from the Hua family to check their equipment and horses, and when they came to the Han family, they all assemble outside the valley entrance. The horse thief group outside the valley did not choose to escape this time. They knew that it would be bad for them to attack the caravan's defense by riding horses. It is also possible to find out the weakness of the business group if it is unable to win completely, and then slowly break it down. It's like the hungry beasts on the grassland, all surrounded and attack the migrating wildebeest herd. Maybe they will be dangerous, but there will always be a lion group to gain something. As for whether they will be hurt by the wildebeest group, it was the unlucky ghost who was about to be killed by the wildebeest, and that wasn't something to consider now. For the first time Huakai saw Shantian masters fighting. I saw the Shantian master of the Tian family riding on a BMW. He was surrounded by Lindsay City merchants who practiced aura. The entire lineup of more than 2,000 merchants gathered together, and under the leadership of the Shantian, 5,000 people were on the horse. The bandit attacked. Hua Kai saw his grandfather leading the Hua family behind the Han family, and the Lindsay City merchant group, as the charging arrow, was under the greatest pressure in front, and the battle broke out. When the horse thieves saw the merchant horse team attack them, they all stabilized their own horse and did not move. When the opponent was only 500 meters away from him, the horse thieves also moved. Two trends are rushing forward on the grassland, and the horses fighting together are based on an impulse. The fast-charging party can always cross the enemy lineup faster. If the lineup is broken up, it will not be far from failure. Everyone in the valley nervously watched the battle in the distance. When the two torrents hit each other, the horse bandits were obviously knocked out of a deep hole. Entering the horse bandits in Tian's Shantian realm is like wolves entering the flock of sheep. It's just that the few breath-training horse bandit leaders in the front of the breath have already fallen off. We started partly with each other, and from time to time some people fell off their horses and died. From a distance, Hua Kai saw his grandfather, his fifth uncle, Yu Jun, and the Wufu steward at the front of the Wahia horse team. The horse thief group's strongest combat power is basically gathered at the central arrow position, used to resist the rush of the Shantian realm masters of the merchant group. Unfortunately, the Shantian realm is not comparable to the ordinary Qi training realm. This horse thief is really fierce. The weapons are mostly short bone knives, and there are not many wooden guns. They can be inextricably killed with caravans with much higher equipment than them. Now it depends on whether the merchants can quickly break through local lineup. Hua Kai thought anxiously as he watched the battle in the distance. Although the merchant group seems to have the upper hand, the number of people is far behind the opponent after all. If the Tian family can't quickly break through the enemy lineup, when the two wings are all stuck by the horse thieves, the situation will not be good. Playing with less and relying on more is a spirit of strength, and falling into anxiety means failure for the business group. Fighting for more than 5 minutes, the two sides were inextricably killed. At this time, Hua Kai saw his grandfather leading the Hua family members and began to move closer to the most central Tian family. Tian family was doing everything possible to intersect the opponent's lineup, otherwise the two wings would be anxious. The trade group loses a lot. 11 people from the Han family, Jia family, Hua family, and Ren family in Guangxian County went to the central front. This put the pressure on the people of the Guangxian commercial group greatly increased. Huakai saw that the Wushu had begun to use Haor in righteousness. The Guangxian commercial group soon he reached the Tian family team. The Shantian master of the Tian family received strong support, and the pressure suddenly eased. He rode his horse alone into the horse thieves. The horse thieves were in chaos. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the middle team started to advance quickly. Everyone knew whether they could disperse the enemy. The lineup depends on the current situation. They ignore the loss of true Qi, and follow the pace of the Tianjia Shantian masters, rushing to the center of the enemy line. The horse thief retired. The horse thief retired. Wei shouted happily, turning his head. After all, this horse thieves group was formed temporarily. Some horse teams had too much losses in high battles and they couldn't help but start to retreat. The high battle killed the entire horse thieves. The Tian family is familiar with the essentials of horse warfare. They didn't rush to return after breaking through the lineup of horse thieves. Instead, they tried to expand the channel in the center so that more people in the merchant group could keep up with them. Soon all the merchant horse teams began to move towards the center. The horse thieves were divided into two. After the Tianjia horse team rushed out of the team, they began to line up again 500 meters away. The horse thieves launched a charge. 9%. Chapter 51 Trophy. The Tian family led the three major business groups to break through the horse thieves team, and before the horse thieves reacted, they turned around and rushed to kill. The horse warfare relies on speed and rush. The horse thieves group has no time to organize a team to respond to the attack of the merchant group. For the first time, Wakai saw the cruelty of cavalry combat. The horse thieves who had just stabilized themselves were overwhelmed by countless merchant cavalry before they could react. Also have to hate and fall from the horse. When the merchant cavalry broke through the horse bandit lineup again, they continued to assemble outside the valley mouth, and the whole horse bandit group had fallen into chaos. At this time, it was difficult for them to escape even if they wanted to. System reminder. Winning the family battle will get 68 points of luck. Hearing the system prompt that Huakai knew that the battle was over, the system settled at this time, indicating that the horse thieves had lost their combat effectiveness. It was the first time Huakai had encountered a family luck of 68 points. Turning his mind back to the battlefield, Wakai paid attention to it. The first wave of the merchant sprint caused about 2,300 casualties to the horse thieves, but the second wave of the horse thieves lost more than 500 people. From here, it can be seen that the cavalry rushed on a large scale. Power. When the merchant group organized the third wave of rush, a large number of horse thieves had already turned around and fled behind the horse thieves. When the third charge was completed, all the horse thieves began to flee. Everyone could no longer look for their own team and began to escape. However, the Tian family continued to organize a fourth charge, and then disperse a horse thieves of more than 500 people. After the regiment, all the merchants and caravans began to divide their troops to chase the horse thieves who fled. When Wakai saw this, he put his heart in his stomach. From his point of view, the trade group will not lose much this time. Their weapons are better than horse thieves. Everyone is busy grabbing them at this time. After the prisoners were captured, Grandfather Hua Xing and the Hua family members were chasing a team of about 100 horse bandits. Those horse bandits were chased after they had not escaped far. After the Hua family caught more than a dozen prisoners, they left a few to look after the prisoners. The army continued to hunt down the horse bandits. The Tian family of the Lindsay City merchant group left some caravans with more serious casualties to clean the battlefield, and other merchant groups continued to organize rushes. This time they wanted to wipe out the horse thieves group. Seeing that the caravan crisis was completely resolved, Wakai asked Wei to go to the battlefield with his slaves to gather the captives and horses. Although the spoils after the war needed a unified distribution by the Tian family, at this time, more effort would be given and the credit would always be greater. Until noon, Wei gathered 4 lightly wounded prisoners and 6 war horses. Many caravans of the 3 major business groups have come back, and everyone is happily discussing today's battle. The Tian Jia Ma team is still not coming back at this time, and the Hua family has not come back either. Huakai commanded the slaves to start cooking, and everyone must be hungry during the morning's battle. After lunch was finished, the sun had begun to sway to the west. At this time Wakai finally saw his grandfather returning with everyone from the Hua family. Haha, I'm hungry. 5th, take care of all the prisoners. What will happen to Tian's family later? Hua Xing came back and saw that the caravan was all well, and jumped out of the flames happily. The members of the Chinese family are also very excited. Most of them are participating in this kind of cavalry battle for the first time. This kind of scene is difficult for ordinary people to encounter in their lives. Uncle Wu and his family members escorted more than 30 horse thief captives. Wakai saw that among these prisoners, not only 6 were in the pneumatic stage, but there was also a cultivation base with 5 layers in the chi practicing stage. No wonder Grandpa was so happy. It's just a pity my old buddy, this time I really want to leave me. Hua Xing said and looked at the red sandalwood dragon wood gun in his hand. It was an old friend who had been with him for decades. Now the whole gun. The body was already split, and the head of the red sandalwood dragon wood spear he had exerted too much force just now was about to fall off. A good weapon can exert 200% of a person's combat power. The red sandalwood dragon wood gun is only made of tier 4 red sandalwood dragon wood, and it is difficult to withstand the true chi infusion. Grandpa has been very careful to use red sandalwood since breakthrough in the chi realm. The dragon wood spear was finally completely damaged today, unexpectedly. Grandpa, don't worry, I will give you a better weapon in a while. When you break through your aura, you should change to another weapon. It's only because of the tight family funds that it has been delayed until now. Hua Xing knew that he was hiding the big secrets, so he didn't ask much. He really needed a handy weapon, but the weapons used in a Qi realm generally require special metals, and a special craftsman is required to build it. It works, it usually costs more than $1,000. In the evening, the Han family collected all the spoils of the Hua family and sent it to the Tian family camp. Soon Hua Kai received a notice from the Tian family caravan and asked him to go to the Han family camp. All the credits of the Hua family have been given to the Han family, which is natural to Hua Kai. After all, the Han family is the master of the entire Guangxian. When the Han family distributed the spoils, they didn't deduct any of the caravans. The Hua family caravan killed 3 people in the Lianqi realm, 14 people in the Pneumatic realm, and 41 people in the Kaiyuan realm. They were the most killed by the entire Guangxian business group. The family, and they also helped the Tian family break through the enemy line when it was most important, and finally gathered a lot of spoils. All the captives will be redeemed by the tribes of the grassland in the end according to the regulations. As for how much money can be exchanged in the end, it will be known when the caravan goes home. Now all the horses and materials have been counted. Your Chinese family can get 19 intact steeds, 6 strong horses, 33 injured horses, 20 strong horses, 56 taels of gold, 2,300 taels of silver, 113,000 bone coins, and dead horse meat. You can get 80,000 caddies. This is the credit. You can take a look. The person in charge of the Han family will directly show Hua Kai the credit, and of course Hua Kai will not accept it. The amount of trophies obtained depends entirely on how the Han family distributes it. This time the Hua family's harvest has exceeded his imagination. When Hua Kai asked Yu Jun to transfer people to the caravan, he transported their trophies from the Han family. This time the trophies of the Hua family were the most taken by all the caravans of the Guangxian business group. Hua Kai saw that some of the caravans were only allocated some long-term tents and a small amount of bone coins. For gold, of course they will get the best return for what they pay. After returning to the caravan grandfather, he brought people to count the trophies. Everyone was very satisfied with the other trophies except for the more than 100,000 bone coins that needed a small half-car to pull. These good steeds and strong horses are worth at least more than 100 gold, plus the money and materials that the Hua family has harvested more than 200 gold this time. The other caravans in Guangxian are envious. With 78 more horses, the Wahia caravan excluding the 2 horses lost today, the total number of horses has a breakthrough of 160, which makes the entire caravan look a lot bigger. Compared to the captured Wahia in this battle, of course, it is not without loss, 1 death and 7 injuries. This is the best result of the Hua family in so many years. In the evening, Hua Kai waited for everyone to sleep and enter the family secret realm space. When he came to the weapon shop, he found that no weapons could be refined. Yan Ling spear the family luck value is enough, the meteorite iron is enough, but Feng Wumu is not, and the silver on his body is not enough. Mingyu spear the required gold is 200 taels. He now only has 65 taels of gold on his body. Bai Wanshi looked at 365 points of luck. Hua Kai discovered that there were no weapons to refine. He wanted to upgrade his body space now. After thinking about it for a long time, I feel that the upgrade is not very effective now, so I have to wait until the Huhan tribe to see if there is a suitable strange stone to build a weapon. The next day, the 2 injured trophy horses of the Hua family were seriously injured and died. The Hua family tried their best to take care of the seriously injured horses. Each of these horses was money for the family. The Hua family ate more than 200 caddies of horse meat in the morning, and 80,000 caddies of horse meat were enough for the merchants to eat at will. The merchant group arrived here instead of leaving in a hurry. Everyone was trimming their own team. Now the 3 major merchant groups in the Zhongnu country go to different tribes, and they will have to separate later. Hua Xing sold Wahia's 20,000 caddies of horse meat at an ultra-low price. Buying these horse meats to their caravans with little harvest can recover some losses for the Hua family. The 20,000 caddies of horse meat only sold for more than 5 gold. The 60,000 kilograms of horse meat can only be eaten with good selections. With 72 people in the Wahia caravan, they can't finish it in 3 months. There was a caravan borrowing horses from us today. Now that we have so many horses, it's useless. Or we should lend some to other caravans in the caravan. They have to return our healthy horses when we return home. Hua Xing came back from other caravans and said to Hua Kai that it was the first time that the Hua family borrowed horses from other caravans in so many years. This made him very proud. It is normal for caravans to borrow horses from the grasslands. It is no longer dangerous to enter the Huns. Some caravans have to go a long way to find a tribe with which they can trade. Converge with the great merchant group. Although there is no interest on borrowing a horse, you must take good care of the horse. This is a tacit agreement between the caravans, otherwise no one will help you anymore. Wakai also felt that it was useless to bring so many horses now. They only left 36 horses in 18 carriages, so they agreed to Grandpa's suggestion. In addition to 12 serious injuries, Hua's 164 horses left only 2 horses. The BMW also has 26 horses that Huakai valued, and the other horses, including those with minor injuries, were all loaned out. In fact, many caravans took over the horses of the Hua family at this time just to establish a relationship with the housekeeper. After these caravan crises, they have seen the strength of the Hua family, saying that they are borrowing horses and are actually helping the Hua family. If Huakai didn't stop it, all 12 seriously injured horses could be loaned out. After repairing for a morning, the Linzi City Merchant Group began to sail to the west of the Xiongnu state, and the Huhan tribe that the Guangxian Merchant Group went to was in the central part of the Xiongnu state, leaving the valley all the way to the north. After lunch in the afternoon, the 2 major business groups in Linzi City can no longer see their shadows. The Han family caravan just raised the flag and started the carriage to the north. Hua Xing urged everyone to get on the carriage. Now the 2 big carriages of the Hua family 10 are full of piles of horse meat. If you encounter a small tribe earlier, if you give out some, the Hua family can make more money. 10 The 2 carriages were filled with 50,000 caddies of horse meat. The Wahia caravans were still not slow on the grassland. Everyone sincerely admired the shock absorption effect of the carriages. The carriages with shock absorption and those without shock absorption. Compared with the carriages were completely different. When the merchant group stopped to rest in the evening, everyone finally saw a small tribe. Obviously, this small tribe is very familiar with the merchant group from the south. When they saw the Guangxian merchant group, they sent a team of about 30 horsemen to negotiate. The Guangxian merchant group settled outside this small tribe at night. In the evening, a small tribe representative came from outside the caravan. They came to inquire about the price of the caravan's goods. However, this small tribe has only a population of more than 1,000 people and can only eat a small amount of ordinary goods. The caravans are too lazy to trade with them, and arrived in Huhan. The tribes can quickly release these goods, and they are unwilling to unload their caravan goods for that little money. The Hua family was very enthusiastic, and Hua Xing even personally introduced his goods to the other party. In the end, the tribe only bought hundreds of caddies of coarse salt and dozens of horses of coarse cloth. The Hua family only sold goods worth about 5 gold, but Hua Xing just sold thousands of caddies of horse meat. Do you collect animal bones? Our tribe has some animal bones and animal skins that can be traded with you. The representative of the small tribe said to Wei after selecting the goods to buy. Many tribal languages in the Huns are local languages. Although they can also speak mainland languages, they have a heavy accent. As long as few people in the Chinese family can understand what the other party is saying. As long as the bones are above the intermediate savage beast, the fur depends on the quality. Wei Shutu knows more than a dozen languages in the grassland, so this time he is responsible for negotiating with the other party. Low-level wild beasts can only make 12 silvers per 100 caddies of beast bones, more than 100 bone coins, and a cart full of up to 4,000 caddies is worth less than 4 gold. The transportation value is not great, only the middle level and above wild beasts are the common currency of caravans in the grassland. There are very few tribes in the grassland that can make animal bones, so small tribes usually collect animal bones and wait for the caravan to trade with them. Ask if they have any elixir and strange stones, and we can also trade with them. Hua Kai said to Wei, who was next to him. Wei turned his head and said something to the other party. The small tribe representative just blushed and shook his head. Their tribe had a panacea and had already gone to the large tribe to exchange supplies. The life of the small tribe in the grassland was also very difficult. Near the end of the transaction, Hua Xing forced Wei Beidu to complete the 2,000 horse meat transaction with this small tribe, and they only got hundreds of caddies of wild animal bones and more than 160 cattle and sheep skins. These can be sold for more than 20 gold in Guangxian City. The cost of these goods sold by Wahia is less than 2 gold. The next morning, I continued to set off. It was about 700 miles away from the Huhan tribe. They met some small tribes on the way. The Wahia sold thousands of caddies of horse meat. Today is May 18th. The Korean tribe still has about 6 days to go. According to the plan, the business group will arrive at the Huhan tribe 6 days in advance. This is good news for everyone. The longer they stay in the Huhan tribe, the more things they can exchange. This year, it is mainly the Guangxian business group that walked in the front of all the Qi state business groups, and the Tianjia of Lindsay City led the way, but there was no encounter on the road. When heavy rain gets in the way, everyone can be so successful. Sitting on the carriage, Wakai watched the merchant group enter into a small tribe. Now these small tribes have made him less interested. These small tribes with a population of less than 2,000 have the largest number of cattle and sheep, and the merchant group will certainly not transport cattle and sheep back so far. Most of their war horses are hundreds or thousands of horses, and most of the horses are stray horses or strong horses. Good horses are reserved for the warriors of the tribe, so general caravans are rarely willing to stay here. Hua Xing is happy to sell 2,000 caddies of horse meat. Now he only buys 2 bone coins per caddy of horse meat, which is much cheaper than mutton. 9%. Chapter 52. The end of the Huyan tribe. The Guangxian business group only stopped for 3 hours in this small tribe and then continued on the road. 3 days have passed since the last battle of the horse thieves, and they are getting closer and closer to the Huhan tribe. As the afternoon approached the evening, Wakai was playing with Xiaoqiang on the carriage. Xiaoqiang is now 3 months old and can fully keep up with the pace of the horse team. Today the little guy ate too much horse meat and was lying in the carriage. Wakai checked his attributes. Spirit Beast. Tier 2, 99%. Strength, 18. Agility, 16. Intelligence, 23. Talent, Tracking, Furious, Canine King's Heir, Sympathy. Owner, Wakai. Loyalty, 95. Tracking determining the target smell can track the target, and talent skills require Haodian training. Furious entering the anger state can convert a certain intelligence value into physique, and the strength will be greatly ascension. Canine King's Qi. The Wolf King gave birth to 9 children, and the 9 kings competed to live a mastiff. The gold mastiff is born with the Wolf King's gas, and its intelligence is undiminished when facing all wolves, dogs, into the state of fury. Same sympathy. The owner can feel the simple thoughts of the spirit beast and sense the environment where the spirit beast is located. Last night, after Xiaoqiang's loyalty reached 95 points, another skill was added. Wakai is now feeling it tirelessly. He can feel Xiaoqiang's attachment to his own. Now what commands he gives to Xiaoqiang basically don't rely on words, but Xiaoqiang can perceive an idea. It's just that it's been nearly 10 days since the Gobi Desert. Xiaoqiang is stuck in Tier 2, 99% experience. He also tried to bring Xiaoqiang into the family secret realm space, but this secret realm has nothing to do with Xiaoqiang. It works, but it also affects the own trial results. After thinking about him for less than 4 months, he has reached the peak of the intermediate desolate beast. Compared with humans, this is not too scary, and Wakai is not too entangled. He has no way to domesticate spirit beasts. He can only raise Xiaoqiang as an ordinary dog. The family secret realm space pill refining room has the spirit pill of ascension spirit beast cultivation base, but the Hua family still can't make it. There is a big tribe in front of Kair. I think there are at least 10,000 people, and we will deal with all the reserve prices of these horse meat in a moment. The horse meat will almost change its taste after waiting. Hua Xing Road Blaze came outside the Huakai carriage and said that recently he was still struggling with the caravan's horse meat problem. Let's take care of these grandpas. Let the family members participate in transactions with the tribe. We have too few people who understand the Huns. If we want to do business in the Huns for a long time, we must establish a long-term cooperative relationship with the Huns. It's not okay if you don't understand the Huns. In the past few days, Wakai has often personally negotiated with the various tribes of the Huns. His Hun language has been able to have a simple conversation with the locals in just a few days. Everyone can't help but lament that Wakai is a language genius and has a strong language learning ability. As everyone knows, Huakai repeats the conversation during the day hundreds of times in his dream every night, and he is about to learn to vomit with just a few simple words. Entering this tribe of tens of thousands of people, tribes with more than 100,000 people on the grasslands are considered large tribes, and more than 20,000 are considered medium-sized tribes. Of course, this does not include the number of slaves in the tribe. Some tribes do not even count children under 12 years old within the population. Hua Xing started selling own horse meat to the people of this tribe. This time, because one caddy only cost 1 bone coin, this small tribe bought 30,000 caddies of horse meat at once, and the Wahia caravan finally had only 20,000 horse meat left. At about a kilogram, the Wahia carriage finally no longer needs to be overweight. Happily, this tribe still has 3 elixir for sale, and each one can be won with only more than 20 gold, but when Huakai discovered that the Han family was already trading with each other, Huakai could only envy it to stop. When the Huhen tribe was about to arrive, everyone came across a clear river. Inside the clear river, you could see all kinds of small fish and shellfish. Everyone in the Chinese family wanted to fish for some small fish for a tooth sacrifice. The meat is almost vomiting. But the Hua family was about to take action when they were stopped by the Han family. Every river in the grassland is a river of life, and the tribes also graze by the water. They respect all the rivers as gods, and all the creatures in the river are incapable, movable. Everyone had to replenish drinking water in the river, and continued on the road along the river. The farther north the grassland is, the more luxuriant the grassland is. It didn't take long for them to see a forest. When the dryness on the edge of the woods was wiped out at noon, the woods were too important for the grassland. Only 100 miles away from the Huhen tribe, Huakai has a new understanding of the large tribe of the grassland. The closer they are to the Huhen tribe, the more small tribes they encounter. They all live around the Huhen tribe. The Huhen tribe has the right to rule all the surrounding small and medium tribes, just like the power of Qi over King Zhou. Over a small hill, Huakai was stunned by the sight in front of him. I saw a huge sky blue lake in the distance, surrounded by countless tents of various colors. These tents were linked by their brocade of this color. From a distance, it looked like a huge color plate surrounded by sky blue water mirrors. Generally, people can't help being attracted by the scenery in front of them. The Guangxian business team members who came to the Huhen tribe for the first time saw this place and began to shout loudly. At this time, everyone saw a group of thousands of cavalry coming from a distance. It was the cavalry unit of the Huhen tribe. The caravan began to go downhill, and everyone had to pull the carriage to prevent the carriage from being too heavy, and the horses could not stop the carriage. It took more than an hour for the caravan to descend to the bottom of the slope. The Huhen tribe cavalry was already waiting in line at the bottom of the slope. Haha, dear friends, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for several days. The leader of the Huhen tribe horse team happily walked out of the team and hugged with the leader of the Han family. This is a warm greeting way for friends on the grassland. The Han family and the Huhen tribe seemed to be very familiar with each other, and they all greeted enthusiastically. Huakai saw that the cavalry of the Huhen tribe began to inspect the goods of the Han family, and he also arranged for the caravan to prepare the goods for the inspection. It was already more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon to enter the Huhen tribe. After passing the inspection, the Guangxian business group was warmly welcomed by the Huhen tribe. They arranged exquisite food to entertain all the teams in Guangxian. This was the first time in the whole business process. Encountered once. After lunch, the sun was about to set, and countless herdsmen from the Huhen tribe surrounded the Guangxian business group, enthusiastically discussing what good things could be exchanged this year. The Hua family has also received an explanation from the Han family that now is not the time to sell goods, and they must comply with their regulations when dealing with large tribes. In the evening, all the caravans in Guangxian County were divided into an open space inside the Huhen tribe. This should be the trading place they prepared for the Guangxian commercial group. People from the Han family reiterated the rules of trading with the Huhen tribe at night. If anyone breaks the rules, it will be difficult to come next year. This is the tacit understanding between our Han family and the Huhen tribe for many years. Starting tomorrow, the Huhen tribe will prepare what they want to trade with us. Everyone should keep in mind in the transaction. 1. The business is fair, and shoddy is not allowed, otherwise you will be severely punished if you are caught. You cannot leave the Huhen tribe within 2 or 3 days, and all goods transactions cannot be lower than the prescribed reserve price. The reserve price is the price of your own goods plus the road guidance fee. Of course, if you can sell at a high price, it depends on what you are. 3 days later, you can go to other tribes on the grassland. If you leave the Huhen tribe, each family will do according to their own strength. Don't trap yourself for a little more profit. 4. After May 16th, if there are caravans that cannot be sold, they can sell them to the Huhen tribe at the reserve price, and they can receive them all. 5. The Korean caravan will leave the Huhen tribe in the early morning of July 1st. Finally, I would like to give you a piece of advice. Don't easily conflict with the tribe if you are out of the Huhen tribe. If something goes wrong, you'd better wipe your mouth clean. Returning to the Han family of the Huhen tribe can help you solve your worries, but you have to pay the price. But it's big. By the way, the captive ransom of your Wa family may arrive tomorrow. You can send someone to pick it up tomorrow night. Quote. It was Han Shu, the person in charge of the Han family, who spoke to Huakai. Because it was the first time for the Wa family to visit the Huhan tribe, he personally came to inform the Wa family. This actually shows that the Han family values the Wa family. In the evening, the main staff of the Wa family are discussing tomorrow's transaction in the main account. The Han family does not have a clear price regulation for goods, but Wei Beidu has a simple understanding of the prices of the Zongnu. Let's take a look at how the Han family will do it tomorrow. In the early morning of the next day, Huakai heard noise outside the tent early in the morning. The voice was from the Huhan tribe. Grandpa went out of the tent to check that. It turned out that the Huhan tribe was already preparing for today's transaction. They used horses to transport a large amount of animal bones, animal skins, horses and other things, and they would start the transaction at dawn. When the Wa family arrived here, they couldn't sleep anymore. They got up and saw that the caravans in Guangxian were also up. They discussed with each other what price their caravans should sell. Some caravans felt that they were not strong enough. Ask if there is any. The caravan is willing to go to the depths of the grassland to trade with itself in 2 days, because everyone knows that only by leaving the Huhan tribe, the goods can be sold at a higher price. After breakfast, the Wa family laid out all the goods, and the sky had already begun to light up. Several people who looked like the management of the Huhan tribe began to ask each caravan about the price of the goods, but they never bought it. Patriarch, are asking prices too high? A caddy of coarse salt is 300 bone coins, and a caddy of refined salt is 1,600 bone coins. This price has exceeded the price of Guangxian salt by 15 times. Erzhuang saw several heads of the Huhan tribe. People came over and asked about the price. They left directly, and asked Huakai anxiously. Don't be too anxious, this is not the first day. The Huhan tribe left us here for 3 days just to take the goods from us at the reserve price. Is the price 15 times more expensive? Not expensive at all. They call Han. The tribe has a population of over 100,000, plus the affiliated tribes and slaves. The population is at least 400,000. How much salt our 12 caravans bring? If we don't buy our salt, we can only lick the stones. Those asking prices are all from Huhan. Tribal aristocrats, they don't want to lick stones. Wa Kai laughed and said with a smile to the Huhan tribal aristocrat who looked at the market asking prices. What if many small tribes in the grassland do not have salt? In order to replenish the salt in their bodies, they follow the cattle and sheep to find a piece of salt rock and carefully scrape off the salted powder from the stone, so as to ensure their survival in the grassland. There were a lot of customers in the market one morning, but they were all nobles from the Huhan tribe wearing brocade clothes. They definitely kept the ordinary herders out of the market and wanted to keep the transaction price as low as possible. If any caravan was uncomfortable, they would talk about it. Huakai didn't seem to be anxious at all when seeing the Han family in the morning, so he didn't rush to deliver the goods. The other caravans in Guangxian seemed to have experience and no anxiety at all. He waited until noon when Huakai saw that a caravan was finally opened. All the people who passed the Jinyi gathered around the caravans, and everyone's trading volume began to increase. How do you sell this weapon? I need a larger quantity, can it be cheaper? A tribal man in brocade came over, speaking in the Hun's language. The quality of each weapon is different and the price is different. If you need more, I can finally give you a 0.5% discount. Wa Kai said. The opponent obviously didn't expect that there was a child in this caravan, and the child could say that the Huns were the head of the caravan. This and this. Jinyi Dayan selected 60 long spears for a while, and the weapons were also in short supply in the grassland. A total of 5 Tier 4 lances are 102 gold, 39 Tier 3 lances are 79 gold, and 16 Tier 2 lances are only 3 gold and 20 silver. Wa Kai said while looking at the long guns chosen by the opponent. The Wa family of Tier 4 weapons is not easy to make. This time Wa family only brought out 8 of them, and all 5 spears were selected by the opponent. Other caravans in Guangxian also have weapons for sale, but most of them are Tier 2 and Tier 3, with very few Tier 3 weapons. Don't need these spears. How about a total of 100 gold? The Jinyi Dayan put back 2 Tier 4 spears and replaced them with 2 Tier 2 lances. This won't work. It needs 146 gold. If you want more, you can get half the price for 138 gold. 138 gold is not a small sum for an ordinary family. The big man in Jinyi was reluctant to return 2 4th rank spears, and return 12 3rd rank spears. They were replaced with second-rank spears and the final price was 84 gold. My goods are all outside. We will put these weapons here first for people to watch, and we will decide how to trade them later. Most transactions in the Huns are exchanged for goods, and gold and silver are only a reference value. The Jinyi Dayan sent a herdsman at the Wahia stall to watch that the 60 spears were not taken away. Hua Kai took the Wushu, Grandpa, and Waiba first class more than 10 people and followed the Jinyi Dayan to a tent. After leaving the tent circle of the merchant group, Hua Kai saw a different scene outside. Countless herders are waiting here with their own goods, but they cannot contact the merchant group before they can trade. The big man in Jinyi took Huakai to a tent group, which was full of furs and animal bones. There were hundreds of horses waiting in the distance. This should be the goods they were going to trade this time. We have all kinds of cattle, sheep, and wild animal furs here. Here are all animal bones. There are horses. Choose what you want. Jinyi Dayan said to Wakai and others. 9%. Chapter 53. If the Jinyi Dayan's goods are placed in Guangxian County, at least they have a value of several thousand gold, which shows that they are fully prepared for this transaction. Is there any elixir and strange stone? I will give you a satisfactory price. Hua Kai asked. Generally, the herdsmen have the elixir to take their own ascension strength, and few are willing to trade, but Kistler is very cautious in trading, just like Qi State stipulates that they cannot sell more than 4 weapons to the grassland. I have some elixir here, as well as some strange stones, you can see. Jinyi Dayan has hundreds of herders and 7 or 80 slaves. It can be seen that his family power is not small, otherwise he cannot enter the trading market early and take the lead in the business group. Trade. Hua Kai looked at the other party and carefully took out a brocade bag, which contained 4 first-grade elixir blood red flowers and more than a dozen first-grade elixir cordyceps. These are common elixir in the grassland. A blood red flower is 22 gold, and a cordyceps is 5 gold. Hua Kai looked at it and said the price. Blood safflower is a magical medicine to nourish blood. You can meet any healing medicine pill. You can sell it for at least 80 gold in Guangxian County. Cordyceps is mainly used to consolidate the essence and replenish the essence. It is easy to buy in Lindsay City, and the price is about 20 gold. Okay, it's the price. I still have some strange stones here. Seeing that the price given by Huakai was indeed higher than the bottom price in his heart, Jinyi Dayan happily agreed. Hua Kai saw that the other party took out a pile of stones. Most of these sides were just ordinary pebbles, which had only ornamental value. Generally, people on the grassland will never see treasure weapon in their lifetime. In fact, ordinary people in the Central Plains are also very difficult to see. Although they know that the treasure divine armament is forged with strange stones, they can't tell which stones are strange stones. They collected all the strange stones that they encountered. The caravan came to try their luck, and if they were really caught, they would make a lot of money. This one is a meteorite weighing about 20 kilograms and can be exchanged for 50 gold. This black flint is a little 7 gold. This one counts you 100 gold, and the others are useless ordinary stones. When Hua Kai saw the last crystal stone, his eyes couldn't help but shine. This crystal ore named mica essence stone is used in many weapons refining in weapon shop. It only takes a little bit to increase the fusion of the weapon's true qi. It is a rare stone, but it can be used with mica refined stone. There may not be many masters for refining weapons in this world. So Huakai can give a price of 100 gold, which is pretty good. The Jinyi man hesitated. He couldn't believe that this transparent strange stone could be worth 100 gold. You can also choose not to sell. All transactions are fair. But let me say, except for my guess, no one knows what it is for, and I may not make much money if I change hands. Hearing Hua Kai's words, the worries in Jinyi Dayan's heart also disappeared. This world is too scarce for refiners. Every year, I carry hundreds of stones on my back and try my luck. This crystal stone has been kept at home for hundreds of years. Someone will sell it long ago. Huakai can give it to 100. The price of gold is already very good. As for why Huakai didn't just give a price to buy this mica essence stone, that's because the caravan has its own rules and bottom line. The price of 100 gold is quite good for an unknown strange stone. Even if the other party knows the value of mica essence stone in the future, it is not low for Huakai to pay 100 gold. To the Han family, the Hua family can also make excuses. The big man in Jinyi may have taken out all the treasures accumulated by the family. Hua Kai just chose the elixir and the strange stone and spent 316 gold. After removing the 84 gold that the other party had to pay, Wakai had to give the other 232 gold. You are a young child, and you can do things very simply. I will go to your place to choose some goods for the extra money. My family still needs some salt to get through this year. I also want to buy it for my parents and wives. Some silk. Hua Zichen took away the elixir and the strange stone. Wakai took out 232 gold to give it to the other party, and when he heard the other party say this, Wakai took the money back again. Do you want anything else? The horses here are carefully selected from home, and I will get more goods from your caravan. Seeing that Huakai's deal is honest, he wants to trade more things with him. Grassland most people are really innocent, and when they meet someone who can trade with confidence, he plans to purchase all the goods from Wahia. Huakai selected more than a dozen strong horses that can be upgraded from the opponent's horse team, and then replace the opponent with 1,000 caddies of wild animal bones. These bones are all animal bones above the intermediate level. The price of more than 40 gold is shipped back to Guangxian. Meng made gold, silver, and bone coins of more than 100 gold. Most of the grassland business teams rely on animal bones to make the difference. 11 horses or only 9 gold, it is not too cheap. Together with other materials such as animal bones, Huakai chose something worth about 100 gold. He also hopes to be able to work closely with the Jinyi Dayan trade, so that if he comes to the Huhan tribe in the coming year, he will also have familiar trading partners. After selecting the goods, the Jinyi Dayan followed Huakai and others back to the trade group market. It was noon at this time. The cavalry still controlled the way to enter the market and did not allow ordinary herdsmen to enter the market for exchange. These herdsmen saw Huakai and others from them passing by. They all yelled anxiously about what goods they had. If all the goods are exchanged by the nobles this year, they will have to survive until next year. The big man in brocade clothes returned to the Wahia caravan. He was happily trying to write which brocade is more beautiful and which refined tea is better. This year his family can get richer. In a short while, about 10% of the goods of the Chinese caravan were picked up by them. You know that Huakai's price is more than 10 times the price of Guangxian. Everyone in Wahiapu can't help but be excited when they see the goods being selected one by one. The completion of the transaction does not count as the money for the elixir and the strange stone. The horses, animal bones, furs, etc. obtained alone are enough to pay back. After Wakai and other Jinyi men left, they couldn't wait to enter the family secret realm space. Today, the family luck value has reached 380 points, which is still 120 points away from upgrading the family mental method and martial skill. The family luck value is the most cost-effective for the Ascension family mental method martial skill, but Huakai considers that the comprehensive family strength is still not enough. At 500 points, the chi luck value rises and slows down. It is better to build weapons first, the Ascension family combat power. Weapon shop Wakai took a closer look at the weapons that used mica essence stone. Most of them were used as secondary materials for divine armament. He saw one forged with meteorite and mica essence stone. Treasure weapon Sunday bow, but it needs 3,400 family luck value, which is not what Huakai should consider now. In the end he chose Dragon Spear, 9 ranks of ordinary soldiers. What you need: 60 caddies of meteorite iron, 40 caddies of silver, 5 tails of mica fine stone. Family luck value: 350 points. The required chi luck value is just enough. Wakai is very excited. Weapon shop. What kind of weapons will be refined for the first time? The role of a sharp weapon in this world surpasses everyone's imagination. Wushu and Yujun's long swords are only able to withstand the true chi impact of the chi training state, and can crush most of the chi training masters with poor weapons. If there is one divine armament, which can increase its true chi, can definitely be passed down for generations in this world. Many aristocratic families have been handed down because of a handful of divine armament, and the family has been prosperous for 100 years. Huakai puts all the materials into the synthesis box, and the system prompts him to choose the family member. Huakai can choose himself or 100 family members on the crystal pillar. Of course, you can choose no one. The system will give you the most ordinary forging scheme. A mysterious air cloud floated from the crystal column into the weapon shop, and a dazzling white light flashed in the synthesis frame. Wakai felt that something important was missing in his heart, and a sense of crisis came. System reminder. Congratulations on refining a rank 9 weapon, family luck value +9. The family luck value that was originally only 11 points left suddenly became 20 points, and the sense of crisis in Wakai's heart was a little weaker. When the white light flashed, a silver-white weapon appeared in front of Hua Kai. I saw this dragon spear measuring 1 foot and 2 inches long, with a 4-clawed dragon carved on the gun body. It felt extremely delicate and not slippery when held in the hand. The tip of the gun was about a foot long with grooves. Hua Kai picked up the Yulong gun and felt it weighed about 100 kilograms. This gun was too heavy for him to use. Picking up the dragon spear laboriously, Hua Kai felt that most of the weight of the gun was on the head of the gun. This kind of art-like long gun could not be forged even if it was forged by the master refiner. Hua Kai tried to charge it. On Tru Chi suddenly felt a strong suction from the gun body. He quickly threw Yulong's spear to the ground, and later he might be sucked dry. Coming out of the space, Hua Kai heard a loud noise from the tent, and he got out of the tent from the moment he put dragon spear on the edge of his own bunk. I didn't mean it. Your cart is too out of place. I just touched the cart and it fell down. A Huhan tribe soldier said innocently in front of a carriage where Hua Kai fell to the ground. How could it be that we didn't put it right? You walked too carelessly. You see that your weapon smashed our 3 bags of refined salt. How can we sell this salt when it's all on the ground? Wei pulled his head to the other side. Many people from the Hua family slowly gathered around to let go. Everyone around the caravan looked over, as did a few people who looked like the nobles of the Huhan tribe. It stands to reason that this soldier overturned the Hua family's carriage and overturned the Hua family's refined salt bag. He should pay compensation, but he was only a child of a herder family. How could he be compensated? At this time, a man with the appearance of the captain of the Huhan tribe cavalry came over, with more than a dozen soldiers behind him, and if it is not possible today, there will be a disaster in the Hua family. What are you doing? Disperse. Is there anything I can't talk about? Hua Kai hurried forward when he saw this place. He knew that he had drawn too much family luck and bad things had come so soon. The Hua family retreated when they saw Hua Kai appearing. The Huhan tribe cavalry captain came to Hua Kai and looked at Hua Kai contemptuously. This made the Hua family angry again, and Hua Kai raised his hand to signal everyone to calm down. Leave this to yourself. I am the person in charge here. Today this incident was an accident, but it was caused by your fault. According to law, you should make all the compensation. Hua Kai faced the soldier and said in Zhongnu language. It's me. But the little soldier couldn't argue, so he couldn't help but look back at Captain On. You southern country businessman, I'm watching how you ruin people today. How can you lie to the Huhan tribe? The captain is also completely toward his own person, even if the context of the matter is clear. He knows if he wants to let that person, the soldiers paid compensation, and they couldn't afford to sell their family as slaves. In that case, let's leave it to the tribe to judge this matter. Hua Kai said as he gestured to the second zhuang next to him to notify the Han family. The captain was finally in a hurry. If the upper class of the Huhan tribe is asked to come forward today, don't say that. Little soldier, even he himself has to suffer. The captain stepped forward to block Zhuang's path. He took all the soldiers and quickly dispersed and surrounded Hua Kai and the others. What? You are going to do it? All the friends around are watching. Do you want to use such a few people to kill our caravan? Or kill all the people in the caravan? Hua Kai said that no one in the Hua family movement. This captain is only in the pneumatic realm. Most of the other minions are in the Kaiyuan realm, and some are only in the body tempering realm. The captain was immediately embarrassed when he heard this. As long as he dared to take action today, it would be a big deal, and he saw that the strength of many people in the Hua family was far above him. Even so, these soldiers did not leave. The second zhuang looked at Hua Kai, and Hua Kai motioned him not to move. He did not want to stab the incident to the Han family. We have no money to pay you. The soldier waited for a long time before he said. When he finished speaking, all the soldiers bowed their heads, and their captain blushed. The pastoral herdsmen in the grasslands are worse than the farmers in the central plains. Most of their horses belong to the master's family. It's nothing. Our caravan just lacks a guide. I don't know if you want it or not. As long as you help our caravan as a guide for a month, we will be wiped out. Hearing what Hua Kai said, the soldier captain knew that Hua Kai was looking for an excuse to resolve the matter. He glanced at him gratefully, then quietly said something in the soldier's ear, and left with everyone. Leaving him alone, the soldier looked a little nervous. Hua Kai checked his attributes. Han Jinsheng. Level 9 of Kaiyuan Realm. Qualification. A. Physique. 32. Strength. 29. Will. 34. Loyalty. 8. This young man seems to be less than 30 years old. He did not learn any mental techniques and martial skills, and he was able to cultivation to the Kaiyuan realm to perfection. In addition to his good aptitude, this is also inseparable from his own hard work. Hua Kai sees there are scars all over his body. What's your name? How long have you lived in the Huhan tribe? Although Hua Kai already knew the soldier's name was Han Jinsheng, he still asked. My name is Han Jinsheng. I am 27 years old this year. I belong to a senior cavalry soldier in Jinlan banner of the Huhan tribe. There are parents, 3 wives and 9 children at home. Han Jinsheng finished looking at Hua Kai. The captain said that the Guangxian business group stays in the Huhan tribe at most until July 1st, and he stays in the Wahia caravan at most until July 1st, and he will definitely be free. If the Hua family is unwilling to let them go, then the captain will ask Jin Lanchi to come forward, and the Hua family will definitely have to let them go. Hua Kai has heard that many tribes in the Huns actually moved from the Central Plains. The largest surname is Xian, and the 2 surnames, Han and Sima, are very common in the Huns. Most of the Huhan tribes have the surname Han, saying that it has nothing to do with the Han family in Guangxian. Hua Kai does not believe it at all. How much of it involves the country and the country? The Central Plains and the grassland are in balance, and Hua Kai is not able to understand it now. He asks such a soldier of the Huhan tribe to be his guide. One aspect is to resolve the conflict. One reason is that the Hua family just needs a guide such as Han Jinsheng to guide him. It is best to accompany the Hua family to the northern Xiongnu tribe. 9%. Chapter 54. After resolving a family crisis, Hua Kai saw a few points increase in family luck. It was almost 30 o'clock at the moment. Hua Kai feels that it is necessary to quickly understand the Huhan tribe and the entire Han country. After all, the Hua family is likely to visit the Huhan tribe every year, and the Hua family still knows too little about the entire Han country. There is such a guide. For Hua Kai, the value is much more valuable than the 3 golds. Our Chinese caravan came to the Huhan tribe for the first time, and we still don't know much about everything here. As long as you are a good guide this month, the matter between us will be wiped out. In the end, I will give you some compensation. Hua Kai stood in front of the soldier Han Jinsheng and spoke in Han language. I'm just a soldier, don't know much about the tribe. Han Jinsheng said tremblingly. Haha, don't worry, you don't need to reveal any secrets of the Huhan tribe. I just want to know about the transactions between the Guangxian business group and the Huhan tribe every year. And we want to go to other tribes in 3 days. You are near the Huhan tribe. Small and medium tribes don't know much. Han Jinsheng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Don't say letting him be a guide, Jinsheng bought his life. He was relieved when Hua Kai said that he didn't need to reveal all the secrets of the Han tribe. With a sigh of relief, the look in Hua Kai's eyes became a lot more cordial. Our tribe is the largest tribe in a radius of 600. If you want to leave, you need to wait until we disperse. This is a trading area specially prepared for caravans every year. On the first day today, only families above the flag owner can enter and trade. In the afternoon, others only then can you come in. Han Jinsheng talked about the caravans trading in the Huhan tribe. Hua Kai heard a lot of rules and these ordinary people would not tell him. This guide was really a bargain, otherwise the Hua family would suffer a big loss this year. Hua Kai asked Han Jinsheng to take the cooked horse meat and served him a glass of Guangxian wine. Han Jinsheng's legs trembled. As an ordinary soldier, there are more than 20 people in the family with slaves. Basically, it takes only 1 sheep a week to kill. They say that it is impossible for a prairie to eat meat every meal. The slaves can drink the broth. It's already very good. As the backbone of the family, most of the meat in the family was close to his stomach. His wife and parents took the slaves to find some weeds on the grassland, and the grass seeds added to the broth to cook a delicious meal. Our horse meat still has 20,000 gold. How do you think it can be sold as soon as possible? This horse meat has been around for 6 days. Hua Kai was delighted to see Han Jin's mouthful of horse meat, especially he has never drunk such a good wine in his life. Han Jinsheng can also see clearly that the Wahia caravan is really not very familiar with this trading method. The blood-red flowers and cordyceps that Wahia bought just now are obviously expensive. He patrols the market every year. The price is very clear. There is no shortage of horse meat in the Korean tribe. At this time, the horse meat for 6 days will soon go bad if you don't eat it. 20,000 caddies of horse meat can only be sold cheaper if you want to sell it quickly. If you are willing to barter, I can help you sell horse meat. Han Jinsheng said. Hua Kai handed over the horse meat sale to Han Jinsheng, and his grandfather Hua Xing laughed from ear to ear when he knew it. He even regretted that horse meat was sold early on the road because Han Jinsheng said that he would only barter for every catty. Horse meat can be sold for 5 bone coins. In Guangxian County, 1 catty of horse meat costs at least 30 bone coins. No one thought that one day they would be so happy to be able to sell 5 bone coins because of their own horse meat. Han Jinsheng took 4 carriages from the Hua family and left the market with 20,000 catties of horse meat. They came to the ordinary herdsman area at the outermost level of the Huhan tribe. Here are the ordinary herders at the bottom of the Huhan tribe. They graze dozens of miles away from their homes every day. When they see caravans coming by, they all come around curiously. It's a pity that there is no salt and coarse cloth that they urgently need. It's strange that everyone sees a caravan selling horse meat. Fortunately, 5 bone coins per catty of horse meat is already very cheap. A herder heard that he could barter and hurried home to take out the cow and sheep skin he had accumulated and bought dozens of catties of horse meat. Someone started selling horse meat very quickly, and it soon bottomed out after a while. Hua Xing looked at the animal skins and wild animal bones from the trade, and he was happy from ear to ear. These goods were brought back to Guangxian with a minimum value of more than 20 gold. Can you keep me some of these horse meat? I still have a few pieces of cowhide. Han Jinsheng saw that the horse meat was quickly divided up, so he yelled anxiously. He also wanted to buy some to go home for his family. Eat a full meal. Haha, thanks to you today. Otherwise, our horse meat cannot be sold so quickly, and there is not much horse meat left, so I will give it to you. He patted his shoulder happily and said, regardless of whether the other party understood it or not. Han Jinsheng knew that Hua Xing was a master of qi training, and his body almost fell apart with this slap. He also gradually understood the situation of the Hua family. As long as he worked hard for the Hua family, not only would he have nothing to do, it would also bring a lot of benefits to himself and his family. After thinking about this, Han Jinsheng went home and asked little brother to bring his slaves to fetch horse meat. He and Hua Xing continued to come to the Wahia caravan. At this time, the market was open, and all herder families entered the market in groups. They were all one family. Ask about the price of the goods. Patriarch Hua, those who are asking for prices are all dealers. They will pick some things to go to other small and medium tribes. Although small tribes can't buy much, they often sell them back at high prices. When someone came, Han Jinsheng kindly reminded Hua Kai. There are so many small and medium tribes affiliated to the Huhan tribe, why don't they come to the market to trade? If all the affiliated tribes of the Huhan tribe can deal with the Guangxian business group together at a fixed time each year, the scale of this transaction will surely be expanded several times. It's impossible. The middle tribe is okay. If the small tribe dared to take the goods out of the tribe, most of the road was looted. Every year, most of the merchandise of the merchant group is bought by the tribe, and several large tribes in the entire Xiongnu nation have to buy from here. Han Jinsheng said that Hua Kai gradually gained some understanding of the grassland power situation. One afternoon, the Wahia only sold more than 10 gold goods. Some caravans have already sold most of the goods. Starting tomorrow, they will go to the market to buy what they need. After all, the Guangxian business group came to the Huhan tribe in exchange for precious things. The horses, skins, and bones of wild animals went back. And Hua Kai is not in a hurry. He has been gradually familiarizing himself with the prices of goods in the Huhan tribe market these days. The prices of all trade groups are mostly different. Basically, everyone keeps the price between 8 times and 15 times the price. Hua Kai found that Jia's family has always been the highest. They are sure to go to the Urad tribe, so there is no need to be here. The goods are sold at a low price. In the evening, the Han family sent someone to the Hua family caravan's ransom for the last prisoner, a total of 160 gold. Hua Kai didn't know who the Han family ultimately sold these prisoners to, and how the 160 gold was calculated. Hua Kai does not have the right to know this now, so just give it to you. On the second day, the Huhan tribe trading market became more and more lively, but Wahia only sold some weapons and fine wine. The price of fine wine Wahia was 15 silver per catty, which is almost the price of a horse here, but there are still many people who come to buy it. The Hua family trades furs with wild animal bones. As for these goods, the Han family has made it clear that they can help each caravan to exchange for gold, which shows how strong the Han family is in the Huhan tribe. On the third day, the Hoan tribe market was still hot, and the caravans in Guangxian County had already started to buy things back home. The Wahia also sold more than 200 gold goods in the past 3 days, and he sold all of them for 90% of the price to the Han family, in exchange for gold to wander around in the market. Although the Zongnu Huhen tribe market is not as big as the Linhuguo Aohen tribe, the quality and price of the goods are much better than those of the Aohen tribe. A strong horse is 60 silver, which is the price of 4 caddies of fine wine. A steed horse only costs 5 gold, and all caravans can choose a few as long as they wish. Huakai took a fancy to 2 horses that can be upgraded to BMW, and selected more than 20 strong horses that were one step away from upgrading the horses. In the end, it only cost more than 40 gold, which cannot help but sigh the profit of the business. For the rest, Huakai selected 9 spiritual herbs in the market. Among them, we can make up 3 pots of the main medicine of rejuvenation pill. Since the main medicines are all available, Huakai is thinking about how to refine the secondary medicine of rejuvenation pill. It's all ready. The Huhen tribe called the doctor's sacrifices, not only able to treat people but also divination, a bit like the yin and yang family and doctors of the Central Plains school of thought. Wakai gathered all the medicinal materials for refining the rejuvenating pills here. The 9 elixir plus rejuvenation pill cost less than 200 gold in total, and Huakai still has more than 200 gold in his hands. The Hua family has also tried to spend money like water in the past few days. Coming to the slave market here, the Huhen tribe slave market opened Huakai's vision. There are several times more slaves here than the Aohen tribe. A slave in the middle stage of body tempering only needs 5 gold, and a slave in the late stage of body tempering can win 15 gold. There are very few slaves above Kaiyuan realm. Huakai found 5 slaves with A or higher qualifications in the market, including 3 teenagers and 2 late-stage youths in body tempering realm. They spent a total of 110 gold. He spent more than 100 gold in his hand and sold 14 young slaves with qualifications above level B. The strength was at least in the middle stage of body tempering. Huakai was very satisfied after this trip. Even these 49 slaves would go to business this trip. This has allowed the Hua family to fully recoup their costs. These 49 people will have a large number of Kaiyuan realms within 3 years. After 10 years, most of them can be cultivated above the Qi state. If they are trained by the Hua family, they will all be able to enter the Qi training state. What a powerful force this will be. The accumulated 460 gold was quickly spent, but Wakai didn't feel distressed at all. He wasn't the best for the money of the miser to be converted into family strength. A large part of Han Jinsheng's credit for being able to buy what he wants so quickly. Han Jinsheng always gives Huakai the best opinion the first time Huakai asks. He personally went up and bargained the elixir that Wakai liked. As a result, Wakai realized how cheap the elixir was in the hands of ordinary herders. On June 1st, on the 4th day of the Guangxian merchant group's arrival in the Huhen tribe, 5 caravans including Jia's family, Ren's family, and Hua's family set off in the early morning. They left the Huhen tribe and began to drive north. There is no weak caravan that can trade with the Korean tribes independently. The Wahia caravan follows the Jia caravan and counts the remaining goods of the caravan. A total of 5,000 caddies of wine is now only 2 large tanks of 500 caddies left. About 60% of other goods such as salt, tea, cotton cloth, silk and sugar are left, which are all in short supply on the grassland. Huakai probably calculated that the remaining goods could be sold for at least 1,900 gold, and all the goods on the way out from Guangxian County could get 2,800 gold. The cost plus the road guidance fee is about 600 gold, and the profit will be about 2,200 gold for a trip. If all the goods are replaced by the Zongnu and the goods are distributed back, there will be at least more than 6,000 gold for a trip. This is not considered to be the goods stolen in Huakai's portable space. Of course, no caravan can really earn half of the theoretical money. The amount of goods that the caravan can carry is fixed. All caravans will collect as much valuable items as possible, such as elixir, strange stones, and wild animal skins. As long as the elixir is preserved and brought back to Qi, the elixir can be exchanged for the medicine pill from the pill refining division. It is impossible to take the elixir directly to achieve ascension strength. The strength of a family mainly depends on whether it is strong or not. The acquisition of Kistler is entirely based on fate. A weapon above tier 5 needs to be forged by a professional refiner. Refining masters above Shantian realm are even scarcer in Central Plains than pill refining masters. In addition to having a special understanding of various strange stones, different refining methods are different, and it takes a long time to build weapons. Some master craftsmen build a divine armament and sometimes time it in years. As long as there is a good stone refiner from the family who is willing to make it, the family can have an extra tier 5 weapon, sometimes more useful than an additional or a master. The family has been passed on. Therefore, most of the caravans that can come to the grassland for business turn their goods into the strength of the family, such as buying slaves and buying high qualified teenagers, so that the family will become stronger and stronger in the future. After leaving the Huhan tribe for a day, the 5 caravans separated. The Hua family continued to follow the Jia family towards the direction of the Urad tribe. This was the end of the Jia family's annual business trip. When I met some small tribes along the way, they watched the Jia and Hua families warily. There are few outsiders coming to these places every year, and the Jia and Hua families do not easily provoke them. They went all the way to the north and arrived in the afternoon of the next day. Urad tribe. The leader of the Urad tribe led several big clans of the whole tribe to greet them, watching the other side enthusiastically hug the leaders of the Jia family. Huakai knew that this was not the place where the Chinese caravan should stay. The next day, when Jia's family was waiting for a stall, the Hua's business group only stopped in the Urad tribe for one night and then left the Urad tribe to continue north. Huakai planned to go to the Ordos tribe that Jia said, which is only the distance from the Urad tribe. 200 miles away, the Chinese business group has enough goods and horses, and it can be easily reached in one day. Guide Han, tell us about the Ordos tribe. I heard that their tribe does not have a fixed trading caravan, so how do they trade tribal goods every year? Hua Kai sat on the carriage, feeling the breeze blowing in his ears, facing to the side. Asked Han Jinsheng. Of course I went to the Huhan tribe to trade. Although the tribe's salt, tea, silk, and brocade are more expensive, the nobles in these tribes are still bought. There are also some sellers who wander among the small and medium tribes. The nobles will never be worse than the herdsmen in life. We must be careful when we enter the Ordos tribe. Han Jinsheng introduced the situation of the Ordos tribe to Huakai. The Ordos tribe has a population of more than 50,000 and nearly 10 masters in the aura. It is much stronger than the Urad tribe, and it is similar to the Wuhua tribe among the top 10 tribes of the Xiongnu. It is adjacent to each other, and there are wars and conflicts with the Wucha tribe every year, so the people here are more warlike, and it may be more difficult to get along with the caravan. 10%. Chapter 55 The Ordos tribe. So the Ordos tribe is very close to the Wucha tribe, and the Ordos tribe is strong and difficult to negotiate. Can we choose to trade in the Wucha tribe? Huakai sat in the carriage dealer and asked Han Jinsheng next to him. He is very familiar with the Chinese caravan, but his understanding of the combat power of the Chinese caravan is still unclear. Large tribes all have Shantian masters. The bigger the tribe gets, the more difficult it will be for the new caravan. At least one of you must reach the top level of strength in the Qi training realm, so they will have concerns about the big tribes. They tried to kill all the caravans as much as possible, and there is no evidence. Therefore, there is a master who can escape even if he is chased by Shantian. Basically no tribe in the grassland dare to embarrass. Han Jinsheng replied. Huakai has always wanted Han Jinsheng to learn some unknown rules on the grassland. These rules have been formed by the tacit understanding of everyone for thousands of years. If you don't understand the rules, you may be blocked everywhere. By the afternoon, the Wahia caravan was less than 30 miles away from the Ordos tribe. Hua Kai asked the family members to keep all the slaves in one place. He took out 3,000 caddies of snowflake salt from the portable space and put it on the carriage. Originally, he planned to take out 5,000 caddies of snowflake salt together with other goods such as brocade, sugar, tea, etc. Forget it after thinking about it. It's an adventure to go to a new tribe for the first time, so it's better to be careful. As soon as the snow salt was loaded on the carriage, Huakai saw a group of thousands of cavalry coming towards them in the distance. Huakai allows each carriage to open the commercial flag, so as to avoid conflicts between the two sides to the greatest extent. Haha, it turned out to be a caravan. Our tribe has also come to the caravan. Everyone is clever, don't run into our guests. Haha. The cavalry leader with 3 eagle feathers stuck in his head is in the Qi State 4-level cultivation base. Seeing that the clothes are not inferior to this tribe, he looked at the Huakai caravan from a distance. His eyes didn't mean to let the Huakai caravan a guest. K, what do you do now? Wushu Hua Zichen held the Junzi sword in his hand, and if an accident happened, he would immediately catch the opponent's leader. Don't worry, follow the other person. The grassland has the rules of the grassland. All of us should not act rashly if the other party does not take action. Hua Kai said to everyone around him. The Wa family caravan walked slowly along the road. The Ordos tribe cavalry surrounded Wa Kai and others, as if they were captured by the Ordos tribe and returned to the tribe. Everyone in the Wa family was quietly waiting for the Wa family. All the slaves bowed their heads in fright and did not dare to speak. After walking for more than 10 miles, another group of thousands of cavalry came over. They came to the Wahia caravan and started to run around the Wahia caravan, shouting loudly, as if they were showing their own power to their prey, generally. After finally arriving at the Ordos tribe, Wa Kai saw a young man with a wolf tooth necklace standing at the gate of the tribe. Behind him were thousands of Ordos tribe owners and herders. All the goods are unloaded. You are all from the Huhan tribe. Yes. Haha. Although the young man only has the strength of the 8th level of the Kaiyuan realm, everyone in this tribe listens to him, judging by his strength and age. It should be the nephew of the patriarch of this tribe, because the cavalry chief was standing behind him at this time. Dear Ordos tribe, we are a business group from Guangxian County, Chiguo. We have exquisite salt, cloth, tea, sugar, weapons, etc. here. If you need to trade, please arrange a trading location for us and wait until we are ready. We can proceed with the transaction. Wa Kai stepped forward and said politely. He spoke in the Hun language. Yeah. It turned out to be a child as the leader. Your caravan has own rules, and our tribe also has own rules. Why? Can I check the goods? The young man waved his hand, and the Ordos tribe cavalry slowly approached. Wa Jiasheng, everyone in the team puts their hands in the compartment, and if the opponent suddenly gets into trouble, even though he is lost, he will fight to the death. I think the rules of the caravan should not conflict with the rules of your tribe. Wa Kai looked at the young man's eyes with a chuckle and said, just like two ordinary friends laughing and chatting, without the slightest fear. Really? What if I want to watch it? The other party looked at Wa Kai as if he was playing tricks on him. Since the Wahia caravan dared to trade with the Ordos tribe, it must have the strength to match it. Wa Kai also knew that the other party was testing himself. He glanced at his grandfather. The strongest opponent should be the cavalry leader on the 4th floor of the aura. Grandpa just got the Wandering Dragon Spear a few days ago. When itchy, this Yulong Spear can only be regarded as a rank 9 ordinary soldier in the weapon shop. But from the grandfather Wa Xing's point of view, this is at least a tier 6 weapon, which is more valuable than the entire Wahia Bao. Hua Kai ignored the other party's provocation. If the other party really dared to handle the goods of the Wahia, it would be fine for the Wahia to make a move. The tribe prince saw that the Wa family caravan was all ready for battle. He knew that if he took down the caravan today, he would have to pay a lot, and he was not sure to keep everyone behind, because he saw the appearance of Wa Zichen and Yu Jun. As a master of the environment, it was very difficult for BMW to keep the opponent under the crotch, so he stopped provocative temptation and beckoned a young rider to appear behind him. I don't have too many people to bully fewer people. This is my captain of the personal guard. I am 26 years old this year with 9th level strength. If you want to trade in the Ordos tribe, you must first defeat him. The other people withdrew back, leaving room for the two to compete. All the seemingly difficult behaviors of the Ordos tribe are actually to test the Chinese caravan. If the Chinese caravan is very weak, then it is very likely that they will find it difficult to get out of the Ordos tribe in the future. It would be best if they directly grab the caravan. But if the opponent is strong, then the Ordos tribe may have one more fixed trading partner. Now is the time to test the strength of the Chinese caravan. On the 9th floor of the pneumatic state, I thought you would go directly to the Qi state. Grandpa, just wait for a while. Just let the second Zhuang come for this round. Wa Kai said in mainland Chinese, and the tribal prince seemed I also understood what Wa Kai was talking about and looked at him with interest. The two strong horses walked up from behind excitedly. He didn't expect Wa Kai to pick him for such a showy thing. When he came out of Wahiapu, he was only on the 1st floor of the aerodynamic realm. After 3 months of business, he entered the family secret realm space more than 10 times, and now he is on the 5th floor of the aerodynamic realm. What the Ordos tribe saw the most powerful people in the Wahia tribe were Wa Zichen and Yu Jun beside Hua Kai, but they did not expect to send a young man who was only about 20 years old. It would be very difficult to enter the aerodynamic state at this age. He felt that his tribe was underestimated by this child. Hua Kai watched the two strong horses rush towards each other. He had a tier 4 weapon in his hand. The hip horse was not much different from BMW. As long as the caravan stopped Hua Kai, he could upgrade. Wa Kai checked the opponent's youth. Although it is a cultivation base on the 9th floor of the pneumatic realm, The martial skill is only a Dachang Huang level junior martial skill, and there is no cultivation method. Although the second strong is 4 small levels lower than him, he takes it. He shouldn't be a problem. The result was almost the same as Huakai expected. The second Zhuang used his full strength as soon as he shot. Although the opponent's physique is much higher than that of the second Zhuang, the exquisite split air gun can completely make up for the gap in this area. The opponent will fight for more than 50 rounds. Already showing defeat, the second Zhuang grabbed the opponent's arm in a flawed-long spear thrust, and the second Zhuang won this round. In the second game, the leader of Helen Hanu, you can try it yourself. The tribe prince pointed to the leader of the cavalry. He is one of the 2 Qi training realms in his team now, and he is a flag of the tribe when he is over 60. Lord, it looks similar to Hua Xing. Let me come. Hua Xing saw that the other party was a master of aura. Before Hua Kai could speak, he rode out of the Hua family's team on flames, and Hua Xing used mud on the dragon spear in his hand. Dirty, so that it can hide the light of dragon spear. When the opponent's flag owner saw Hua Xing out of the battle, he was as young as himself, so he was extra cautious. We all know that people in the Central Plains are accustomed to practicing martial skill, and the older they are, the higher their martial skill will be. Under normal circumstances, their combat power is not weak. Hua Xing is very fond of his new weapon Yulong Spear. This new weapon is more than twice as heavy as own red sandalwood spear, but Hua Xing feels that these are more convenient to make. He doesn't know this Yulong gun is built by the system completely according to its own conditions. Hua Xing rode a horse and charged with the flag owner of the Ordos tribe. He held the dragon spear with true Qi running quickly. Dragon spear accumulated true Qi in the dragon spear. He only felt that he injected so much true Qi dragon spear. Without the slightest feeling of being unable to hold it, he couldn't help but enter the best fighting state with all his heart and soul. In the first round of contact between the two, Hua Xing took the lead in a swimming dragon exploring the sea. This was a trial move in split air gun, mainly with backhand defense. What everyone didn't expect was that dragon spear confronted the long spear in the hands of the opponent's flag owner. The flag owner only felt that the own bone knife was about to break, and hurriedly retracted the bone knife to evade, but did not expect Hua Xing to change his moves at the last moment. It pierced his chest all at once. He could only condense a true Qi shield to his chest as much as possible, only to feel a rapid gun shadow flashing past, and then a powerful force struck him. His eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief, and then he was shot down. Wandering on the ground knowing nothing about life and death. Hua Xing also widened his eyes and was at a loss. He never thought of killing the other party. Unfortunately, this dragon spear is too powerful. He tried to stop injecting true Qi into dragon spear, the remnants of the dragon spear. His true Qi gradually returned to his body without any discomfort, and his own consumption was very small in the blow just now. The Ordos tribe saw the admiration of Hua Xing here, and they also saw that Hua Xing did not use all his strength. He could easily solve a master at the first level of Qi practice. The strength is at least the late stage of Qi practice, and it is still one of them. Outstanding. Hua Xing's strength is only at level 3 of the Qi realm, and his Zochan level splitting air gun is not bad for the middle stage of the Qi realm, but with dragon gun, his strength is directly ascension to several levels. In general, the late stage of Qi training is not his opponent. This is the ascension of a high-rank weapon against combat power. You have won 2 rounds in the competition. This old gentleman is afraid that he is not an opponent in his usual aura training. That's the end of the test. We will prepare a place for you to trade, rest, and graze later, without our tribe. I agree not to leave the trading area at will. Tomorrow our tribe will prepare things for trading. I hope we can cooperate happily. The prince of the Ordos tribe changed his appearance and reached out to shake hands with Hua Kai, but kept his eyes on Hua Xing, which showed that they recognized that the Hua family caravan agreed to trade with them. Wei turned his head and laughed happily when he saw this place. He asked everyone to relax and not be nervous. Although the weak are prey to the strong on the prairie, the friends they look for will be true to each other. As long as there is no major change, Ordos the tribe will not easily attack the Chinese caravan in the future. The Chinese caravan was placed in the center of the Ordos tribe. The clear stream flows from here, and the caravan is surrounded by tents occupied by the nobles of the Ordos tribe, which shows that the Ordos tribe still attaches great importance to them. In the evening, Huakai upgraded the horses that had not yet been upgraded in the caravan, and told everyone about 2 chapters of 3 Kingdoms. In the next morning, Huakai heard the voice of someone outside the tent before it was bright. Hundreds of teams from the Ordos tribe are lining up outside the Wahia caravan, waiting for the moment when the Wahia caravan starts trading. Han Jinsheng was busy arranging the goods of the Chinese caravan early in the morning. The trade here is different from the Huhan tribe. The Chinese caravan takes the initiative in this kind of medium tribe fair. I was the first to line up. Look at my goods first. The first person in the line was a man in Jinyi, who appeared to be a member of the tribe's direct line. Behind him was dozens of soldiers, herders, and slaves, not smaller than the Chinese caravan. It is also the first time for the Hua family to go to a tribe alone to dominate the transaction. This transaction speed will be very fast. If the caravan goes smoothly, the goods will be sold in a few days. Wei Beitu and Erzhuang, come here. Grandpa and the housekeeper pay attention to the order of the transaction. Let them come. Huakai came out after breakfast. Today, he wants to take the goods by himself, and bring Wei Beitu and Erzhuang to develop their eyesight. Slow down. This is my house's wild animal bones, and there are some savage animal bones inside. The level of the beast bones also had some eye power, and Wakai, who was wrong, true I saw it and corrected it, and soon the desolate beast bones were divided. Intermediate barren beast bones are 821 kilograms, advanced barren beast bones are 139 kilograms, primary barren beast bones are 32 kilograms, and this wolf bone is 24 kilograms of intermediate barren beast bones. The Hua family quickly separated the desolate animal bones. This is what the caravan could do. The man in Jinyi was very satisfied with the desolate animal bones that the Hua family caravan had separated. These animal bones were not bad at all. Intermediate wild beast bones are 10 silver, high-grade wild beast bones are 40 silver, elementary wild beast bones are 2 gold, and intermediate wild beast bones are 8 gold. What do you think of this price? Hua Kai opened his mouth and decided. The price of these goods, you think it is not appropriate to take your goods and leave, the grassland transaction is as simple as that. It's reasonable, no problem. I still have these cow and sheep skins and wild animal skins. There are 2 carriages behind the opponent pulling 2 carts of goods. These are all required by the caravan. The 16 gold animal bones can be transported back to the village to make at least 32 gold and silver. There are more than 700 sheepskins from the other party, each with 30 bone coins, and the minimum value of 120 bone coins when shipped back to Guangxian County. There are also some wild animal skins that are more expensive and more profitable. 10%. Chapter 56 Caravan Trading. The man in brocade clothes sold wild animal bones for more than 16 gold, and the skins sold for 22 gold. He brought more than 20 horses. Hua Kai looked at the horses, most of them were strong horses. He chose 4 steeds and 10 horses. Many strong horses, most of these strong horses cannot be upgraded, but who makes the horses here cheaper? The second tier 50% strong horse only needs 40 silver, and even if it is transported back to the Huhan tribe, it can sell for more than 60 silver. It takes half an hour for the Chinese caravan to be sold by one person. But I dare not complain. Who will let the nobles come first? I still have some spiritual herbs and strange stones in my heart. You can see if you can collect them. The man in Jinyi saw that he had sold a lot of goods for 87 gold, and was a little dissatisfied with taking out a few bags from behind. Hua Kai looked at the spirit. The medicine is okay, the maintenance is very good, only a small meteorite among the strange stones is real. 12 spiritual medicines, spiritual fruits, and a 14 jin meteorite will give you a total of 190 gold. What do you think? Hua Kai has also seen Han Jinsheng's bargaining model, but he still asked a little uncertainly about these spirits. The medicines and meteorites should be transported back to Guangxian with a minimum value of more than 800 gold. Okay, it's fair. The Jinyi man returned happily. Others behind him saw the Jinyi man selling 277 gold goods at once, and they all showed envy. Hua Kai asked his grandfather to collect the elixir and meteorites, and the Hua family team members took the man in Jinyi to choose the goods. This is how the general transactions on the grassland are carried out. Coarse salt is 500 bone coins per caddy. Give me 100 caddies. Fine salt is 1800 bone coins per caddy. This price is a bit expensive. Last time I came to the tribe, there were 1750 bone coins. This snowflake salt is too white, only 1900 bones. Coins, can I taste it? The man in Jinyi was here to select the goods alone, and looked left and then again, and soon the 277 gold was spent. At this time, Huakai also finished receiving the goods of the second company. Although the second company did not have as many goods as the first, there were more than 10 horses and many young and strong slaves. Huakai be all the above qualifications except. In one morning, Huakai only received more than $10 of goods. Except for the top 3 goods worth more than 100 gold, the prices of other family goods were mostly more than 10 gold. The goods on the Wahia caravan's carriage sold for more than 700 gold, and only about half of the goods were left. Among them, the most popular was Wahia's snow salt. 1750 bone coins per caddy of snowflake salt was sold for thousands of caddies in the morning. This price was sold to other tribes and sold for 2,000 bone coins. Some people asked for it. Everyone in the Wa family was tired at noon. They stopped trading and it was time to eat at noon. But the herdsmen didn't want to leave one by one when they heard about it. They carried large bags and small bags, and many people were still leading the horses and cattle. They just waited for the Wahia to continue trading in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, making money is also tiring. Patriarch, how much money did we make today? Zhuang had been sharing the goods with Huakai in the morning, and he straightened up when Huakai said to rest. Just estimate the pile of goods yourself. If we sell all the goods in our hands, it is estimated that we can sell for about 2,000 gold. Huakai said there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. He had bought more than 80 horses in the morning. With more than 30 slaves, there are more than 30 elixir in my pocket. This is such a fortune. Where did the Wa family have seen these before? Patriarch, this time we will buy more slaves and horses to go back, so that all the 7 villages outside the city can see. Our Wa family is different from before. I don't want to ride a horse of this quality after seeing it, said Zhuang with a whistle. The caravan made a profit this time and all members of the team will pay dividends. This time it seems that each person can get at least 5 gold. Stop bragging. You will continue this afternoon. You should take a break at noon. Huakai talked with everyone in the Wa family about how much money they made today. Everyone has never been so happy. At this time, Huakai saw a group of cavalry coming over. Chief Wa, you have to rest first. The patriarch invited the Wa family caravan to the main account for a banquet in the afternoon. The cavalry leader said to Huakai very politely. It stands to reason that if the caravan just arrived in the Ordos tribe yesterday, if they are willing to deepen their understanding with the Wahia caravan, they should have a banquet for the backbone of the caravan such as Huakai. So they can take the lead in picking the goods they need, but they didn't see the royal family of the Ordos tribe appearing all morning this morning. Huakai saw that the tribal personnel in the line had dispersed one by one. This was obviously an order from the tribal chief. The Chinese caravans waited and looked at each other and didn't understand everything in front of them. Why did the transaction stop suddenly? With suspicion, everyone had lunch at noon, and the cavalry leader was still waiting outside the caravan. Hua Xing didn't know why the other party wanted to prevent the Wahia caravan from trading here, but the other party had to invite him to go. K, let your 5th uncle and Yu Jun accompany you this time. If there is any accident, you must protect care even if you fight for your life. I will take the caravan and prepare to respond. Hua Xing seeing Huakai packing up his clothes and preparing to go to the banquet, he said carefully. Don't worry, Grandpa, it's a good thing when we arrived at the tribe and was invited by the patriarch. What can we worry about? You don't need to trade in the afternoon to take everyone to rest. I guess the patriarch of the Ordos tribe wants to eat all our goods. Huakai thought speaking of. Eat our goods, can he send someone to buy it directly? Does it cost so much trouble to light you over? Yu Jun said from the side. It's certainly not that simple, but the specific reason can only be known in the afternoon. If the other party lowers the price and we sell the goods in another place, I don't believe that he dares to force us to stay. Nowadays, the Wa family already has 3 Qi training realms. Master, and the combat power has reached the late stage of Qi training, so Huakai has such confidence to speak. After eating, Huakai only brought his 5th uncle Hua Zichen and the Huhan tribe guide Han Jinsheng to the main account of the Ordos tribe. This is a super large tent with an area of more than 200 square meters. The entire tent is made of colorful brocade. Outside the ordinary tent, it is as weak as the ordinary baby before. The Ordos tribe has a population of more than 50,000, and the tribe is not considered a child because it has more than 50,000 combat slaves throughout the year. So if you calculate the total population, the entire Ordos tribe has a population of more than 150,000, which is already a quasi-large tribe. I have seen the noble patriarch Tifa. The people are as strong as the devil tiger in the Kanglan, and the goshawk dare not land in front of you. When Huakai came, he already knew that the patriarch of the Ordos tribe was named Tifa Sukbaru. The Ordos tribe believed in tigers, and the devil tiger was one of the most powerful tigers among the savage beasts and was recognized by many Ordos tribes. Huakai said so. The patriarch of the Ordos tribe sat on the main seat, surrounded by exquisite savage animal skins. Most of these savage animal skins were worth more than 100 gold, which shows the wealth of the opponent. Huakai is just a cupped fist salute. Although the status of the patriarch of the Ordos tribe should be more noble than the status of the head of the county and the leader of the country, but after all, Huakai is the caravan of the Qi country, and the two parties dealing with the Ordos tribe are equal cooperation. Relation. The Ordos tribe has not had a caravan for many years. This year we welcome the Chinese caravan. This is a lot of fun for the tribe. I wonder why the old gentleman who took the test yesterday didn't come with you. Huakai checked the other party's properties. Tifa Sukbaru, the great perfection of Qi state. Qualification: S. Physique 56, Strength 50, Will 54, Hard Method, Ganju Heart Sutra Intermediate Hard Method Shaochang. Martial Skill: Tiger Head Li Golden Gun Intermediate Mysterious Marksmanship. Loyalty -29. Huakai's view of the opponent's attributes has reached the realm, and it is possible to break through into the Shantian realm at any time. Looking at the other party's age is about 35 years old, and his true age is about the same as his grandfather at most. The chance of breaking through Shantian in this life is still very great. The most important thing is that Huakai saw that the other party's aptitude turned out to be S, and the system had reminded him when he probed. This is a qualification that is stronger than Wushu A plus aptitude. Normally, S or higher aptitude is sufficient. Belongs to Tianzhou level qualifications. Patriarch Wei Tifa, my grandfather did not come here this time. I can be the master of the Wahia caravan. Huakai said this as to quote Huakai to the transaction. It is most afraid of the other party's curiosity about Grandpa's Dragon Spear. After all, it involves Huakai's secret. It's a pity that the Tifa patriarch didn't hide it at all. If he hadn't heard about the process of comparing the two families yesterday afternoon, he wouldn't have specifically invited Huakai to his main account. I heard that your grandfather has a divine armament in his hand. Can you tell the patriarch? If you are willing to make a move, the price will be raised. Patriarch Tifa looked rich. I'm really sorry, Grandpa's weapon is inherited from the Shihua family. If Patriarch Tifa wants a handy weapon, maybe I can help. The Hua family knows a craftsman who can help Patriarch Tifa build one. Huakai said. Oh, forget it. It's fate for your caravan to come to our tribe. Today I asked someone to take a dried spirit cow. You can try it more. Patriarch Tifa is also an atmospheric person. If he wants a rank 6 weapon with the strength of the Ordos tribe, it is not difficult to obtain. The Hua family does not want to say more about their own weapons. Not only is Patriarch Tifa not angry, he wants to ask Hua instead. Kai and a few people ate dried spirit cows. This air-dried spirit meat is very famous throughout the mainland of China. If the spirit rice is exclusive to the great family of the Central Plains, then the air-dried spirit cow is the food that can only be eaten by the top nobles in the Zongnu grassland. A pound of dried spirit cow is the same price as gold in Lindsay City, and although Huakai has just had lunch, he is curious to hear that there is a dried spirit cow to taste. Thank you to Patriarch Tifa. This Zongnu dried spirit cow has been admired for a long time, and I am lucky to be able to taste it today. If there is anything the Chinese family can help, please ask Patriarch Tifa for instructions. He had already refused the other party's exploration of Dragon Spear, and Patriarch Tifa was still willing to invite himself to eat such a precious dried spirit cow. There was definitely a need. Patriarch Hua knows the dried spirit cow. He must not know why this dried spirit cow is so precious. The Huns never think of themselves as the masters of this grassland, they will only regard themselves as a member of this grassland. A river and every life are kept in awe, and on this grassland there are more wolves on the grassland than us Huns, and more than the number of wolves are the huge herd of bison and wildebeest. Huakai nodded as he listened to Patriarch Tifa's explanation. The culture and customs of many large tribes in the Huns have been greatly influenced by the Central Plains, such as the Huhan tribe. Most people in the tribe are surnamed Han, Wang, and Yu. The ancient Zongnu surnames Gongsun, Huyan, Tuyu, Helian, and Tigao are now becoming fewer and fewer. These new tribes are becoming stronger and stronger because of learning from the Central Plains. Most of the old tribes still have traditional ideas in the past. Although this idea is not pedantic, it still has some merits. The Tifa tribe is one of the old Zongnu tribes. Every few years, when there are many prairie buffalo herds, we will kill some bison and wild horses. Compared with wolves, these bison, wildebeest, and wild horses are the biggest enemies of the prairie. They will eat all of the prairie. When they grow up, the number of wolves will skyrocket within a few years, and it will become difficult for us prairie people to survive. The people in Huakai didn't know why Patriarch Tifa said this, but they still listened carefully. Huakai began to appreciate the understanding and love of a prairie man for his homeland. Everything on the prairie was full of infinite love when he spoke of it. In order to reduce the number of migrating herds, the most effective way is to kill the leader of the herd. This dried flesh is the best buffalo king we choose, at least at the level of brutal beasts, and weighs more than 10,000 jin. It is smoked with a special elixir and resin. Generally, the refined salt used to make an air-dried spirit cow needs more than 200 kilograms, and the better the refined salt, the better the dried spirit cow. It takes at least 3 months for a dried spirit cow to be found from a herd of millions of cows and then hunted back. It will take at least 3 months to be smoked. It is also necessary to pray that there will be no continuous rainfall in the meantime. Our tribe also has some dried spirit cows stored by my grandfather's generation, which is the pride of my entire tribe. Quote. Only then did Huakai know why a dried spirit cow is so expensive. It is not easy to find a cow king among a herd of millions of cows. Bull kings are at least at the level of brutal beasts and above, and if they don't have the strength of the Shantian realm, they are looking for death. With more explanations from the Tifa Patriarch, Huakai has benefited a lot. If the Ordos tribe needs snowflake salt, the Wahia caravan still has a lot of it, and it can be sold to the tribe. Huakai said. Not only this year, but next year, I hope your caravan can bring in more refined salt, which is what you call snowflake salt. The Ordos tribe can buy it all at a price of 2,000 bone coins per caddy, and all of your goods this year will be handed over to the tribe. Now, all prices are in accordance with your regulations. No matter what goods you need, I can meet your requirements. Patriarch Tifa said confidently. Huakai had expected this result, and the result was completely acceptable. Patriarch Tifa obviously wanted to win over the Hua family to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with him. Perhaps he asked his grandfather just to test whether the Hua family is capable of cooperating with him. With the deepening of the conversation between the two sides, Huakai's understanding of the Ordos tribe has become more and more profound. They have been able to bear the pressure of the Wacha tribe with their own strength and have not been defeated for many years. It is not without a reason. Slowly the sky outside the tent has darkened, and many torches outside the tent have been ignited. The Ordos tribe started a lively bonfire party. At the invitation of Patriarch Tifa, Huakai left the main tent with Wushu and Han Jinsheng, not far away. The bonfire party is held on site. 10%. Chapter 57 Cooperation plus a monthly pass. This is the dried spirit cow, please taste it. Patriarch Tifa sat on the side of the tent, Huakai sat on his side, and Hua Zichen sat on both sides with several banner owners of the Ordos tribe. The dried spirit cow was delivered to their table. This air-dried spirit beef tastes like the Spanish ham that Huakai has eaten in the past life, except that this spirit beef is much more delicious than ham. The air-dried beef still has a silky feeling on the outside of the bite, and it feels like a few chews. The beef melts in the mouth. This kind of feeling Huakai has never experienced. This cow has been preserved in the tribe for more than 30 years. It is of relatively good quality. I remember that the year I hunted it was the first time I hunted with my father. My 2 uncles died because of this hunt. On the grassland, we killed it. When my father and I brought it back to the tribe, it weighed 16,400 jin. Now that I think of it, it's still vivid. Falling in the air and being broken down a little bit, nearly 1,000 people participated in the bonfire party this time, and everyone can taste the delicacy of the dried spirit cow. Huakai looked at the cow king who had been hiding his head for 30 years, and it seemed that he was not as big as a normal cow. This was because the moisture in the meat decreased over time. Tonight, Patriarch Tifa asked him to sit in the second place at the bonfire party, which means that the dried spirit cow was open to entertain himself, so no matter how many dried spirit cows the 3 of them ate, the whole dried spirit cow is regarded as a treat. Patriarch Tifa has given enough to the face that should be given. Patriarch Tifa, I don't know if this dried spirit cow of your tribe is for sale. The Hua family wants to buy a few. Seeing a couple of men and women walking towards the bonfire to dance, they ate so much lamb and dried spirit beef one by one, and they were not going to be active tonight. Huakai spoke to the Patriarch Tifa beside him. The people sitting on the board are all large families of the Ordos tribe. Everyone quietly watched the own patriarch. The dried spirit cow represents extraordinary significance in the Zongnu, and it is not something that anyone can buy if they want to buy it. Since the Hua family wants it, I will sell it to you today as the owner. I hope that our two can cooperate more in the future. But if you want to take away a dried spirit cow, I'm afraid you won't be able to take much goods. Speaking of, don't worry about this Tifa patriarch. The Hua family also has some special stocks that you will like. It should be enough to exchange for a dried spirit cow. Huakai's last refined Pei Yuan Dan is left. The next 7 medicines are in the space. He tried to store the medicine pill in the space. The efficacy of the medicine will not diminish over time. These 7 medicine pills should be almost enough to replace a dried spirit cow. Oh, really? I'm a little curious. I don't know what kind of goods the Wahia has that can actually be a dried spirit cow. Wakai heard that Patriarch Tifei's weapon suddenly felt bad. He saw that all the flag owners of the Ordos tribe looked at him angrily, knowing that he had said something wrong. The dried spirit cow in the Zongnu tribe represents a kind of tribal honor. Patriarch Tifa has agreed to exchange one for Huakai. This is already seeing the Hua family as a friend. The contempt, so everyone is not satisfied. This, Patriarch Tifa, can you make a statement? Wakai knew that today he must let the other party dispel his contempt for the glory of Ordos, otherwise the Wahia caravan might really be left behind. You have to know wherever the family is. Glory is more important than anything else. This incident also reminded Huakai once again that he must be very careful when speaking outside, and respect the other party's culture and customs, otherwise he does not know how to offend others. Really? Then, everyone is here to play. I have a chat with Patriarch Hua. Patriarch Tai Fa also knew that Wakai was unintentional, so he brought Wakai back to the tent, and Hua Zichin was about to get up. Losing his nephew, he was stopped by Wakai's eyes, and he could feel that Patriarch Tai Fa was not malicious towards him. After entering the tent, Wakai quietly took out the box containing Pei Yuan Dan from the portable space and put it into his sleeve. Fortunately, it was relatively easy for him to hide a box with a wide sleeve. What does Patriarch Hua want to exchange for the tribe's dried spirit cow? Is it because the divine armament handed down by the family can't be exchanged? Patriarch Tai Fa said deliberately. Patriarch Tifa is joking. I have some medicine pills here. I don't know how much money the Patriarch thinks this is worth. Wakai took out the Peiyuandan box from his sleeve and said to Patriarch Tifa. Medicine pill. Let me see. Patriarch Tifa took the pill box and opened it hurriedly, and he smelled a strong pill scent. This must be true. Yes, it is the medicine pill that consolidates the foundation and nourishes the deficiency. It has the effect of enhancing physical fitness and vigor. How much do you plan to sell medicine pill? Patriarch Tai Fa stared at Pei Yuan Dan for a moment and didn't want to leave. 1 is 300 gold and 7 is 2,000 gold. Wakai thought for a while and said. Appropriate. This medicine pill is worth the price. I want all the 7 medicine pills. Tomorrow you will count all the goods in the caravan. If you need to exchange for any goods, I will ask my son Chigambara, and they will take you to choose the best goods. By the way, do you have any other medicine pills, preferably medicine pills that can heal injuries? Patriarch Tifa seems to be in a good mood. With these medicine pills, even if he doesn't use them, they are very useful to the young people of the tribe. This, Patriarch Tifa, you also know that the Hua family is just an ordinary family. It is not even an aristocratic family in Qi, so I hope you can help the Hua family to master the secret of medicine pill. If you can have such a good medicine pill, there must be a powerful pill refining teacher. Maybe the strength is close to the foundation building. Why do you want to cover it up like this? You people in the Central Plains like this. You like to make others unexpected and unexpected. Shocked, isn't it? Patriarch Tai Fa asked with great interest. This is not for the Hua family to be the master. The pill refining master does not want to be publicized prematurely. He must have his own ideas. The Hua family can only recruit. Wakai pretends to be the Hua family and is helping one. A powerful pill refining division works, so that he can better contact the Ordos tribe in the future. Okay, I'll leave this medicine pill. Tomorrow you can ask my son Chigambara directly for what you need. What other medicine pill Ordos tribes want, especially the healing medicine pill? I can give you a satisfactory price. Quote. Wakai nodded and left. He didn't worry that the other party would not admit that he took medicine pill. After leaving the tent, Hua Zichin and Han Jinsheng hurried over. Huakai and several flag owners of the Ordos tribe bid farewell one by one. After today, the relationship between the Ordos tribe and the Hua family is completely different. On the way back to the caravan, Huakai told Wu uncle about his deal with Patriarch Tifa. Although he spoke in Chi Mandarin, Han Jinsheng also heard a general idea. At this moment, Han Jinsheng suddenly hoped that he was also a member of the Hua family. The Hua family has experienced more things than the Huhan tribe, and from here he can also get the respect he has never had before. What's wrong? Suddenly unhappy, Huakai saw Han Jinsheng discover that his loyalty value had risen from 39 to 57. He was unhappy and asked. No, nothing. Han Jinsheng was a little afraid to look at Huakai's eyes. Are you interested in the family Wahia? I think you are very good to get along these days. After joining your family, Wu Yu, you can earn at least 10 gold if you follow the caravan every year. Huakai knew it was to win Han it's time for Jinsheng. Not to mention Han Jinsheng's understanding of the Huns, his A qualification on the 9th floor of the Kaiyuan realm alone is worthy of everyone in Huakai. Impossible. Our banner owner will not agree. All of us are considered the property of the banner owner from birth, so we can leave the tribe with the captain's face. If I don't go to my parents, 3 wives, 9 children and several little brother families will be executed by the banner owner. Han Jinsheng said with some fear. Huakai saw his loyalty drop from 57 to 46. These are not problems. As long as you want, I can sell you and your family's freedom with 20 gold, 50 gold if 20 gold is not enough, and 100 gold if 50 gold is not enough. The lives of civilians in the grasslands are very cheap. If Han Jinsheng alone, Huakai estimated that he would be able to win at most 5 gold. When Han Jinsheng heard that the eye sockets were a little red, Huakai saw his loyalty value, suddenly, and it rose above 60. This is already a very safe value. Returning to the caravan in the evening, Huakai finished 3 kingdoms to everyone, and discussed the sale of medicine pill with his grandfather, 5th uncle, Yu Jun, and the butler. Everyone was very happy with the attitude of the Patriarch Tifa. The Hua family can establish a relationship with a powerhouse at the master level, which is hard to imagine for ordinary families. After everyone sleeps, Huakai enters the family secret realm space. In the past 6 days, Huakai did everything possible every day. Ascension family luck value has risen to 98 points and 86 points in 6 days. It can only be said that the luck value is too low and it is easy to rise. Such a luck value family shouldn't have any unexpected things. After summarizing the elixir collected today, Huakai discovered that he can refine a new medicine pill, named Ningluden. The side medicine used is very simple. The effect is to ascension people an attention, which helps personal will. Ascension, for people with martial skill or high willpower, this medicine pill is not very useful. But in the case of few people in the grassland cultivating mental skills and martial skills, this condensation pill can be very useful. Condensation pill. It is a 3rd grade van pill, and it requires 3 points of luck for 1 furnace. Rejuvenation pill is a 2nd grade van pill, mainly blood red flowers, and 2 points of chi luck are required for 1 furnace of refining. Huakai spent 9 o'clock in the evening to refine 3 rejuvenation pills and 1 condensation pill, and a total of 14 rejuvenation pills and 4 condensation pills were produced. After Huakai refining these medicine pills, there are still 13 elixir in the space, but now that the secondary medicine can't be found, the medicine pill can't be practiced, so he will send all his energy to the pill refining room so that he will not be afraid of too much time. The weakening of the long-term medicine can also save him space. With these rejuvenation pills, you will not be afraid of injury in the future. According to the system introduction of rejuvenation pills, all traumatic injuries, as long as people are not dead, rejuvenation pills can be saved quickly. In the early morning of the next day, Huakai saw the prince of the Ordos tribe who was testing the strength of the Hua family. This prince was very different from Patriarch Tifa in terms of appearance, temperament and aptitude, and it was difficult for Huakai to believe that the two could be father and son. I have seen the owner of the Hua family. My father sent me to accept the goods from the Hua family. You can ask me what you want. Father said, the slave Hua family in the prisoner of war camp can choose at will, and I can take you to the tribe's flags. Choose. The other party was very polite to Huakai today, and his attitude was totally different from the day before yesterday. Perhaps this is why he is not strong enough to win Patriarch Tifei's favor. Prince Chigambara. Patriarch Hua asked me to Chigambara. I had offended the rules of the grassland a lot the day before yesterday. From now on, our 2 families will be best friends. Why did Patriarch Wa go back so early at the bonfire party yesterday? I originally wanted to get close to you. Something. After hearing what Chigambara said, Wakai finally understood that whether it was in the Central Plains or the grasslands, the nobles of the aristocratic family did well on the surface. As long as they don't feel embarrassed by what they say, the embarrassing party is the other party, and thick-skinned is the biggest advantage. Huakai organized family members to count all the goods in the caravan. The other party did not counter-offer the goods with a total value of 1160 gold. Hua Xing used his eyes to indicate to his grandson from time to time, asking him if he should also sell all the goods in the portable space. Wakai signaled him not to worry. Today is June 6th, and there are still 24 days before the agreed return time. If all purchases can be completed in the Ordos tribe, Huakai would like to go to the grassland and take a closer look. With the current strength of the Hua family, the big tribe of the Huns nation, you can also try it out. By noon, all the goods were handed over. Huakai left half of the people to look after the caravan and slaves. He and his grandfather and 5 uncles went to the prison camp of the Ordos tribe with nearly 30 people. The Ordos tribal prisoner of war camp Huakai heard about it from Han Jinsheng the day before yesterday. It is not one of the most powerful prisoner of war camps under the Huhan tribe. Every time the Ordos prisoner of war camp is fighting at the forefront, it sets countless numbers for the tribe. Military exploits. After riding Chigambara for more than 10 miles, everyone in Huakai saw a huge camp area. The tents here are very old. Many ragged slaves walked around under the spur of some soldiers with dull eyes, and some slaves are learning to line up, which is much more lively than the slave settlements of the Huhan tribe. Many. This is our first battalion of prisoners of war, all of them are the strongest slaves. Patriarch Wa can choose whatever slaves he needs. Chigambara pointed to the tent that was out of sight and said. Wakai saw that there were at least tens of thousands of slaves in this prisoner of war camp, and these slaves were between 16 and 40 years old. Among them, there were some late-stage slaves in the Kaiyuan realm. If this force is in Qi, except for the Qi family with several big families in Lindsay City, no family will be the opponent of the Ordos tribe. Can these slaves also be selected? Hua Xing saw that a team of hundreds of slaves were training in thick leather armor. Their strengths were all above Kaiyuan realm. This slave team should belong to the entire slave camp. Core combat power. 10%. Chapter 58 Prisoner of War Camp. These slaves have survived dozens of battles, and the battles have all reached the Kaiyuan realm. The Hua Patriarch can choose some. Chaganbala said reluctantly. Kaiyuan realm is the main combat power level in any family. If the Hua family chooses too much, the combat power of the prisoner of war camp will be greatly reduced. Thank you so much. I feel good about this slave. Can we choose him? Hua Kai looked at a young man at the forefront of the prisoner of war camp. Qing Jirtai. 8th floor of Kaiyuan realm. Qualification. B+. Physique. 33. Strength. 28. Will. 36. Loyalty. 9. This slave should be one of the actual leaders of this prisoner of war camp, Hua Kai asked deliberately. When? Of course. This Patriarch Hua can take him away if he likes it, but he has the strength of the 8th level of the Kaiyuan realm, and only needs 200 gold. Chaganbala said somewhat reluctantly, all the slaves on the grassland have price. Although his father said that the other party could choose slaves at will, he felt a pain when he saw that Hua Kai had chosen one of the strongest slaves in the prisoner of war camp. Thank you, then. And this. Hua Kai randomly selected 4 slaves again. These slaves were all B-level or higher qualifications, and their combat power reached the Kaiyuan realm 4th level or higher. Chigambara was pulled down at once, and Hua Kai picked out all the best seedlings of his prisoner of war camp by just opening his mouth. Hua Kai knew that he couldn't do things too much. The highest aptitude in this prisoner of war camp was the slave named Qing Jirtai, and he didn't have the grade A or higher aptitude slave he wanted. Well, the Hua family has limited funds. How much money do these slaves need? Let's go and look elsewhere. After hearing Hua Kai's election, Chigambara's expression improved. If he were to be elected, the seeds of the tribe left in the prisoner of war camp would almost be exhausted by him. Hua Kai saw that the good slaves in this prisoner of war camp must have been selected by the Ordos tribe, and they were left with slaves that they did not take seriously. Otherwise, the other party would not be so generous, but they still have to do enough to do the show, the Ordos tribe. The face has to be given. These 5 slaves are the best slaves in the POW camp. In a few years, they may all break away from slaves and become members of the Ordos tribe. They are lucky to be selected by the Chinese master. The 5 people follow the step slaves. For the price, Patriarch Hua will give 850 gold. Chigambara said and took Huakai out of the core combat force camp. The strength of the subsequent hundreds of slave teams was much worse than the first one. Most of them were body-tempering late-stage strengths. Huakai selected more than 10 younger slaves with qualifications exceeding B grade along the way. Chigambara looked at the face. Shang gradually lost his smile. Chigambara couldn't believe why Huakai was able to pick the best slave in the POW camp with just a glance. They cannot select all the talented slaves, and the tribe does not have so many resources to train them. After walking through more than 10 slave areas, Huakai has selected more than 30 slaves. He seems to have almost reached the Chagan Baranang. Accept the limit and stop acting. What's over there? All women and children. Do they also have to fight on the battlefield? Huakai asked when he looked at the more tattered tent in the distance. Many of the slaves there only had a piece of rags on them, which was better than the slaves here. The treatment is too bad. There is also our prisoner of war camp. They are mainly in charge of logistics. They are no worse than these young and strong slaves on the battlefield. They are also responsible for the logistics of the entire prisoner of war camp. You can choose as much as you like. Chigambara saw Huakai interested in the slave logistics camp on the side, and hurriedly said. There are mostly women and children there. The tribes on the grassland have a tacit understanding. Women and children under the age of 12 cannot be killed at will. After being captured, most of these people were starved to death in the Ordos tribe. If they want to survive, they must learn to fight, and the tribe will not easily raise waste. Everyone in the Hua family was unwilling to hear that Huakai was going to a female prisoner of war camp to elect slaves. The Hua family still has at least $1,000. It is not a problem to buy 2,300 body-tempering young and strong slaves. When they return to the Guangxian commercial group, the Hua family can leap into the largest village outside the city of Guangxian by relying on so many slaves. It's time to cultivate a caravan at home for a few years, and the size of the caravan has continued to grow stronger. Hua Xing, Hua Zichen and others have roughly understood Huakai's intentions. The Hua family is not yet overwhelmed. It is more important to cultivate a good relationship with the Ordos tribe than the current interest. Buying some father and daughter children can bring the caravan and the caravan closer. The relationship of the Ordos tribe. What's the price for this girl? As soon as Huakai entered a slave team, he saw a girl who was about 15 years old with qualification A. This was the first time he had seen a qualification above a level in a prisoner of war camp. All the slave Hua patriarchs here just want to choose randomly, and there is no need to spend money for 200 people or less. It is considered that Chigambara and the Hua patriarch have made friends. Chigambara said grandiosely. Just now, Huakai selected more than 30 people and spent more than 800 gold. This female slave is not worth money in the grassland. Any herder does not buy 3 or 5 merinos. She can sell for a few silvers if she looks good. No one wants the 50 bone coins that are inferior in appearance, and it is only a few dozen gold to send Huakai 200 slaves. How about fair trade? The Wahia will not give less for more money based on the market price. This and this. Huakai directly selected 6 slaves, one of which had a qualification A female slave, and 4 qualifications B plus female slave, and a 10-year-old boy with qualification B plus. Even if these female slaves were unable to become Wahia's combat power in the end, the qualifications of the children who married to the Wahiapu people would be much higher. Every time a female slave camp Huakai will buy female slaves or children in their tens. The Hua family don't know him very much. It is very difficult for these slaves to be transported back to Wahiapu. Even if you want to buy, don't buy so many directly. What? Huakai was completely blushing. The camp for women and children in this prisoner of war camp accounted for at least 60%. In just a short time, he selected more than 30 female slaves with A qualification, and one of them was a 12-year-old female slave. He also found 7 or 8 people who reached A+ level and A level qualifications. There are also these slave children, many of whom are over 12 years old and will stand out in a few years. He directly selected more than 80 slave children over the age of 12, all of whom are qualified at level B or above, until the sun was about to set in the afternoon. Hua Xing. He couldn't help but stop Huakai. He would definitely turn around the entire camp of prisoners of war if he didn't say anything. There are already so many slaves, let's get here today. Our main purpose this time is to pick horses. If there are too many slaves, we can't bring them all back. Hua Xing reminded Hua Kai. How many have you selected? Hua Kai realized that there was already a large group of slaves standing behind him, at least more than 100. There are 160 people in total. If Patriarch Hua wants to choose another option, come back tomorrow. Just now, my father said that Patriarch Hua will come to his camp after the election of slaves. Chaganbala said with a smile. He originally thought that Hua Kai chose female slaves and children to take care of his own face. He didn't expect that the other party was really strange. It seemed that only 12 or 3 years old suddenly selected hundreds of young female slaves. Could it be that the other party matured so early, already thinking about women at such a young age? In that case, if you want to win him over, can you start from this aspect? Of course Hua Kai didn't know the other party would think so much. He was still in the joy of picking his own slaves. I buy horses and upgrade myself to make money, but this talent is the foundation of a family. With so many high-qualified female slaves and children, the future rise of the Hua family is inevitable. It is a pity that he cannot share his joy with others. Today, 160 slaves were selected. The Wahia caravan originally had 79 slaves, so the total number of caravan slaves has reached 239, which is more than 4 times that of the team members. Looking at other camps that have not been transferred, Hua Kai cannot help but regret. Arrange for my grandfather to take someone back to his caravan and give them a good meal. These slaves are very thin and weak. If they don't get enough nutrition before rushing home, it will be difficult to stick to chi. It is impossible for Hua Kai so many slaves to let them all get in a carriage, and most of them need to walk or ride a horse by themselves. When he came to the main tent of Patriarch Tifa, Hua Kai saw that there was only Patriarch Tifa in the tent. He looked at Hua Kai happily. Presumably the effect of Pei Yuan Dan had been recognized by him. Haha, Patriarch Hua, you are here at noon. Come on, this is the mutton that has just been killed. I let the chef cook it with cordyceps configuration. You can try it. Patriarch Tifa saw Hua Kai and enthusiastically invited him to the side. In the second place, Hua Zichen was also placed on the side seat. More Tifa Patriarch hospitality. Today, Prince Chagambara has been with the Hua family and asked the Hua family to randomly select 160 slaves in the prisoner of war camp. The friendship of the Ordos tribe will be recorded in the heart forever. Hua Kai returned politely. These are trivial things. Today I asked someone to take your medicine pill. I didn't expect to break through the bottleneck soon. The 300 gold is very worthwhile for this medicine pill. I don't know if the medicine pill you mentioned yesterday is available. A banner owner of the Ordos tribe was seriously injured in the battle with the Wuhua tribe. If there is a healing medicine pill, it may be able to save his life. It turned out that Patriarch Tifa invited himself here today for this. Hua Kai thought about it. Perhaps it would be a good choice for Wahia to establish a strong cooperative relationship with the Ordos tribe. As long as the elixir is enough, it will continue to refine medicine. Pill, prepare a lot of elixir and strange stones. This is the most important thing for me now. Medicine pill has some more. If Clan Chief Tifa needs anything special, Medicine pill told me that next year we will bring goods to meet the needs of the Ordos tribe. Hua Kai said. That's great, but the Chinese caravan now has all the medicine pill Ordos tribe. You can change it. Just mention it. If the tribe can do it, it will be all satisfied. As the Tianzhao level qualification, Patriarch Tifa didn't know the meaning of Hua Kai's words. He was also willing to establish a stable cooperative relationship with the Hua family, but seizing the immediate benefits was the key. Today I brought 10 rejuvenation pills and 3 condensation pills. Patriarch Tifa can buy 1 each to try the effect. If the effect is okay, I have some more here. Hua Kai knows that Hua Jia can being so valued by the Ordos tribe. A large part of the reason is because the Hua family can come up with medicine pill. Oh, can I see it? When Patriarch Tifa saw Hua Kai took out a small wooden box, his eyes suddenly flashed. He wondered why Hua Kai has such a good medicine pill and why it is so simple. It's packed in a broken box, isn't it because the medicine pill is left in the air for too long? Hua Kai's broken box was simply made by removing the wood from the carriage in the morning. Patriarch Tifa ordered 7 Peiyuan pills in 1 mouthful yesterday, and that was what he thought Hua Kai had in his hands. Now that the 2 parties are partners, the price of medicine pill has to be determined. Rejuvenation pill 260 gold each, Ningludan 350 gold each. Hua Kai gave a suitable price in his heart. If it is placed in Lindsay City, the price is not much cheaper than this, and it is valuable. No city. Ningludan is so expensive. Patriarch Tai Fa got up and came to Wa Kai, took a Ning Lu Dan in his mouth and sniffed it, hurriedly closed the box, and then closed it. Feel the breath of medicine pill lightly with your eyes. Yes, it should have a soothing effect. This kind of medicine pill should be relatively rare. Just at the price you said, a total of 4,000 gold coins, what kind of goods are you going to replace? Patriarch Tai Fa looked at Wa Kai and asked. It is best to change to the elixir and go back. You also know that the pill refining elixir is very expensive. If we can return a large amount of elixir and save us, we will go home and buy the elixir, so that the road can be more concealed. Wa Kai said that Tifa Patriarch nodded slightly. With the size of the Wa family caravan, they could take 500 horses home and they would die. Besides, they bought so many slaves today, bringing spiritual herbs, high-level animal bones, and beasts. It's best to go back. There should be a lot of elixir in our tribal warehouse. I will take you to choose it tomorrow. If this medicine pill works well, I hope you can provide us with more such medicine pill, or you can recommend the medicine pill teacher to Ordo's tribe. I have said too much, and please forgive me from Patriarch Wa. Patriarch Tifa said halfway and saw Wa Kai bowed his head and said nothing, knowing that he had said it. How can a pill refining teacher be wooed by a small Ordos tribe who has the least strength in the Shantian realm, so what can he bring out to make people admire? A meal is still a good meal. The medicine pill refined last night only left 4 rejuvenation pills in less than a day in Huakai. Huakai already has 6,317 gold goods to choose from in the Ordos tribe. Thinking of it, he couldn't help but feel excited. Even if he took so much money directly back to Wahiabao, his family strength can be ascension, and he will never just be satisfied. The profit of more than 6,000 gold, there is this the strongest family system, how can it be done without using it? When I returned to the caravan in the evening, everyone was in a good mood. Huakai said that he could buy and sell at will in the Ordos tribe. He wanted to replenish all the slaves in the shortest time. The caravan had finished selling the goods, and now everyone is fine. To do it is to rest, eat and drink. No one in the Wahia caravan thought that this year's business could still go like this. There is suffering here, and it is clearly enjoying. 10%. Chapter 59 Demonic Beasts Pill. Huakai returned to the caravan and saw that all the slaves had taken a bath, and they were eating mutton and drinking mutton soup in a circle. There are some wild vegetables and grass seeds in these lamb soups. It is not that the Chinese caravans are reluctant to bear it. They are already used to this kind of food, and their bodies may not be able to stand the change too much. Grandpa, I'll let someone go into the main tent to take out some cloth later and make clothes for all the slaves. The goods are all sold out, and everyone can't be idle all day. If you have a long idle time, you can't get sick. Wa Kai went back to the tent and saw everyone stumbling around and arguing, and he said in dissatisfaction. It's just this afternoon and tomorrow I plan to let everyone practice. This martial art has to be practiced every day. Wa Xing said loudly in front of everyone. He knew that there were still some goods in Sun Tzu's space. It should be enough to make a dress for all slaves. Don't let all the slaves be idle. From tomorrow on, everyone must learn mainland Chinese and Chi Mandarin. If anyone learns a good reward, the surname is given to Wa with outstanding performance. Both men and women are the same. Why did Wa Kai say some female slaves? He couldn't help raising his head, because Wa Kai spoke in the Hun language. Women in the Huns are like goods. Only aristocratic women with surnames can have surnames. It is a lifetime pursuit of many people, not to mention them, slaves. They originally thought that the Wa family bought themselves to bring them to the Central Plains to sell money. The Zongnu women who were sold to large cities in the Central Plains can often sell at a decent price. They already knew during the day that this teenage boy would be their new the owner, but at this moment they discover that the fate of own may be ushered in a change. Wa Kai ignored the thoughts of these slaves, he only cared about how much their loyalty had risen. Huakai took out the coarse cloth in the space and found that there were only more than 30 horses. He rarely brought cheap coarse cloth to the space, which was left over from the last time the snowflake salt was filtered. There were only more than 50 pieces of fine cloth left. These were not enough to make their own clothes for 239 slaves. Huakai had to take out another 20 pieces of silk. He regretted that he sold out all the coarse cloths today. Let the Wa family members approach the main tent and take out all the cloth and silk. Some of these female slaves can make clothes. Kay, do you want to use silk to make clothes for these slaves? Wa Zichan looked at Huakai in surprise. None of the Wa family caravan's clothes were made of silk. There is no coarse cloth, only these. Okay, you call all the slaves here. Hu Kai thought for a while and said that it would not be a good thing for them to put silk clothes on the slaves at will. Hua Zichen and everyone from the Hua family gathered all the slaves. Even if these slaves bowed their heads and did not dare to make a noise, the crowd of more than 200 people seemed very noisy. Okay, everyone is quiet. Now the people selected by me are standing here. Huakai selected all the slaves with qualifications above A, including 49 slaves purchased from the Aohan tribe, a total of 11 teenagers slaves, and 43 female slaves. From now on, all 54 of you will be official householders and maids of the Chinese family. You must learn Qi Mandarin. In a few days, I will let someone teach you the Chinese mind and martial skill. Zan. These people are all handed over to you. All the maids are handed over to Qi Muzhe. Hua Kai said. Qi Muzhe is the only female slave with A+ qualifications in the team. He didn't expect Hua Kai to know the name of own and make himself responsible for all his maids. She knelt on the ground with excitement and did not dare to get up. She felt that all her companions were stealing quietly. Looking at myself, from now on I am totally different from before. Huakai assigned 78 adult male slaves above the body tempering level to the caravan and asked them to help the caravan. Each Wahiapu team member had to bring 1 to 2 adult slaves. The remaining 107 slaves were men and women in one team. Yu Jun and Zhuang were in charge of the men, and Wafu Butler and Wei were in charge of the women. In this way, the slaves of the Wahia family wear silk first, the female slaves and children wear fine and coarse clothes, and the adult slaves who follow the Wahia team wear coarse cloth, so that everyone can accept it. What Hua Kai did not expect was that he divided all the slaves into 4 groups, which increased the sense of belonging and security of the slaves. All the slaves were thinking about how they could do better to gain family approval. This is something later. After arranging everything, everyone is waiting for Huakai to talk about 3 kingdoms. It has been about 100 days. Huakai has already talked about Liu Bei Beidacheng Tuogu. Hearing many people were sad, many people shed tears. Everyone is thinking about why the 3 brothers Liu Bei ended up like this. Hua Kai discovered that all people have the will of ascension recently. He suspects that this is related to his own teaching of 3 kingdoms, which is similar to the lectures of the college. In the spiritual world, all mental energy are increasing independently. In the evening, Huakai heard constant noise from outside the account. It turned out that the slaves had eaten too much today and all had a stomachache at night. They were accustomed to eating coarse grains for the first time to be able to eat meat so casually. The stomach is inevitably not used to it. Wait a few minutes. Everything will be fine. The weather was very good the next day, and the morning sky made the entire grassland look very beautiful. Everyone in the Hua family knew that the caravan's goods had been traded. After the goods were purchased today, everyone might be going home. Complete the deal and leave this year. The business is only half completed, and the key is to be able to take the goods they traded home safely, so everyone has spontaneously trained slaves. If these slaves can't teach them in a short time, it will be much more difficult for them to go home. Huakai got up before washing. He saw Chagambara waiting outside his main tent. Today, Patriarch Tifa asked Huakai to go for breakfast. The Ordos tribe's attitude is to treat the Hua family as a close ally. Feast for lunch and dinner. I have never heard of a tribe's chief inviting someone to eat breakfast. When he came to the main account of the Ordos tribe, Huakai came alone today without anybody. Patriarch Tifa walked around in the main tent alone. Instead of sitting high on his main seat as usual, Huakai could feel a trace of tension and hope in the other's heart. Patriarch Hua is here. Please sit down quickly and taste our tribe's horse milk tea and highland barley cakes. Patriarch Tifa warmly greeted Huakai to sit down, and the servants delivered an exquisite breakfast. Patriarch Tifa, what are the effects of yesterday's rejuvenation pill and condensation pill? Huakai also wants to know how effective the rejuvenation pill refined by pill refining room is. He can also know if someone in the caravan is injured. Rejuvenating pill function. Yesterday I have given a rejuvenation pill to a seriously injured banner owner. It will have an effect before dawn today. My life is saved. Now it looks very good. Thank you for your medicine pill, otherwise he may not be able to carry it this time. Patriarch Tai Fa said gratefully. Most of the banner owners of the Ordos tribe are masters of the aura, and one less aura is a loss for the entire tribe, so today he invited Huakai to express his gratitude. It's good to be useful. We are a fair deal. The Ordos tribe paid gold to get medicine pill, as long as my medicine pill is useful. Huakai returned. In the main account, There are two people, Patriarch Tifa and Huakai. The two of them have always been inseparable from the topic of medicine pill while dining. It seems that the other party still wants to get more medicine pill from themselves. I heard that medicine pill has various effects. Some medicine pills can even make people break through barriers. I don't know if there is still a medicine pill that can break through barriers in the hands of the Wa Patriarch. There is no breakthrough. If Patriarch Wa has this kind of medicine pill, the Ordos tribe must be grateful. Clan Chief Tifa looked at Wa Kai hopefully. Only big tribes in the Hanu nation can practice Aura Masters. The strength of the Ordos tribe is not much different from that of the big tribe. If he can enter the Shantian realm himself, then the Ordos tribe is likely to become the 11th big tribe in the Hanu nation. I'm sorry, all medicine pills of Huakai have been sold to Patriarch Tifa, and there is no other medicine pill in his hand. The pill refining division is a medicine pill who can refine breakthrough bottleneck, but the elixir used in it is very precious. I will bring Patriarch Tifa's demands to Chi to see if I can refine a medicine pill that can break through the Shantian realm, and we will send it back next year. Wa Kai returned. Huakai was unable to break through the aerodynamic barrier because of the Wafu butler, and he also checked all the pill recipes in the pill refining room. Not to mention that there is no elixir refining now. Even if Wa Kai can refining it, he will not give it to Patriarch Tifa. He can barely understand if he takes out more than 10 medicine pills. If he takes out the more precious medicine pill of Breakthrough Realm, maybe the other party will take the risk and directly attack yourself. I also know that this kind of medicine pill will definitely be very precious. In the future, our two families will be the closest brothers. The Wacha tribe seems to have the intention of gathering again these days. If I can break through to Shantian, we will definitely fight this time. Can get an advantage. A few years ago, I occasionally got a monster core. If Patriarch Wa can bring me medicine pill to help me break through Shantian, I would exchange it with monster core. Patriarch Tifa whispered. Huakai was surprised when he heard this. Demonic beasts have the lowest strength in the foundation building period. Generally, demonic beasts are no worse than humans in intelligence. If they feel that they are defeated, most of them will blow up monster core in the end. Humans want to get monster core is too hard to be true. This Ordos tribe will actually have a monster core. Monster core is used in many treasure pills and even spirit pills in the pill refining room, and most of them are used as the main medicine. If Huakai can obtain this monster core, he can actually refine a treasure pill or even a spirit pill. Most of the effects of the treasure pill are very heaven-defying. When Patriarch Tifa saw Wa Kai's eyes moved, he knew that he was attracted by this monster core. If it wasn't for his eagerness to break through the Shantian realm, he would never give out this monster core. You must know that as long as you are around this monster core, the cultivation speed can be slightly accelerated. The treasures in your heart are rare even in the Central Plains. It's less than 6,000 miles from Chi. If two BMWs rotate and ride, they will be there in 10 days. If the Chinese family is willing to help me obtain a medicine pill for breakthrough training, the Ordos tribe is willing to give 10 black horse. Patriarch Tifa attempted in a low voice. Patriarch Tifa, it's not that I don't want to, but... Wa Kai was about to refuse when he suddenly heard that the system had issued a temporary mission. System task. Help the Ordos tribe resist the attack of the Wacha tribe and ensure that the main account is not broken. Task reward. 10 drops of stalactite. 10,000 years stalactite. The place where spiritual chi is liquefied and gathered from the spirit liquid. It has the Ascension cultivation base, recovery from injuries, and the qualifications of Ascension users, and has the effect of prolonging life. This 10,000-year stalactite belongs to the heavenly and mortal treasures level. Huakai has seen it in many elixir formulas in the pill refining room. Even if taken alone, the effect is much better than ordinary medicine pill, especially his Ascension. The role of qualifications and longevity is already very heaven-defying. Quote. The Wa family also regards the Ordos tribe as a brother. Since the Chief Tifa said so, Wa Kai is willing to give it a try. I don't know when the Ordos tribe will fight with the Wukchi tribe. At that time, the Wa family will be a friend of the Ordos tribe. Will help. Can this monster core let me take a look? It's easy to talk to the pill refining teacher when I return to Chi Guahua's house. Wa Kai said. Of course it's okay. Monster core is now in the tribe's warehouse, and we'll be able to see it later. As for when the Wacha tribe will attack, I think it will take about a month. The other party wants to take it. The lower Wodu tribe will definitely convene the lower small and medium-sized tribes. We have been fighting with the Wukchi tribe for hundreds of years, and they often come to our tribe to fight the autumn wind. Patriarch Tifa said that there was hatred on his face. The small tribe is so pitiful. The big tribe has nothing to do to sweep back some cattle, sheep and slaves. The Huhan tribe has rarely helped the Ordos tribe for so many years. In this way, the Ordos tribe has been able to maintain a medium-sized tribe for so many years. Decided to ask for a medicine pill for the breakthrough realm for Patriarch Tifa. Patriarch Tifa became very enthusiastic about Huakai. He took Huakai to the elixir room of the tribe's warehouse. There was no countless elixir in Huakai's imagination. Several wooden treasure boxes store hundreds of elixir. These treasure boxes are made of special wood and play a great role in protecting the elixir. Huakai found that most of these elixir are special side effects. There are almost no medicine, healing and ascension power elixir. These are the elixir that the Ordos tribe has accumulated for so many years. If you have a fancy random choice, these will not have much effect on us anyway. Almost all the elixir that can be taken directly have been used up. The Ordos tribe often buys elixir from herdsmen and small tribes. Many of these elixir are of good quality. Huakai looked at about 200. There are a total of 134 first-rank elixir, 23 second-rank elixir, 3 third-rank elixir and 1 fifth-rank elixir. The name of this item elixir is Bone-Rotting Spirit Flower. After taking it, the bones of the whole body are softened and weak. It can only be used by refining high-quality Baodin or Lingdon. It can only be used as a side medicine, so I can only give the price of 500 gold. These 3 third-rank elixirs are Azure Dragon Ginseng, Thousand Phantom Kalen, and Jade Muscle Flower. Basically, they can only be used as secondary medicinal products. 3 plants are 600 gold. Quote. 10%. Chapter 60. There are a total of 204 elixir, worth only 4,290 gold, which is not enough to pay more than 6,300 gold. Huakai stores all the elixir, whether used or not, in the pill refining room, and the efficacy of the medicinal materials stored here will never be weakened. Patriarch Tifa saw that Huakai had taken away all the elixir, and the price he had given was much higher than he expected. He even wondered if he would accumulate all the elixir and hand it over to Huakai for replacement in the future. The elixir, the effect is better when taken in this way, and the side effects are also small. That's all for the elixir. We still have some strange stones in our tribe. You can check it out. I didn't expect that Patriarch Hua is so young and his ability to see medicine is so strong. No wonder he can become Patriarch of the Hua family. Clan Chief Tai Fa said so. I really admire that he has lived in the grassland for more than 70 years, and he can't recognize the value of all the elixir at a glance. It's all about making a living. If the Ordos tribe has strange stones, the Hua family will also collect them. Huakai knew that the other party regarded himself as a disciple of the pill refining master. Generally, the pill refining master trains his disciples from an early age, starting from understanding the elixir to control the fire of the pill furnace step by step. Huakai did not quibble. He followed Patriarch Tai Fa to a corner of the elixir room. Patriarch Tai Fa took off the animal skins on the ground, and then there was a wooden board underneath. After taking out the wooden board, Huakai saw that there was a fixed piece of wood inside, box. Huakai originally thought that the wooden box was the monster core, but he didn't expect the other party to take out a key to open a jade box inside. Patriarch Tifa carefully opened the jade box, and surrounded by characters that Huakai didn't recognize, these words could be automatic. Watching Patriarch Tifa pull all the words to the 2 sides of the jade box neatly, it turns out that the grassland also has a password box, which is much safer than ordinary wooden boxes. Opening the jade box, Huakai felt a strong spiritual chi coming, and he checked it with true eye. Monster core. Cohesive demonic beasts have a large amount of monster chi and spirit beast in their bodies. There is a chance of ascension's own blood. Can be used for refining or pill refining. This is a real monster core, and Huakai checked that the energy fluctuations in this monster core are extremely strong. It is produced by an intermediate demonic beasts. If it is placed in a large country in the Central Plains, it is not difficult to change to a city. Patriarch Tifa, you have to know the value of this monster core. If it is placed in the hands of the first-rank family in the Central Plains, it is also a priceless treasure. If you hand it to me, I can at most exchange you with a breakthrough medicine that achieves great perfection. Pill, plus some ordinary medicine pill, you have to think about it. Huakai couldn't help but talk about it when he saw it. As long as you can send me a medicine pill that allows me to break through to the Shantian realm within a month, this monster core is yours. A monster core is too far behind a Shantian realm for the Ordos tribe. The Wacha tribe has become stronger in the past few years. If I cannot break through in the near future, the Ordos tribe may have a big crisis. Patriarch Tifa said in thought. The two of them are also close to each other. They have seen the Monster Core. Patriarch Tifa relocked Monster Core back to the Jade Box and sent people to the Kistler storage room. The strange stone storage room of the Ordos tribe is a messy tent, in which various kinds of stones are thrown indiscriminately, and the whole tent is basically full. No one usually comes here. In the past few years, we also took the strange stones to the Huhan tribe to try our luck. For many years, no one paid attention to it. There are more and more strange stones. You can see if there is anything you need. Patriarch Tifa speaking of the strange stone pile of the mountain. Call a few people. I said you can keep the useful ones, and throw away the others. Wakai couldn't pick so many stones. Patriarch Tifa called several cronies, and Wakai checked the late-stage cultivation base in the aerodynamic environment. Judging from their clothes, they should all belong to the tribe. Huakai instructs everyone to move all the stones from the tent one by one. These stones are of different sizes and colors. All the moved stones are thrown out of the tent. About dozens of Huakai's stones are left behind. Sometimes a few hundred pieces of metal did not have a single piece of metal. After more than 2 hours of work, thousands of stones have been sorted out, of which only 33 pieces of metal can be used to refine weapons. These 33 pieces are all valuable metals, among which meteorites are the most common and common. A caddy of meteorite iron 5 gold. I took these 11 pieces. Almost 320 jin, a total of 1,600 gold. This piece is obsidian magic gold, only 10. Even if 500 gold is around the caddy, I will make up your 90 gold later. Wakai waited to pick up all the stones, and only took out 11 meteorite irons and a piece of black magic gold to make up the remaining difference of 2,000 gold. He helped Patriarch Tifa choose all the useful strange stones, which also express the attitude of the Wa family. I have the ability to make money wherever I go. The formation of an alliance between the Wa family and the Ordos tribe is not a high climb. Since Patriarch Wa said that those strange stones are worthless, you guys carry them out and throw them away. Whoever thinks the stones are good looking, you can collect a few pieces in your own home for viewing. Patriarch Wa. Don't say anything, you are sincere. The Ordos tribe will always be friends of the Chinese family. In the afternoon, I will send 10 horses of the Wacha tribe to your caravan. I don't know when you will leave for Qi country. After selling 12 strange stones, the Wa family's money was paid back. Patriarch Tifa originally thought that he would have to sell some tribal horses to make up the difference. Huakai selected all the valuable stones for himself. Even if these stones become tribal property in the future, at least Huakai will accept them. In the future, he does not worry that the tribe will not have money to pay for Huakai's medicine pill. Rejecting the Tifa Patriarch's invitation for lunch, Wakai returned to the caravan's face and couldn't hide the joy in his heart. After returning to Qi with these elixir, the Wa family would continue to refine more energy as long as they supplemented some medicines. Medicine pill. There are also these meteorite irons. As long as the family's luck is enough, they can refine various weapons, so that the Wa family's combat power will be greatly ascension. After Wakai returned to the caravan, he told his grandpa to prepare everyone to leave. Wa Xing looked at the meteorite and elixir that Wakai had brought back, and knew that the Wa family's trip to the Huns was successfully completed. I promised to refine a breakthrough realm medicine pill for Patriarch Tifa. In the afternoon, the Ordos tribe will send 10 black horses. This is just a thank you to us. I would like to thank the medicine pill for the deal. I plan to go to Jiaoguo New City with my uncle tomorrow, which is about 3,000 miles away from Jiaoguo Xinchang. The new city can probably buy the medicinal materials we need. Quote. Jiaoguo New City is also one of the large cities in the Central Plains. He is located on the northern border of Jiao State and borders Linhu Guo. If Huakai wants to make up all the pill recipe prescriptions, Jiaoguo New City is the best choice. Wakai told his grandfather his own idea and asked him to spend all of them, and collect all the meteorites and elixir into his portable space in front of his grandfather. You are going to the country of Jiao. This is not possible. I will go. You put the name and shape of the medicinal material on the sheepskin. I will be back 10 days after riding the flames. Wa Xing heard this hurriedly. I have space to go to the country of Jiao, maybe I can still pick up the leeks. It is also convenient to put all the gifts on the road. After we leave the Ordos tribe tomorrow, I will load the remaining goods in the space on the carriage. You go north and learn more about the form of the Zongnu country. It is convenient for us to establish ally with the Ordos tribe. Hua Kai persuaded Grandpa to say. But Grandpa didn't agree with him. He called Wushu to Wushu and he was determined not to take Huakai's risk. In this way, Huakai's wish to go to Zhao country was shattered. After lunch at noon, the Wahia caravan started to organize things and prepare to leave. At this time, Chigambara brought a few of his servants to the Wahia caravan with 10 black horses. These horses were large and small. The ponies seemed to be over a year old. Patriarch Hua, these are the 10 black horses that my father asked me to send. They are all here, look at them. Chigambara said with a look of pride. These Wacha horses were all captured in battles with the Wacha tribe for so many years, and now the entire Ordos tribe has more than 40 horses. The Wacha horse is known as one of the 8 horse breeds in the grassland. As long as it is bred well, it must be a BMW. All the famous horses in the world belong to the 8 horse breeds. Generally, only large tribes and families can raise horses of this quality. Sure enough, the 8 famous horses really live up to their reputations. Please tell the Patriarch Tifa. The Wahia caravan will leave early tomorrow morning and will definitely return within a month. Hua Kai said. Patriarch Hua, my father also said that you should not forget the dried spirit cow. The Ordos tribe is willing to gift a dried spirit cow to their closest friend. Chigambara said. A dried spirit cow has at least 4,000 catties of meat, and its value in chi is more than 4,000 gold. If you want to buy it fairly, you can't get 1,500 gold without it. The Ordos tribe is willing to send a dried spirit cow, a symbol of the grassland tribe, to the Hua family. This shows that the other party's sincerity. Hua Kai remembered that he had patronized the elixir and strange stones in the morning, and forgot to save money to buy dried spirit cows. No hurry, let's wait until we come back. The Hua family will definitely have gifts to give when that time comes. Hua Kai said. Wachema. Tier 4, 56%. Physique. 35. Speed. 38. Spirituality. 42. Features. Travel thousands of miles a day, protect the Lord. Among the 10 black horses, there are 6 adult horses, 4 of which are already BMW grades, and this is the highest grade stallion among them. In addition, there are 2 juvenile horses that are just 2 years old, and 2 of them are just over a year old, and they are still not tall, but they are different from other common horse breeds at a glance. Everyone in the Chinese caravan saw 10 black horses that were black all over, and they couldn't help but crowd around to watch. The merchants knew much about horses, and there was no one who disliked horses. Grandpa drove away all the people who came forward to touch the horses, and he arranged personnel to be responsible for the feeding and training of these 10 black horses. In the afternoon, the Huakai caravan bought hundreds of sheep in the Ordos tribe. This is what they want to eat on the road these days. Some sold 2 carts of fine materials. With the Wuchao caravan, there is more demand for fine materials. In the early morning of June 8, the Wahia caravan was all ready, and the horse caravan slowly drove out of the Ordos tribe. A team of Ordos cavalry sent them out of the tribe for 20 miles and went back. Hua Kai asked his grandfather and 5th uncle in front of the convoy. A total of 4 Chinese elixir. This golden crow vine is the main medicine for refining broken wall pill. It is best to buy it. If you can't buy Hei Tian Ma and Jade Bone Fruit, you must buy it. Huang Yan Shui Shinji is another medicine pill that can be purchased. In addition, there are 97 kinds of common medicinal materials that should be very easy to buy. These are 4 rejuvenation pills, which should be sold for 700 if you can't get to the new city of Zhao State. Return to the caravan as soon as possible. Hua Kai looked at his grandfather and 5th uncle. They are both 1 person and 2 BMWs. Apart from the dry food and water for the day, the horses are some ordinary soybeans, which are used to supplement the horse's physical strength. Okay, don't worry, care. I walked the road to Zhao country when I was young. With the strength of my uncle and me, someone on the road will dare to make them look good. You just follow this stream up. Go, when we come back, we will follow the signs to find you. Hua Xing said, patting his chest. If you can't find us within 20 days, you will return to the Ordos tribe. I will definitely stay here and wait for you. Hua Kai told Grandpa. Originally, Uncle Wu wanted to go alone. Uncle Wu could not keep him even in the Shantian realm. When he was on the 1st floor of the pneumatic realm, he dared to take this little girl to survive in the wild in the winter from Lindsay City to the Hua family fort. The wild beasts were rampant for more than 200 miles all the way, and he just killed them all the way back. However, he is not familiar with the roads of the prairie and has never been to Zhao State. In the Wahia caravan, only Hua Xing and Wei head to the road to Zhao State. After thinking for a long time, Huakai decided to let his grandfather and his uncle go to Zhao. Go to Guoxin City. Hua Xing and Hua Zichen rushed all the way to the south. They never stopped when they met the tribe. BMW was fast. They ran for 100 miles in an hour. They felt a little sweating on the horses, and the two of them gradually brought the horses into true qi. The most important part of the cooperation between the rider and the BMW is how to use true qi to increase the endurance and outbreak of the horse. Many BMWs have been riding for a long time by the masters of the aura. This slowly breakthrough has become a magic horse, giving the BMW a ride to true qi can not only refine horses, but also ascension the degree of cooperation between humans and horses. After riding for another hour, the two passed by the Urad tribe. A team of cavalry saw that they wanted to stop and ask. Hua Xing and Hua Zichen ignored them. The two increased their true qi output to the horse, and the horse suddenly speeded up. When the Urad tribe cavalry started to discover that the two were masters in the aura, they did not dare to chase them at will. The aura was the strongest in their tribe, and they would not easily kill a group of their own tribe. Don't dare to offend the other party easily. After passing the Urad tribe, Hua Xing and Hua Zichen dismounted. They stopped working for a cup of tea, then changed to another BMW and started on their way again. The important tribes on the road saw that the two BMWs were both capable of practicing aura, no one dared to intercept them, and the prairie aura could basically be rampant. By noon, the two had already arrived at the Huhan tribe 560 miles away. Hua Xing's face was already a little blue at this time, his qualifications were only B level, and true qi could not recover as quickly as his younger son. When the Huhan tribe is still lively, the 7 caravans including the Han family in Guangxian are still here. The market is full of various businessmen. Hua Xing and Hua Zichen found a restaurant and ate lunch again. Let the store help them feed the horses. Until the sun slanted at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the two of them got on the horses and continued to move forward. After the road where the two of the Huhan tribe did not come, they began to drive to the southwest. It didn't take long for them to encounter a Gobi desert. After passing the Gobi desert, the number of horse bandits increased again. Hua Xing and Hua Zichen killed dozens of short-eyed horse bandits on the road, but there were still horse bandits rushing at every place. They waited until the sun set at night before they entered the central northern area of the Linhu grassland. They entered a medium tribe rests. It is 1,100 miles from the Ordos tribe. 1,100 miles from the Ordos tribe. 1,100 miles from the Ordos tribe. 1,100 miles from the Ordos tribe.